Welcome to Earth Day, Earth Force Activation Stream-a-thon, April 22nd, 2025, the very first inaugural event. I'm so happy to be streaming live to you today to bring you magic, to bring you awareness, consciousness expansion, prosperity, purpose, and power. Right from my broadcasting station here in White Rock, BC, Canada. And today is the very first that I'm bringing this to you, and I'm so happy to have you come on throughout the day. Thank you to our live viewers. Put a hello in the comments, and I'm so grateful to have you here. We are growing awareness about connecting with the earth for your health, your wealth, your benefit, and for the earth's benefit. We're giving back to the earth while we're connecting today, and we're bringing awareness to a practice that I teach called Earth Force Activation, and we'll be going throughout the day, tuning into ourselves so that we can activate our purpose, embody our power, and create prosperity, doing what we love because we have access to unlimited resources, and the earth wants to give us that. So we have many guests coming in. I'm calling them Earth Day ambassadors, Earth Day ambassadors. I have a plan. And I have also a plan to just receive this day. Let's receive this day. Being open and receptive is the wave of the future that this event is promoting, being open and receptive. So I don't want to be on script all day. I want to be open and receptive to receiving this day in accordance with the plan that I have set out. And so how many of you have ever celebrated Earth Day before? Who has celebrated Earth Day before? Put a yes in the comments. There's a live chat going on in YouTube today. And then I'm hoping that there's a main chat going on later for the recordings as well. But how many of you have ever celebrated Earth Day? Have you gone out to an event outside? Have you done something online before? I'm interested to know. This is my first event celebrating Earth Day because really I connect with the earth all the time. I have been building a relationship with the spirit of the earth for a long time now to help me go inside and connect with my inner wisdom. And that's what I help other people do, is to go inside and connect with their inner wisdom. And the earth has so many secrets to give us, so many messages that if we get quiet and we get in tune enough with our own bodies, we'll be able to hear her messages clearer and clearer inside ourselves. So I have some great guests for you later today, all throughout the day. Please have this on in the background, tune in, tune out, come and go. I'm so excited. And please remember, if you haven't already, subscribe to my YouTube channel. Help me to grow on the YouTube platform so that I can have a bigger connection with the world and get this message out about connecting with yourself to grow your life into the world, grow your purpose into the world. And I want to do something special in the shamanic way. So I'm also going to help you understand and learn more about shamanism throughout the day. And what is it? Well, shamanism is an ancient, mystical relationship with the earth, with the sun, with the moon, with the stars, with our bodies, our minds, and our hearts, all connected, all connected. Everything is connected. There is no separation, is what shamanism teaches. And we have many Aboriginal people all over the world who have been practicing this for hundreds and thousands of years. And their wisdom is very special and very important, and we need to bring it back up to the forefront. So I would like that to be one of the ripple effects of this event. And I'd like to make a land acknowledgement. I am living on the Semiahmoo lands in British Columbia. And wherever you are, just recognize that you're living on sacred land, sacred territory. And so to open this ceremony, I'm going to do something a little special. I'm going to open the directions. I do this regularly in my daily practice. Call in extra support. When you have a big life mission like you all do, it's helpful to call in extra support. I've called in the big guns today already to help me, but I'm going to call in special blessing for the earth and invite all of you to be part of it. And so I'm going to use feather and a rattle, just call in the directions. Spirit of the East, Spirit of the Sun, thank you so much for rising every day and helping us to really trust in ourselves. Trust in the wisdom of the universe, trust in the wisdom of the earth to guide us, trust within our hearts. Help us to really connect with ourselves today in our power and to practice some things that we're going to learn from really experienced guides that have very powerful medicine to share with us. So thank you so much, Spirit of the East, for guiding us on this day and bringing in the element of trust and peacefulness and inner wisdom. Spirit of the South, thank you so much for your radiant light. And thank you so much for this Earth Day container. Thank you to the earth for being our home, for bringing us home every day, helping us to reconnect and remember who we are through our bodies, through our food, through our medicines, through our language, through our culture, helping us to remember that we're all connected and part of this world together. Thank you, Spirit of the Earth and Spirit of the South. And Spirit of the West, Spirit of the Moon, thank you so much for intentions and helping us to have support for all of our good ideas and bringing them out into the world and moving through any fear so that we can really do it and shine. Thank you for the magnetism and the pull of drawing out our medicine into the world so that we can share it, because we need more Earth Day ambassadors and Earth Force activators in the world, helping each other to grow into their power, into their medicine, into their purpose. Thank you, Spirit of the West, Spirit of the Moon, and Spirit of the North. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the nighttime and the dream time. Thank you so much to the sky realm for all of the wisdom that is in our subconscious. Thank you for helping us to be conscious enough to transform our subconscious to align with what we want so that we can grow in powerful ways and unravel old patterning and old ways of being that are not relevant anymore and bring back ancient ways that are supportive, will help us grow and evolve into the future. So thank you so much for giving me the confidence and the clarity to host this event and to bring it together. And thank you so much for everyone who's coming on live throughout the day and here right now. I'm so supported and I feel you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're coming up in a few minutes with some really amazing people who are here to help me bring awareness to Earth Force activation, shamanism, their experience with working with me. And I invite you to engage as fully as you can while you are watching. Engage with your whole being, your whole heart, and remember that we're connecting with the earth today. We're connecting with the earth. She wants to be heard. She wants to be embraced, just like your mother and your father on Mother's Day or Father's Day. This is Earth Day. So let's bring a bit more, love. Let's open our hearts. Let's connect with more than we ever have. And Merlin, I hear him. He's coming in. He wants to say hello. He's on his way. He's scratching at the door. Here he comes. Animals, plants, medicines, they're all part of the earth. Everybody wants to gather and do community events to bring elevation, bring collaboration and creation into this world. So I invite you to fully engage as much as you can today and see what happens. See what happens. see what happens with you. Or how can you expand today? How can you expand into something that you didn't know about yourself yesterday? Today, how can you learn something more about yourself through listening in on all these special guests we're having today? How can you grow into who you really want to be? You are waiting. You are the one who you are waiting for. This is a quote. This is said in many ancient ways. You are the one you have been waiting for. Say that to yourself. I am the one I have been waiting for. I am the one I have been waiting for. There's no one else but you who's going to make your purpose, your life's mission, the impact that you know you want to make happen, except you. When you decide, you get an idea and you decide to make it happen, all things come together to make it happen. This event was an idea that came in through my daily practice, through my practice of Earth Force activation. This idea came in, and surprisingly, everything came together really easy. So I just want to let you know, Val is helping on my admin team today, and we have guests waiting in the waiting room. And Val, Alex is trying to connect on Teams by Happen. So if you can send her a message to use the StreamYard link, that would be great. Or text it to her. And then we'll bring them in right away. But back to this idea, you have ideas. They come in. How many times do you dismiss that idea and not let it get to the next step? Because there might be a little bit, you don't know for sure if it's a good one. You're doubting yourself. You're not trusting that it's a great idea. That's because sometimes we're filled up with too much stuff in us. We're too cluttered with information that we're not sure what's a good idea or what's a bad idea. Like, we get confused. But when you start working towards accessing clarity and receptivity on a regular basis, I've been doing it for over 30 years. If you start doing that regularly, things get out of the way. And you can just start receiving information about what you're supposed to do. You can start noticing that is a good idea. And then you can notice also those things that get in the way that tell you that it's not a good idea, because you're clear enough to know that is not the truth. And then you can start eliminating those bad ideas and erasing them and telling them to get lost, so that those good ideas that you have can get manifested, so you can create them. And I'm so grateful that two of my clients have agreed to come on. So I'm going to have an inspiration panel here with them and share and talk about how their intuition, how their power has expanded and increased since they've been doing Earth Force activation and working in my signature program, Finding the Source. So please welcome our guests, Glenn.
Hello.
I'm adding Alex, Dr. Alex as well.
Dr. Walker.
Hi.
Oh, sorry. I'm unmuting you.
Hi, everyone. So good to be here.
Thank you so much. You're such a big part of my life. As when you're doing your purpose work and you have people, you're serving your clients and you want to show up to work with your clients, like how awesome is that? Do you guys experience that in your work?
Glenn?
Yeah, all the time. I mean, I always say that people think we're teachers, but we're really students clearly disguised as a teacher.
So. I love that, Glenn. I love that. Glenn, he takes things I teach him and he up levels them and teaches them back to me. So I'd like to give credit to Glenn because I am stealing some of his teachings. I like to talk about co-collaboration now and co-elevation and co-creation a lot more because Glenn has been teaching that back to me. Glenn and Alex are professional keynote speakers, and they are in a change-making profession. They are changing the criminal justice system across the world, if it's okay to say that.
Mm-hmm. It is. Yes.
Yeah. So let me ask you, Alex, we haven't been working very long together, but without anything personal or anything, how has tuning into yourself more through Earth Force activation, through some other practices that I've taught you, how have you noticed a change?
It's been pretty incredible, the changes that have taken place that I didn't even think were possible. So I really thought that this work was going to be about building more self-awareness for myself and how I was showing up in the world and the space. And it has done all of that you've given me a lot of tools and strategies that I can apply throughout my day to just remind myself of what I'm striving for, what I'm putting out into the world. And my favorite part of some of the work you've done is what excites me and just growing that excitement and that space. But it's been pretty incredible how much bolder I feel that I'm showing up in spaces, much more secure and confident in my decisions and what's true for me and what I want. And it has created this ripple effect of movement in my life that I felt really stagnant and somewhat stuck when before I started working with you. And there have been some things that are outside of my control that I've been stuck in that seem to be moving. And so I can't take any credit for that. I think you deserve all the credit for that. And it's been just incredible and life-changing. It's been really powerful.
Wow. I wasn't expecting that. Alex, you take all the credit for it. I am just holding the space and being the mirror for you to realize and see how powerful you are, to realize your purpose and your life mission more fully, just like you helped me to realize my life purpose and my life mission more and more fully as I work with you. And so what I've experienced working with Glenn and Alex is that I grow as a teacher, like Glenn said at the beginning. I'm a student cleverly disguised as a teacher. And it's so powerful and masterful how we can do this for each other. This is co-collaboration that Glenn talks about. So Glenn, I invite you now, tell me more about your transformation. We've worked together longer and more in depth so far. We met in person. We met in person at serendipitously. And then we just connected too. It was really amazing how we met.
Yeah, it's been equally profound for me. Just as a contextual matter, when we had met, I was going through a lot of big life changes. I was on the heels of some really prolonged organizational trauma and personal stuff. And I decided to give up TV, radio, and kind of mainstream media a long time ago, but especially TV for the last 3 years, because I realized that television and media and things were telling me how to feel. So in other words, if somebody wanted me to feel angry, they would do something to make me feel angry. And I realized that my feelings and my thoughts weren't my own. I was experiencing what other people were putting in my brain. So when I got rid of that, then I had this empty space of oh, now I got to feel my own feelings and think my own thoughts and, all this stuff.
Perfect.
And so for me, it kind of created a process for me of I guess, imaging love and power, imaging, you get a picture of yourself, but it's not like a mirror picture of your outward concrete self, your hair, your skin, your clothes, all the palpable things. It's like an X-ray image of your inner self, all the abstract things, your thoughts, your perceptions, your triggers, your mindset, your beliefs, how you're vibrating, whether I even think I'm in a low frequency vibrational day or a high frequency vibrational day, sensing when I have triggers and understanding they're more about me than the outward situations and those kinds of things. So it was like having an X-ray machine into my own abstract self, which I wasn't really used to seeing. I was so used to like responding to what I saw on the news or what I saw in the news article or a meme or something. And then it turned into a process of like love, of like, wow, I like myself. I love myself. I see myself. I can see things that I haven't seen before. And then as you talk about it, then a receptivity comes in, then I'm receiving and downloading information. And then with that intuition, that turns into a lot of empowerment. It's like power, self-empower. So like just this morning, I've been having some back pains that have been bothering me. I've been working with a personal trainer. And I realized that the back pain isn't just the personal trainer stuff. It's also some stress that I had for some financial matters. And the two of them are kind of related. And so I worked this morning to like deal with my stress on the financial stuff to help my back pain. So it just gave me a lot of power over my own healing and my own way of operating in life.
That's amazing. And that is the thing. We have the power to notice. Like we can decide to look at our stuff and notice that things might be connected. And I feel like the earth is often doing that for us. She's, making it hi, pay attention to me. Like she gives us these shakes, these rocks, this weather and information. And it might not be what we think it is, right? Like you could have just said, oh, it's just my back pain. I'm sitting too much. But no, you went a little bit deeper. You went into like, no, I think it's something about a financial stress that you might not even actually have a financial stress. You might even just be worried for no reason because we're conditioned to worry about our finances, like, so you're just paying more attention to yourself.
Yeah. And we talked about it the other day. I mean, not to get too much in the weeds, but really my financial stress is really just a signal of doing successful in the business that Alex and I operate in. And so it's, it really means prosperity, but I'm stressed about the other side of prosperity, which means sometimes you got to write a check for prosperity. And Alex and I have another teammate who catches us sometimes on what she calls our scarcity mindset. And so we'll be like, oh, we got to bring in more money or do this or do that. And she'll hold us accountable and she'll be like, we need to have a prosperity mindset. And so I don't know about you, Alex, but I feel like it just helps to see things from a different perspective that feels more authentic rather than what we're used to the way we're used to understanding things, I guess. I don't know how you feel, Alice. But.
Well, as you were saying that, it made me reflect because I haven't shared this with you, Glenn, but I've been having some feelings about you and I, especially in the last 6 months. I think I've mentioned little bits and pieces, but I feel, for context, Glenn and I have been in each other's lives for 20 years or so. And we've worked together and worked alongside and done some different things. And things have been spicy at times for different reasons. But I think a part of this work, a part that I think we can both probably attribute to doing work with you, Jennifer, is I feel like your and I's relationship is stronger than ever as not just business partners, but friends and people who have genuine and authentic care for each other. I feel like I'm able to hear you better because I'm doing my own work of being authentic in myself and putting down some of those old mindsets that you were talking, like scarcity mindset and stuff. I'm not perfect at it, but as we kind of shed some of that, I have really enjoyed the way that you and I are showing up these days and like what it's meant for our relationship. And it's been really awesome. It makes me smile.
And of course, I was going to use the same example. Of course,
You're not allowed. Get your own example.
No, I was. And just for some context, Jennifer, it's clear that Alex is 15 years difference than me in age. I'm the younger brother. She's the older sister, and so we've always treated each other like she's my older sister and I'm the younger brother because we always tease each other and things like that. But she's told me like, you're always nice to me, but you've been like different kind of nice to me and like nicer to me and things like that. And I do think, you know, even though she's my older sister and I'm the younger brother, that our relationship has been more authentically grounded rather than topically, you know, grounded, I think is the way I would think about it.
It's a different dimension. It's like on another whole nother level.
That's a great way to describe it,
Yeah.
Jennifer, because it's hard to even explain. And Glenn's right. I did say that to him. Like, you're always nice to me. Like, that's why we've been in each other's lives so long. But this feels different. This feels like we're able to both show up unapologetically authentic to who we are and hear each other and appreciate each other, value each other in ways that co-elevate us together. And I don't know what we were missing before, but it feels like a different shift and it feels very recent. And it's been really powerful.
Wow. Wow. And that is like, you guys are just sharing this with me for the first time. Like I had no idea you'd be saying this type of thing. And you're giving me these ideas now, like of me working with teams in a bigger way, because it brings you closer together and on a deeper dimension that is supportive of your purpose, your power, your prosperity, and it's just growing from the foundation up. There's lots of people out there in marriages, you know, that are 20-year-old, you know, life partnerships, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you guys have taken what you already had and made it better after 20 years.
Yeah.
So this can go on for another 20 years. And you're co-creating, you're co-collaborating, you're co-elevating. And it makes you more magnetic so that when you guys are out there working in your business now, you are even able to handle a bigger stage, a bigger client, you know, a bigger arena of clients than you were before. Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just thinking of our experience out of state, Alex, when we were.
That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, out of state. We were just out of state a couple of weeks ago, and we're doing some work with the three of us, and it's a big deal. And so it's palpable to other people. It was palpable to us. That was palpable to other people that our synergy as a trio with our other business partner was really intact in a very high stakes environment. So it's not just a feel good, like, oh, we like each other better, we're getting along better, but it is magnetic and it is showing kind of business results to other people, to the extent that Alex and I are now writing another contract to keep working with these people. So it's palpable. It's not just, you know, feel good insight, you know, insight without doing anything about it. It's just insight. But, you know, it's palpable. Don't you think, Alice?
It really is. And I don't know about you. You don't have to answer this, Glenn, but I can say, like, Jennifer and I are not working on my relationship with you. Like, we're working on me and other things, and it is translating in these really powerful ways to like my relationship with you and others. And that, I think, is just so incredible. And I think the fact that you're doing it in a parallel, and I started later than you did, but like it does allow us to do what Jennifer is saying, which is be on this kind of higher frequency together, where I think some of our old spiciness or maybe our hangups don't even seem to be relevant, or I don't know. Like, I don't know where they went, but
they're dissolved. They dissolved. They disappeared.
You know? And
yeah, I mean, no offense, we don't even talk about you. We talk about me and like my life.
I don't talk about you either. I see you enough.
No, that's because you're my older sister.
Stop that. No one's going to believe you.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to know.
They could see the camera. They could see the camera.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah. Fair point.
So this is really enlightening to me and amazing to me how when you work, well, I mean, this is just proof that when you take responsibility for your personal development, it translates to your professional and to all your relationship development. Mm-hmm. It just translates automatically because you're dealing with the one common factor, you.
Well, Alex, what do you always tell people as far as I'm concerned?
The problem is me.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we coach people with, is like we bring people into themselves to say, as a leader, we do leadership development and organizational development. Like, as a leader, you have an outsized impact on like your culture or whatever. And so we're learning how to use that mirror on our inward selves, not our outward selves, the mirror on our inward selves, so that we can help people do the same thing, really, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. It all takes deciding to really put yourself first, to take responsibility for your transformation, and to notice that you're ready for one too, like that you're ready for one, and then just do it, and let's do it. And I'm so grateful to work with you both. It's really, like I said, I'm learning so much, and we're learning so much together, and we have no idea actually how far our work together will take us. Like it is unlimited possibilities.
Yeah.
And so I was hoping to just do a little mini tune in with you guys while we're here, to just maybe expand that field and help other people tune into it for 5 or 6 minutes here today, just tuning into ourselves so that we can, access some space inside for that multidimensional transformation you in the audience might be seeking or looking for. What do you guys say?
Sounds
awesome. Okay. So let's just take a deep breath. And close your eyes. And imagine your eyes are rolling into the back of your head, looking towards the inside of your head, right between your ears. Just allowing yourself to relax there for a moment, noticing maybe you having some thoughts. Maybe you're not having any thoughts. Whatever is there is perfectly fine. You're just noticing. You're not trying to change anything. And you're breathing. And you're starting to activate your imagination and your inner awareness. And you're beginning to look inside your eyes, your nose, your ear canals. Coming down maybe into your mouth and your gums and your teeth. And you're just paying attention to yourself from the inside right now, giving yourself a scan. And bringing yourself into your throat, your voice box, your heart. Just notice that you are dropping down faster and faster, easier and easier into yourself as you start tuning in and relaxing. You're not changing anything. You're just noticing yourself. Maybe you notice you're tense in the shoulders. Maybe you notice you're clasping your hands. You're just putting all of your attention on yourself right now. And letting yourself become more and more aware of yourself. As your awareness and attention, your inner vision looks down deep into your stomach now. Into your belly button from the inside. Into your lower back and kidneys. Just allowing yourself to guide yourself where I direct you into your hips, into your pelvic bowl, and then down both legs, but down the inside of both femur bones. And into your knees. Allowing yourself to guide yourself into your lower legs and your calves, your shins, your muscles. And right into your ankles. And then your feet. Just noticing your feet touching the ground from the inside. And then noticing into your energy around you. Maybe you sense it, maybe you don't. Whatever you do is perfectly fine. Maybe you feel some waviness. Maybe you feel some strong pull even. Whatever it is, it's perfectly 100% perfect. Because you're putting yourself first. You're putting some attention on yourself right now. And nothing else matters. And as you bring your awareness back into your heart space, just notice a few deep breaths in your heart. And then just let us all just send a little bit of love from our hearts to the earth, to the planet, to this home. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. So thank you. How was that tune in?
It was good.
Good.
It's always good for me. I always learn something from it. Like I always get something from it every time.
Yeah. I had to chuckle. I looked down and Merlin was sitting. He was in a pose right beside me doing his tune in.
Doing a tune in. He's so cute.
Merlin knows what's up.
He knows his stuff. He knows his stuff. So I'm so grateful that you both came on today and really shared your experience working with Earth Force activation, working with the signature programs, the private mentoring I do called Finding the Source, and sharing your experience and your growth. Like, I'm so proud of both of you. You're you helped me to grow. And I'm so grateful.
Like I said, we've been talking about co-elevation for some time, and that's how I really feel about, the synergy of learning how to connect with people on, this domain and this dimension of our existence. And so it just creates a very synergistic relationship. And I just think that's part of what Alex and I have talked about. And like you and I have talked about, Jennifer, around me learning from you and you learning from me and all that kind of stuff. Like it's real. It's not just feel good stuff. It's very real, and it changes things. For real.
It does. It changes. And my intention and my hope is that all this positive energy and all this positive transformation has a ripple effect. And I know that, it's hard to save the world. It's hard. It seems like a really big job, but it's really a lot easier to save yourself, and really a lot easier to transform yourself for the better. And when you do that, it's more powerful. It's more powerful. And it works. It's easier. It's way easier.
Well, just as a super quick example, that I was in the airport. It was when we were coming back from Iowa, Alex. I was in the airport and we were backed up against the trains, and there was all these people coming down the escalators, and we're trapped in this area waiting for the trains. The train's overfilled. Nobody can get off. Nobody can get on. And people were starting to escalate around us. You remember this, Alex? And people were starting to escalate and freak out. and people were starting to panic, and it was just like all these people were accumulating, and I just sat in that space, and I'm like, the only thing I don't control the trains, I don't control who's getting on and off the trains, I can just worry about myself. And so I started really trying to radiate peace, and in my immediate circle, and the people around me were not panicking because they were picking up they were feeling my energy of like everybody was freaking the heck out, but I was trying to radiate peace in my immediate circle, and it was to keep me safe because I was getting closed in on people. Instead of radiating panic, I was radiating peace, and it was very intentional on my part. And I learned that from these sessions about like sourcing from my inner self. If I radiate peace, then that's going to be contagious to people, and it worked. It really did.
It does work. It does work. It does work. Anything else, Alex, do you want to add before you guys go? You have another meeting coming and Cindy's waiting on deck.
I would just say it's been one of the more meaningful experiences that I've had of late. And so I'm just grateful to you and your teachings and your energy and your guidance. And I'm really looking forward to continuing working with you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you so much, Glenn. So thank you. And in the audience, if you want to put your comments in and any questions too, like if you have any questions to Alex or Glenn about what they do or what their expertise is, because you might know somebody who wants to transform something that they do in the criminal justice innovation. What is it, Glenn, that says on your Alliance for Community and Justice Innovation? Mm-hmm. Put it in the comments and I will get your message to them. Awesome. And connect you.
That sounds good.
Thank you so much, guys. Have an amazing day.
You too. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye. So that's amazing. Thank you so much to Glenn and Alex. I am actually overwhelmed with surprise and wonder about how that session went, Like I wasn't expecting anything that they said. And it really reinforces that I'm on the right path, that I'm doing my purpose work, that I'm in my power, and I'm creating prosperity, doing what I love. And that is what I love to do for you. I am doing that. I'm helping Alex and Glenn really align with their purpose fully, be in their power, and create more and more prosperity so they can do more and more good work and expand into the world in a bigger way, because it is required. They are world changers, and you need to call on some big support to transform the world. You have to call on big support to transform the world in ways that are positive. So my next guest is Cindy Thompson, and she's an Earth Day ambassador. She is an Earth Day ambassador, and we are going to have a lot of fun and good talks about presence, which is all of what Glenn was referring to. Presence, being in your energy, being magnetic, and being noticed in spaces for your presence. So let's welcome Cindy. I'm going to press the button here and bring her on stage. Hi, Cindy.
Hello, my friend. Hello. And hello, Merlin on the floor.
Yeah, he's now in the chair.
Oh,
he's resting. He
back.
Noticed he needed his morning nap, I think.
Yeah, he'll come back. Well, thank you so much for having me on. Interestingly enough, we talked about being on a podcast together more than a year ago. So this is very cool.
Yeah, it's even better. It's even better. It's got a bigger ripple effect, I think, with Cindy. And we have known each other. Cindy and I have done personal development work with another teacher of ours, Rachel Jane Groover, with the Awaken School. And we have grown together and built a relationship, like we have just magnetically came together to support each other in each other's growth. And that is a co-collaboration. Like that's what Glenn's talking about, is like you magnetically attract people into your life and you support each other. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And Cindy, you work with creatives. You like to help creatives.
Yeah, and a creative is defined as a creative entrepreneur or an artist or a performer or a writer or anyone. I like to think of it as any person who feels like they're stuck in ideas. Either they have a looping idea, or this looping idea, they know there's something on the other side of it, but they don't quite know how to get to it.
That's awesome, because that's directly related to like the clutter that's in the way of, and the small self is what I call it, the old judgment, the critic that comes in and tells you, no, that idea is not a good one.
And just to take it one step further, one of the things that I really focus in on is voice. And I'm not just talking about the one that comes out of our mouth. I'm talking about our body is also a voice. And how it enters, how it enters the space, how it chooses to take up space or not take up space.
Mm-hmm.
And attraction, I mean, this is one of the basic premises of presence, is those that are magnetic and we are drawn to are bringing that about because of the voice of their body.
Wow.
And I think about 80 to 90% of the people that I interact with on a daily basis are in their head. They are thinking about what they just did, what they need to do in the future, what they didn't do, what just happened, and they are not in the moment. And if they're seeking something to help them with something, it's never going to come to them because they're not focused on themselves. They're not focused. They're not tuned in. Your tune in was absolutely perfect. And the other thing, I just want to circle back to two things that Alex and Glenn said, is that appreciation of the people that we're with. But we're so lost in our thought, we have no time to step back and actually look at, with gratitude, the person that's sitting across from me. So I look at you, Jennifer, and I am so grateful that we connected. If we had never connected, would we be where we are now?
I don't think
Great
so.
Question to consider.
Yeah.
And that's a part of that presence equation, that we're always up here in our society. And the work I do is to get us out of here and into this moment right now.
Yeah. Which is through the body.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And if I was just to add the earth there, add the earth in context to Earth Day and everything, is that we're so concerned about economies and politics and the people on the earth that we forget about there's a body, there's this planet that has a voice and a say as well. And her radiance and is magnetic and as well. And we've become disconnected. When we get up into our thoughts, we become disconnected to her connection and her power and help and support.
Yeah. And two of the biggest epidemics and I think they're related, it completely related, is loneliness and belongingness. People are starving for a connectedness. And humans, by nature, are biophils. We have this need to be connected to our world, and it starts with what's right outside our front door or our back door or our window And it's the world around us. It's the trees, it's the grass, it's the birds. And this is even if you're living in a city.
Mm-hmm.
Going to a green space allows us to become connected to the earth. And we realize our interconnectedness. And that's actually when I get so caught up in the chaos of life because I'm doing 100 things and I have to remember I need to slow down. I go outside and take a deep breath in.
Mm-hmm. I've been doing, now that I'm living on a bigger property, even before I could have done it too. And you could do this even if you're living in an apartment building. I have been going out and laying on the grass. First I do my back, then I lay on my front. Merlin comes and joins me. He even reminds me to do it. He sits out there and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll come out there for a minute. Because even if you're in the personal development arena and that's your work, we still have to remember to be coming back to presence all the time. Like this is a full-time awareness job that we have to pay attention to. It's not something you can become consciously or unconsciously competent with it, but you still have to pay attention to yourself because you can forget that you're offside, right?
Yeah. 100%. And, a lot of times, right now I'm directing a musical and I have people from age 7 to age probably 60 something in this musical. And they come to a rehearsal from something else that's occurred in their day. For the kids, it's school and it's the chaos of what's happening in the classroom and, oh, I have to study this. And that's not what they want to do. They want to play. Kids want to play. And that's how kids learn. And so I have that energy. And then I have the older energy that they come here because they've been stuck in a room by themselves. And they need now to connect to other people. And this is their opportunity to connect to other people. And we start with a physical grounding and tune in, much like what you just did for all of us. And then we begin to breathe together and synchronize our breathing and synchronize our ability to hold and release. And then we move together. And the whole dynamic shifts. Everybody comes out of this space and comes right to the center of their body. Their shoulders go back, their heart opens, they're breathing down into their power center, which is good because then I can get volume out of them. And they're able to express themselves, whether it be physically or with their voice, so much better. And I was recently meeting with a young entrepreneur who's just starting her business and she's quiet and she's trying to figure out how to go to a networking event and connect with other people. And first of all, I said, well, is this a group of people that would be your person, your ideal person? She said, well, I think so. And so then we had to backtrack. After we got that figured out, is, well, then how are you entering the room? Is it with an idea of I need to get X, or is it with the idea of curiosity to just being aware to what's happening? How am I showing up? What is my body, my voice telling the room? And how can I get that person to come to me? It's all with that tuning in, that grounding to the earth, being grounded in ourselves, and then paying attention. Intentionally paying attention.
Intentionally paying attention. Put that one in the comments, Valerie. Intentionally paying attention. That's a new quote. I want to see it everywhere.
And it's a choice.
Yeah.
It is 100% choice.
Yeah. it's so much easier to choose when you are conscious and present. And what can happen is when you're stressed and when you're cluttered up with old patterns, stress, trauma, maybe you want to be an actor, but somebody told you couldn't, or you want to be a singer and somebody said, no, you're a bad singer. Then those fears get in the way of your presence, of your consciously choosing, yes, I can do it, because those lies come in and take, precedence, right, Cindy?
Yeah, absolutely. That was my story. As you
Okay,
know,
tell it.
Jennifer, as I was told that I was tone deaf
Mm-hmm.
and could not sing by a teacher, poor choice of words to use as a teacher. But I made a decision that didn't have to define me. I could learn music. I could learn what a note was. I could learn to sing, and to tell stories. I mean, if you go back a long time in the world,
Yes,
a long time in the world, it is story. That is who we are, storytellers.
yes. I'm glad you brought that up.
Some of us use music, some of us use words, some of us use dance.
Mm-hmm.
Some of us need to write it, and some of us have a way to help the world, and they start a business.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that up, because that's so important with relationship to shamanism, just talking more about bringing shamanism into the, arena, this realm of Earth Day as well. And there was only oral traditions before. There wasn't the written word at one time. And we learned all by storytelling and analogy and relaying our experiences to teach wisdom to the next generation. And it needs to come back in a big way. And I know that you have a book coming out, Cindy.
I do. Sometime
Very
this
soon, actually.
summer, yes. Courageous, a journey from pain to purpose. And it is about my struggle with finding my voice to create a change in the world and to help people reclaim their voice, whether it be their space as just a person in a space or their physical voice in the world, and to express who they are. One of the things that I've learned when I created the name for my business, it came to me.
Tell us the name.
Creating a passionate life. And it just came to me. I had no idea what that really meant. And I went, okay, I have to go with something. Let's go with that. But what I've learned is that my journey for the rest of my days in this body on this plane are to help people create the life that they are passionate to live, with intention, with purpose, with alignment, with their own talents that they are maybe not paying attention to because they have gone up here doing what they think the world wants them to do, and not what is in here and what is connected to the spiritual plane, which is all around us.
Yeah. I think there's a resurgence of writing, of writers publishing, and there's lots of self-publishing. I know I have 3 books that I'm working on, solo publishing. You have 1. I'm also in a multi-author book. And I think that's like a message to say that we need to start reading again too. We need to actually start reading again, more than watching, streaming. I know we're streaming here, but I'm saying it anyway. We need to be more intentional about reading a bit more, because there's so many things, like, it has a special magic to it. when you read something, it goes into you and it fills you up, and especially when it's something very positive that you're reading. I'm not talking about reading, I'm reading fiction. I'm talking about like reading something for your wisdom, for your intelligence, to inspire you.
Yeah. I'm gonna put an exclamation point on that.
Okay, good.
So I have 3 sons. One is 26, one is 28, and one is nearly 30. And one would think that generation, based on what the world shows us, is just playing video games and just on their phone all the time and just doing something that's not in their body.
Mm-hmm.
All 3 of my boys and my daughter-in-law are obsessed with books.
Awesome.
In fact, my youngest son, who suffered a physical injury about 4 or 5 weeks ago or so, he in November of 2020, he sat down one day and started to write a book. And then he put it away. But he's gone back to that book, and he and his roommate have consumed massive amounts of books over the last 3 years. That is how they connect to how they want to see the world. There's things in the books that they're reading that they'd like to see more of, and then they share that with us, and how they want to be in the world. So I think there is a resurgence of reading the written word and writing the written word for the next generation.
Yeah. And a resurgence of speaking as well. Like, we're both speakers and we have done a lot of work. You know what the best thing about presence work is your ability to communicate, whether you're speaking, writing, or telepathically transmitting messages to the world for positivity.
Yes.
You are able to receive this wisdom, which I know I'm putting my hands up here, but it's kind of like it's like a
everywhere.
toric field. It's a toric field. Thanks, Cindy.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a toric field. You're receiving yourself. You're receiving the wisdom, and it's just really amazing. I'm so amazed by the discussion we're having, like, and how we're helping people to remember to read. Even today, I notice being in my presence, I'm consciously practicing it every day. Consciously practicing, even if I think I'm conscious, even if I think I'm competent enough to not practice, I double down and I practice more, because I don't want to let myself off the hook. I don't want to get in my way. And so I noticed this morning, instead of rushing and worrying and getting all panicked about doing this event today, I actually read the rest of the chapter in a Joseph Murphy book, the power of your subconscious mind, your superpowers. And it was the end of the chapter, 3 parts to your success or something like that. And I just was, okay, yeah, this is way better than watching the news. This is feeding me
Yes.
with good energy.
Yes. And what happens is you're transmuting that out into the world when you do that, because your up to level consciousness and vibration up levels the person next to you. And so if you look at here, I'm going to have you on in the background all day, but I'm sure what will happen by the end of the day is you were here with Alex and Glenn, and now you're a little bit higher with me, and you're going to continue to go. So you're going to up level, and all of us that are participating are going to up level. And this will be on YouTube. So anytime anyone comes back to it, there's the potentiality as Marianne Williamson would say, there is that potentiality of really raising the vibration of the planet.
Wow. You said it, Cindy. You said it. It's exactly the intention for the whole event. And I want us, before you go, can we do a quick rooting? Let's go into our womb space.
Sure.
Would you guide us and
Sure,
into
I'd
our
be
womb
happy
space
to.
and
Yeah,
get us
yeah.
into a grounding cord?
Yeah, and if we have any guys on, this is your lower dantian or your power center. We all have it. It is a couple inches below your belly button and kind of back towards your spine, but not all the way. So that's where we're going. And don't worry if you can't get there. It takes practice. But let's start by closing our eyes and just coming into our self through our breath. And a nice deep breath in all the way down to fill your belly and watch your belly rise and fall. And on your next breath, check your back. How straight is it? How straight are those vertebrae? Are we nice and tall in our vertical core? And roll your shoulders back on the next one. Just breathe in. And on your next breath in, breathe in all the way down to your belly. And imagine that there's a little flame down there that is always lit. And with your breath in, it gets bigger. And when you breathe out, it sort of flickers. That is the light of your power. A couple more breaths in. And on your next breath, just gently open your eyes and with a soft gaze, kind of look around your room. And does it look slightly different? A little softer? Maybe you notice something you haven't noticed in a while. For me, it's usually dust. But that is coming into the body with a breath. I used to have a very stressful job, and when I started doing this kind of work, 3 times a day, I would stop and just take a couple of breaths and make sure I could still see that little flame in my belly. Because if I could, then I knew I still had the energy and the power to do the things I could. There's some things we can't change. We're not supposed to. We can only change what we can control, and that's us and our energy.
Yeah. Thank you, Cindy, so much for coming on. And I'm so happy that we're reconnected again and we're connecting with each other more regularly. And I encourage you in the audience, if you have, people in your life that you haven't connected with and you're thinking about them, take that as a sign to reconnect with them, because that's what Cindy and I is like, oh, I need to talk to Cindy,
Yeah.
and ask her to come on this to help me, because there's no way I could do this by myself. There is no way. I know that. And I know that this is an event. I'm just getting, wow, next year's even like next year. And the stuff that's happening because I did this, because I got that idea, I let it come in and drop in fully into my body. And now it's created here happening. It's bigger than I ever could have imagined. And it, like you said, the rest of the day, it's just going to even get bigger and bigger and bigger and more inspired. So thank you.
Yeah, sometimes the things that happen that we don't realize but are the best are things that just sort of, oh, I think I'll try this. That's all it takes.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if you would like to connect with Cindy, Val is now dropping in the comments. I'm just going to put a little message up there. If you want to connect with Cindy Thompson, what's your Create a Passionate Life?
Yeah, but my website's my name,
Yeah, Cindy Thompson.
cindythompson.net.
So her website link is in there, and I think there's another link to social media, LinkedIn, for her.
Yeah.
DM her, connect with her, because we're just giving you little bits and pieces of a bigger practice. And like I said, we need to practice them. They're called practices because you have to practice them. But when you do, it can happen very quickly. You can notice transformation very quickly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you so much, Cindy.
Yeah. My heart to you. If we were in person, I'd give you a big hug.
Yes.
So.
You're not far away, but I will talk to you soon. And thank you so much for coming. And we'll be getting ready. And you'll be watching for the day. So thank you so much for supporting the event.
I will. It'll be on in the background. Yes, absolutely. Okay.
Awesome.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. So that was Cindy Thompson. In the comments, you can connect with her. And I am just so blown away. And what about that ripple effect, that up level that Cindy talked about? As you experience this event throughout the day, just going back to the comments here, I'm seeing everybody's comments. So thank you so much for commenting. Keep commenting. Help me to grow my YouTube channel. Help me to get noticed on YouTube and help the Earth to expand help us to notice the Earth a bit more. Help us to notice that she has some messages for us that we should pay attention to, but in a different way than we are used to. I'm just inviting you to get curious about, how does the Earth want to connect with me in a way that I'm not used to? Just an open-ended question there, because I'm always curious as well. I have built a relationship with her, and I've been connecting with her in certain ways that I have learned that she listens, and then we have a conversation. I feel her support, and she comes in and gives me her support. I say hello to her and thank you. I offer blessings and gratitude to her. But is there more? Is there more that she can give to me? Is there more ways that I can connect with her that I haven't realized yet? I want to ask myself that question as well. What else can I do to support the Earth in a bigger and bolder way than I already have? So I'm just asking you that question. Maybe you can tell us in the comments if you get any insights drop in during the next segment. So we have a wonderful, an amazing woman that I've recently met, and we instantly connected because we already know each other. We already know each other. We're soul sisters from some other dimension or lifetime, and we're reconnecting fast. And she was very fast to say yes when I asked her to come on. Her name is Melanie Cannon, and here she is. I'm bringing her to the stage. Hi, Melanie.
Hello.
Thank you so much. I'm good. And thank you so much for coming in. And I love your background. Wow.
Well, there's a story there, but
there is
it's good.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe I should blur this out.
No,
but yeah, I just moved my healing room and just set it up 2 days ago, trying to figure things out. And I'm just starting to learn portrait drawing too. So it's all in here, all my instruments and this beautiful space. This is kind of baptizing this beautiful space, getting it ready. This Earth Day and the energy that it brings is now coming into this space. So thank you.
Thank you. So Melanie, you're a transformational breathwork coach, but you also make drums, right? Your moons.
Yeah, actually my emphasis is sound healing, and I incorporate breath work into that too. But yes, I'm a sacred sound practitioner, which I believe is also includes the breath. And I do make drums, and I lead drum circles and drum making workshops. Made about over 150 drums now. So I love it. I love it.
Do you also
You might
paint
see a one in the background, for example. Yeah.
Do you also
the red one.
paint them as well?
I do.
Paint
I
them as
paint
well?
them.
Yeah.
Yes, I paint them, and the drum will tell me what it wants to be. And as I'm making it, it tells me what expression it wants to put into the world and its energy. And every drum has its own theme. It's amazing how it happens. So I'm really like a drum doula, like a midwife. I'm just birthing them into the world. They already know what they want to be.
And the drum, when I go to ceremonies and use the drum, and my teachers have always kind of connected the drum beat to the heartbeat of the earth as well.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
We have, there's ancient stories about the drum and the creation of the earth. They are connected just as the breath is connected.
Mm-hmm.
So rhythm, we breathe with rhythm, and the drum has rhythm, and the heartbeat of Mother Earth. It's so connected.
Wow.
For sure.
Yeah. And it helps us to remember that we have rhythm, like we have a flow, we have technology inside of us. And I often say this a lot. During Earth Force activation, I help guide people, but I help them to just have their comfortable breath that they're used to. Like, I don't get them to do any different types of breathing. I'm not a breathwork coach like you. I don't have expertise in that realm. But I have noticed that even my own breath, I have asthma actually. Like I have, when I was a kid.
I grew up with that too. Mm-hmm.
And when I was more anxious and more stressed out and not present, my breath was all up here in this. And it got in the way of my communication. Like it got in the way because I'd be like, I got to tell you this, and I'd run out of breath, and
Yes. And look at you now. It's really interesting. I find people who are speaking for the earth actually have some trauma around their voice and breath. It's kind of interesting that they've healed. And, when I was born, I had hyaline membrane, both my lungs collapsed. And so I literally could not breathe. And then when I went through my course, which was Breath Masters, I was like, this girl who's both her lungs collapsed is now Breath Master. Like, it was just so beautiful to me, the healing work that. And then just a short little clip of this too. I want to say, when I got pregnant with my son and 97 or something, and I had severe swelling, and my whole vocal cords completely got damaged. So I used to sing, and then my vocal cords got damaged, and I lost my voice. So the doctor said, I don't know if it will ever heal. I don't know if you're going to be, because I sounded like a boy that's like a 12-year-old boy whose voice is changing. So I used to have a high voice, and then it cracked and cracked for a couple of years, and then it went into this deep voice, but I couldn't sing. It was so traumatic because I love singing. So for about 20 years, I didn't sing. And then I found the drum. And through that process of trusting the drum to guide me through, my voice came back, and I sing in a totally different way now. It's almost like it's intonations, and I channel these tones. And it's not like singing I grew up with at all. But those two traumas, I think, have led my life story down this path. I see those as kind of where I am now. And I'm able to sing to the earth, drum to the earth in a totally different way, bringing light to her. It's an amazing journey. And yeah, breath work to me is like that intentional use of the breath it calms the nervous system. We are releasing emotions at the same time. We're also reconnecting with ourselves and the earth. And especially on Earth Day, I think of the breath, our breath and the earth breathing as an exchange. And it's just so beautiful. Our rhythms as we walk the earth, our steps are rhythms, our breaths are rhythms, our blinking is rhythm, our heartbeat's rhythm. And we just, when we are in sync with Mother Earth, when you're out in nature, it's transformative.
Yeah. Well, I know we had something planned, but I'm almost want to ask you, like, what is this breath? Like, can you give us a breath that exchange with nature? Is there some kind of a special breath that you can teach us?
Yeah, let me just scan my mind for a minute.
Okay, we can talk about something else too, but I really loved that exchange. Like,
well, I do want to talk about one metaphor, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
It just popped.
tell us.
Yeah. So, you know, when the earth is like the weather comes in and it's just crazy, like the thunder is going and the wind is blowing everything apart. And that energy, even though I love that personally, but I'm just talking about it metaphorically for ourselves. That energy is your nervous system breathing like you were talking about. Tight. It's that tension. But if you imagine your breath as the weather, how would the breath affect the parasympathetic nervous system, making it more calm? So if you're breathing like you are that crazy weather coming in and affecting the earth of your own body is what I'm talking about. But if you're a calm breeze coming through, that breath coming in, expanding, blowing, cooling, imagine that kind of breath affecting your body. So let's just do even a box breath, which is equal amounts in, equal amounts hold, equal amounts out, and hold again. So breathing in for 5. Let's do it for 5. Breathing in for 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold. 3, 4, 5. Release slowly. 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold. 2. Now do that box breath and imagine you're almost like a dance, you know. You're breathing in, you're holding across, you're breathing out, you're holding across. This slows you down, and you can stop now if you want.
Yeah.
This is going to give you, like if you're in a situation of tenseness, say you're walking through Walmart, that can be something like that, where you're like, why am I here? Or in a crowd, slowing that down, really, the box breath is a beautiful way to do it. And we'll talk more in a minute about connecting to the earth. Yeah, I have a different idea about that.
I like how you, like you can be out anywhere. Here's the thing about your breath. It is inside, it's your technology. You have access to it all the time. You're always, it's a tool. It's a tool for you. So like, you know, I have feathers and rattles and all that kind of stuff. This is a tool, like a master tool that you own, and you can just choose to like use it. And it's in those moments that we get triggered that tool is so handy if you can remember to use it, right?
That is so true. You're born with it. It's a gift that you're born. Your first breath, it was like, here is a tool for you for all your life. But so many of us are unconscious about it. And if you bring intention to your breath, you'll come into presence, you'll come into community, you'll come into support, you'll come into this rest, and your feet will walk differently on the earth. You'll see the world differently just from breath as a tool.
Yeah.
I don't really necessarily like the word breath work, because I don't want to take the work out of it. And that is a very consistent, you know, within a certain time period, you're doing certain breathing techniques to bring about altered state of consciousness and to also really clear some stuff from your body. But we're just talking about your daily breath that you can use.
Yeah. Oh, I had something there, but I lost it. But the thing is we have access and we can decide. And it's just, I think this intention, as Cindy brought it up, this intention, like that's a big word. And it was a word that came up in a summit I was in with Summer last week, intention. When we have intention with things, we become more conscious. And it's just, when I said that tight breath I had, well, the thing is just because I noticed it, noticing enough that I was having this shortness of breath, that it was hard for me, shallow breathing. I had to use my puffer more often and stuff like that, that noticing alone helped me to find the solution, helped me to access the solution of, I want to learn how to speak confidently. I want to learn how to sing with confidence so that my voice doesn't close up and I don't get anxious. Like the noticing alone in relationship to how you're breathing can transform. Like it's like a way to wake up, So anyone who's watching this now or later, if you notice you're having that shallow breath, you're having that tightness of breath, start noticing. You don't even have to do the box breath or the practices. Just start noticing that that happens to you.
Which, if you don't mind, it leads me into what I wanted to talk about with the intention with the earth, a breath that you can do with the earth. Now, if you have a lover and if you've ever exchanged breath in the kiss, where you're just, I don't know if you've ever had that practice. Sorry, you don't have to tell Jennifer. The practice.
My lover's not that advanced, unfortunately. But
putting your mouths together and breathing in and out each other's breath. It's the most intensely intimate, more than anything else in my mind, breathing another person's breath in and out, and breathing what was in their body coming into your lungs, So that is with intention, you go out into nature and you connect like a lover, in a sense. As you breathe out with your intention, this is my essence. I'm breathing out onto the earth. And then feeling that breath back into you and the exchange. So it's very much like a spiral or a circular breath.
Like a toric field or something, even?
Yes. And even though you are doing it with not a person, so to speak, but with the earth, that intention will make you spiral into yourself in such a deep way. And you will feel that root of intention and energy going down to the earth. You will connect in such a beautiful way. So that's my little earth practice.
I'm going to try that tonight. And in springtime's a perfect time to do that too, because there's so much life force and blossoms and energy moving. You have no idea what kind of connection, and probably every time you do it, it's a different experience even.
Oh, absolutely. And then I do it with the drum too. So I'll have the drum with me and drumming those rhythms and doing my breath with the drum and the earth. It's beautiful.
Wow. We have more time still. And I know that we were going to do like a meditation. You're going to share some sound with us.
Yes, I have some bowls to support you in your meditation. I would love to, hopefully it will come through beautifully.
Here, let's do a test and see.
Okay, I just have them right here so I could just turn. And I can turn off my camera too if it helps.
I don't think it matters. Oh, we can hear them. Awesome. Let's do it.
And I'll try not to layer it too much. Okay, that's great.
Awesome.
And how long are we doing?
Well, let's maybe 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay, great.
Maybe.
That's great.
So
follow your lead.
Great. Melanie has agreed to support me. I do this thing called Sun Force Activation midweek for my Earth Force Activation membership. And it's a 15-minute tune-up that you can come in on hump day and get refreshed, retuned, reset and raised in frequency so you can like move through the rest of the week aligned. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a mini version here. So while Melanie's playing, I'm just going to guide you. So all you have to do is close your eyes and breathe in.
Deep breath in. Yes, please.
Yeah. Take a deep breath in and let it all out. So Melanie, you can start anytime and I'll just start guiding. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath in, let it all out. Oh. And just imagine right above your head is this amazing, most radiant sun. And it is in the present moment. It's happening right now, and it holds all of your energy from all times and dimensions. It's collecting it all back from everywhere in the universe, bringing it into the present moment. So you have all of your power and energy sitting in the sun right above your head. Maybe you can notice this radiant sun right above your crown chakra. And on your next breath, you can decide, you can intend or imagine. Open your crown chakra and allow the rays of the sun for you. Allow the rays break in on your head and bless you. Fill you back up with your power, your life force, your presence. As you're breathing and relaxing, every breath you take relaxes you even deeper into opening up to your presence and radiance, filling you up. You may notice light filling into your eyes from the inside, filling into your mouth, going down into your throat. Heading right down into your heart and into your shoulders and down your arms. This radiance of a higher frequency, acclimating to your body, acclimating to a higher presence inside of yourself. Just notice if you open in your body to it. Receive your power back. And invite the light to come down even further, down into your belly, into your stomach, your digestion, down your spine, down your back muscle. And into your womb space, Lord Antien, power center. And continue on down through your legs, down through your knees, all the way into your feet. Notice it coming through your soles and going into the earth. Maybe you notice this light clearing something. Maybe your throat even, like mine. Allow yourself to be a facilitator of this light and let it come through you and move through your feet into the earth. And let Melanie's sound tune you as I become quiet. Thank you, Melanie.
You're welcome. Well,
Wow, that was powerful. I'll just say, because no one else, if you can say in the comments what you experienced. I mean, it's a little different from what I normally do because I don't have Melanie accompanying me on every week. But what I experienced was this bright radiance behind my eyes, and something shifted in my voice.
Oh,
Like it
fabulous.
cracked. It got a little cracky and rusty.
I heard that for a minute.
And then now it's cleared.
So you had something there that needed to be cleared.
Yeah.
That's so beautiful, Jennifer. It's in the process of doing that we create the healing, right? So,
Valerie, put that in the comments. In the process of doing, we create the healing. That is an important one to make note of.
true. We have to be, and we're so lucky to be in the hammock of the earth. She wants us to heal so she can heal.
Yeah. Yeah. And, it's this whole day is an idea, an inspiration that has been guided by the earth, that the earth has, guided me because I'm connecting with her regularly. And I'm glad I followed her instructions. I'm so
true.
I followed her instructions.
I'm so happy you did too, and I got to be on here. And just to remember, every inhale is a gift from the earth, and every exhale is a gift you can give back. And use your voice. It's so beautiful what you're doing, Jennifer. Yeah. Thank you so much.
So Valerie's going to drop Melanie's links in the comments for you so that you can connect with her. She's powerful. She operates from Utah. You're out of Utah, right? Salt Lake City?
I'm in Utah.
Yeah.
Right by the mountain. Yes.
Yeah.
I'd love to make a drum with you or
yeah,
come to retreats. I'm open to that too. So
yeah,
I love it.
Yeah. This is just the beginning of the collaborations Melanie and I are working out. We already have others in the back burners percolating.
Yes.
Thank you so much
for
coming.
A mission. We have a mission. Thank you for calling me an Earth Day ambassador. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us and sharing your beautiful sound and your voice and all these messages that you gave us. I'm curious now what it's going to spark inside of me, what you just taught me. Thank you.
Well, and same right back at you, right? Thank you.
Okay. Have a wonderful day. I'll reconnect with you soon.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. Bye-bye, everybody.
Yes. Thank you, Melanie. And thank you to everyone who's tuning in and listening. That was really, I'm feeling even more expanded, more open, more receptive to the flow of this day. Yes, I have a plan. Am I sticking 100% to the plan? No. It's just happening. I've given myself the permission to receive this event. I've given myself the permission to, have a design, but be open to what is supposed to come through. And I've been able to let go. I noticed a lot preparing for this event that, like I said, I received the idea. I followed the instructions. I did it. And wow, now I have to do it again next year because who knows what this is, what's being created here today. What is the ripple effect of this? This is something bigger than me. And it's important that I make an impact by following the instructions of my life's mission that are all inside of me. And the earth has a plan and the universe has a plan. And if we all can get really clear about our life's purpose, our soul's mission, and do it instead of not doing it and following the comforts, wow, what is the change that we can make? And so I'm leading into my next guest, my next Earth Day ambassador, a friend of mine. She's also my brand director. She is the creator of Soul Brand. She has helped me to create my brand and my soul on, social media, website, everywhere, and align my purpose with my power and prosperity. Like, she helped me to brand that. Here she is, Robin James.
Hello. What a segue.
Hey, and that's the thing. I haven't trained to be like a host or anything.
Who needs training when you got the earth on your side? You got all the forces seen and unseen. Training for the people who don't have all of that.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Robin, for coming on. I'm just flipping the page on my notes here. And you and I connected. We just really connected. I knew that I wanted Robin. Robin's got this secret medicine, special sauce that she knows your purpose. She knows how to brand it. She knows how to make it elevated. And I'm the type of person, I don't know if you've noticed, I like to wear makeup. I have my hair done, and I like to look put together.
Yes.
And it's not just my look. I am put together.
You are. After seeing you a number of times in person too, I can confirm. That's why we needed your brand to reflect that. The brilliance, the beauty.
Yes. And it's important to me. And Robin also is put together. and she, magnetically pulled me into her world to work with her, and it was a vice versa. Robin has also worked with me. She's done Earth Force activation. She's been through the Finding the Source program. She helped me to develop it. And so, just like Earth Day, I had to do it I had to have a beta program. I had to have clients to download and receive my program.
Yeah.
And Robin was one of those clients. And then even today, it wasn't until yesterday that I got the agenda. The agenda didn't drop in until yesterday. And I wasn't even worried about it. It was so bizarre.
This is what you're meant to do. We know this.
Yes, we do. We know this. So tell us about the importance of aligning one's brand with their core values, with their soul.
Yeah. So I always say, I've been saying this, it's funny what I will say, because I feel like this is the kind of room that I can say this in, is a lot of the things that I've been saying or teaching or practicing or bringing to clients for the past, it's been over 9 years now, which is crazy. Things that I've been saying and doing, I feel like deeper levels of meaning are dropping into me over the years, where I'll read something that I wrote 3 years ago and be like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know the depth of what that meant until now. It just, for some reason it flowed out of me. And one of those things is that I can't even remember when I started saying this, but I always said the best brands are built from the soul up and lived from the inside out. And as I've been doing this work and deepening into it, I'm just seeing how true that really is. 2016, 2017, Robin really knew what she was talking about. So that's kind of what I see. What I look for is, I went to university for marketing. I've studied all the things. I've done all the certifications and trainings and all of it. But
You're
at the same
time, you're a high achiever.
Unfortunately. You can relate.
You're recovering.
Right? Exactly. Recovering A-type, recovering perfectionist. But I can see that with all of this great education and knowledge that's out there in terms of building strong brands, great strategies, marketing, business models, all of that, what I've noticed is that if it's not true to who you are and what you're here to bring forward into the world, the best strategy is not going to do you any good. And yes, we can argue that there's massive corporations who are executing fantastically on good strategies, but really my heart is in working with more personal brands, what I call soul brands, where your personal life's purpose is coming to life in the context of your brand and business. And so if you're speaking, designing, writing, creating, building offers, working with people who are not in congruence
with who you are, we got a problem. And then people wonder, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with my messaging? What's wrong with my designs or my offers or whatever? When really there's nothing wrong with you. In fact, we need to make you more you. So that's really what I see is like, again, something I've been saying for years that now I'm just like, oh, this makes sense. Your soul identity should inform your brand identity, not the other way around, not letting the in-between subconscious bullshit get in the way, but really letting your soul speak through your brand and your business.
Yeah. And I think it takes being receptive and open to your purpose, right? Because, you know, when I started working with you, I was still in the account. Was I? I think.
Yeah, you were. We met right before you.
Still on the accounting. I was still doing that full time. You know, running home.
Crazy.
Working before and after, like stretching myself as thin as I could. And it took up a lot of space. It took up a lot of space for me to have all of that, like tax knowledge, tax act, you know, client problems in me that I had to remember. I couldn't totally receive everything about my purpose because that was in the way, but not saying that you do not quit your job, whatever you do, before you talk to me. Get your purpose straight or talk to Robin before you get your
both and package deal.
Not quit. But you know, when you start working with me or you start working with Robin and you start realizing like, yeah, I have something here. There's nothing wrong with me. I do know what I want, who I am, and what I'm trying to convey in my message. It's just that I've been confused by other sources of information. I've been confused about how to do it because I'm afraid.
Yes.
Or I'm scared.
Yes.
Or I'm not ready yet. You know, like things get in the way. So tell us, Robin, how do you help somebody like me, but who's a little bit earlier in the stage, you know, like you and I, we have more work to do together, but like I've got the brand developed now.
Yeah.
And how do you help somebody get started? I know how you helped me get started.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's sort of a few layers of answers to that because I have as you've experienced my processes in really sitting with people and pulling it out of them from, you know, I blend my brand strategy training and marketing degree with the life coaching certification that I did. And that really is what created those conversations. You don't even know this yet, but this is
this a reveal?
This is a little reveal. I'm now at 9, a total of 9 out of probably 12 custom GPTs that I've programmed, AI tools that I've programmed with all of my frameworks and teachings and processes to really speed up the results. So those are being packaged up into a new Soul Brand membership. So my mind is blown. I'm thinking of like, how powerful can it be when we blend divine intelligence with artificial intelligence, using it for good and not evil, right? So that's sort of my answer from like, you know, either working with people one-on-one or now with I call them robot Robins, with my robot Robins. But I think like more than anything, if you're not going to work with me or Jennifer, but you're on this path and you're really committed to figuring this out, I think the biggest thing that I would tell people is to learn everything and then forget all of it. Like study and read the books and do the courses and all of that. It's so good. Like I'm such an advocate for growing your mind, growing your wisdom, growing your soul, your experiences. But what I see, especially in earlier years of entrepreneurship, is people get really trapped into operating someone else's playbook. And again, then they wonder why is this not working for me? So what I would say is to learn everything and then forget it. And when I say forget it, I say that a little facetiously, but really like when you I love what you said, like doing this work, it's all about receptivity. Like when you can truly be honest with yourself, know yourself, love yourself, trust yourself, and connect with the divine intelligence before artificial intelligence, and truly ask for guidance, pray and meditate and all of that, and and ask yourself, like, what is true for me? And, is this strategy or is this path or is this playbook that I'm seeing someone else do, is this true for me? And noticing where it feels good and noticing where it feels sticky. And so I think that it really is like doing this work of building a soul brand really is like 90% intuition and 10% strategy.
90% intuition, 10% strategy. Put that in the comments, Valerie.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, you heard it here first. And that's the one thing. Whoops. Where did you go? There you're back.
Here.
That's the one thing that 90% intuition, 10% strategy. So back when I was still at the work and, still figuring, getting my feet wet with branding, I was taking classes, sales and marketing, training and all that kind of stuff, learning somebody else's playbook that worked for them. And, so you're getting information from everywhere. And even now I'm studying somebody else's content crushing content method.
Learn everything and then forget it all.
Yeah, I learn it and then do it my way. And that's what I like to teach too. Is like, finding the source signature program, Earth Force activation. Here's a way to get started with learning how to access your intuition.
Mm-hmm.
So then you can create your own system that works for you. Yes. And I've been coining, what I'm seeing nowadays, Robin, and this is probably you're seeing it too, is like the things we've been saying for a long time, or the things that I wanted to do, but then somebody told me not to do them.
Yeah.
Like my original tagline before, when I got paid somebody $2,000 to do a website for me, was align with your true purpose. I've come back all the way around, like I'm always talking about alignment. I'm talking about your true purpose. I was never off mark.
Yes. I love that you said that. I've seen this in myself. Like I go back through old notebooks and journals from 5-10 years ago and I see the thread. I actually just looked at my very first website from 2016 recently. And I almost didn't want to look because I knew I would probably cringe. But as I was reading it, I'm like, I'm still saying so many of the same things. And so I think that really is where self-trust and receptivity and like intuition and honesty and discernment comes into play. You knew the whole time. When we met, you knew. You just wandered down a few side trails. So have I. That's what I think we have to do that. That's how we learn.
Well, I met lots of good people along the way.
Love that.
Yeah.
Can never be mad at that.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it is like we always know, but then we see someone doing something else. And we go, oh, well, look at them making $1 million, or look at them having this big audience or this big platform or whatever. They must be doing something right, or they must know something that I don't know. And then we start to outsource our own knowing. And that's where, and truthfully, we do this consistently, like in small ways and in big ways. But I think it's just noticing that am I being drawn to this strategy or to this new tagline or whatever, this new type of design, because it really is lighting me up and it's really feeling congruent with what I've always known to be true about myself? Or am I just shiny object syndrome, thinking that someone knows better than me when really you know what's best for you? You always have, you always will when you're tuned in, right?
Yeah. And when you're tuned in and in your body and out of the stressful mind that is thinking that I have to figure this out, you can follow your intuition. And then when you're talking with people about, okay, I want to hire somebody, I want to work with somebody, I want to do the training, then you can feel it if you're supposed to, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can tune into your yes and your no. You don't, I had a pendulum here, but it's disappeared. You don't have to use the pendulum to decide. You can use yourself because you'll be in tune with your body. Robin, you are the type of person who likes to create systems as well. Like you like to make things easy for us to so that we can get our message out there. So this
Mhm.
new chat GTP, I actually stumbled on it yesterday when I was looking in notes I was looking for your links and stuff like that, planning our agenda. And I
Yes,
stumbled on this GTP thing that you've created. And I was like, I zeroed right in on it.
that's so funny. That's so funny.
So that's something that you're going to like make available to everyone?
Yeah. I have a new I actually don't even have right now I don't even have a public page. So you can just send me a note if anyone's interested on Instagram. It's at robinjames.co, or you can email me at robin@soulbrand.me, Robin with a Y. Because I'm putting them together, and this is, what I've been really noticing and feeling into lately is how do we future-proof ourselves in this world of AI, and how do we position, us as experts, as leaders, as people who really know our work well? How can we leverage it rather than feel like it can take us out or we can fall behind? And I'm seeing this. I think it's going to happen very, very rapidly. I've been really paying attention to this space for a long time. And I think that it is just like with the internet, we need to evolve. When the internet first came out, I'm sure there were people who were like, oh, no, this is bad. I'm happy to run my business with pen and paper and snail mail. But the sooner you adapt and evolve, then the bigger and stronger you can grow. So these are the questions that I've really been sitting with lately. And I'd wanted to do this for 2 years. I was in talks with a developer in Toronto 2 years ago to build a platform. And the whole time I was like, but I don't know how to take all of these different seats that I sit in, the creative director, the brand strategist, the soul guide, that like all of these seats that I sit in, I don't know how to put that into one AI tool. And what clicked eventually was that it doesn't need to be just one. It's built, like I said, right now, 9. I just did one today. I'm at 9, and it's probably going to be about 12 or 13, because just like with an employee, you have one person who sits in the seat of creative director, and one person who sits in the seat of brand strategist, and one person who really knows your ideal client inside and out. And so that's how I'm using it. And as I put in my frameworks and all of my content in the back end and then tested it, I like literally mind blown. I left a few people speechless.
Okay, so let's say I'm going to go right now. I'm using Gemini. I write my content, and then I get Gemini to reconfigure it into an Instagram post, a Facebook post, and a YouTube post or something, right? And yes, thank goodness it's saying my voice, and it's helping me to do it faster so I can serve clients more, but still be visible.
Yeah.
And so give me an example. So how am I going to use it, Robin? Like, what am I going to do?
Yeah. So it depends on what how I'm really setting up this whole space. And again, what I'm seeing, so this is a tip for anyone listening who is in the expert space, is how can you future-proof yourself? And what I'm seeing is that I know, as the expert, I do know the whole process that I would like for you to go through, beginning, middle, and end. If you're telling me that you have an issue over here, I'm able to diagnose it with the root cause, just like you would as well.
Yeah.
But not everyone has the time, the energy, the capacity to go through the full process the way that we would like. Sometimes, if I go to see a doctor, maybe I have a headache because something deeper is going on. Yes, please treat that and address that. But also, I just need a Tylenol. Like, I have a headache, I just need a Tylenol. Then we can worry about getting to the root. So that's how I'm building this, is if you do have a headache, if you do have an itch that needs to be scratched, then you can go into and work with one of these, what will be 12 or
I recommend 12 because 12. It seems like the magic number.
It is. And it's so funny. It was actually going to be 11, but as of today, it's 12. Going in and working with one of them specifically. So as an example, the ideal client one that I built is blowing my mind with a level of depth that we can get to within minutes, and understanding the psychographics of your ideal client. And then what I'm doing to test it is saying, here's a blog post that I've written, or here's an offer that I've created, or here's something. Can you help me reframe this into great marketing content that would really make my ideal client stop in their tracks? And what it's done is night and day better than working with any regular chat GPT or Claude or whatever.
All right.
So that's, if that's a niche that you need to
I'm
scratch,
in.
where you're like,
I'm in
I just made this blog post. I want my ideal client to pay attention to it. Then in 2 minutes, you can have that output. Or if you really want to follow the full process and really work your brand strategy, really work your marketing strategy, then, you can take the time and build that. But it's doing it in minutes rather than months. And that's what I'm so excited. So it's really meant to be a fluid space and fluid experience rather than just rigid.
And an add-on, maybe like an upsell too.
The upsell is real Robin. You can get robot
that's what
Robin.
I'm saying. Oh, yeah, real Robin is upsell. Yeah. Because there is no. I would never trade working with you.
Yeah.
Like I would never trade the human contact, and I just want to weave the Earth Day back in here a bit. Is like I would never trade connecting with the earth, and Robin does something like. I work with divine intelligence. So does Robin. But like I have developed a system I don't know if I could put it into GT chat, like my thing, but we'll see how I get guided.
You can play with this
over the time. But like if I call on the earth, and I'm doing this because this is like a hand movement where I'm like literally saying, I am now calling on the earth to help me. And you are so beautiful and amazing. And radiant. And thank you so much for inspiring this beautiful day, like complimenting the earth and then asking, help me to elevate myself today. Like help me to be even more elevated in the next 10 minutes than I was a minute ago. So that I can be even more open and receptive to the rest of this day, to be present for everyone who's going to experience this Earth Day Stream-A-thon. And thank you so much. Like that's how I kind of use divine intelligence. And not everybody wants to do that, but they don't have to, because I do it for them. I kind of just did it for all of you, right?
I know. I'm like, I want to start doing this. That's funny because as I'm setting everything up in the back end right now, I just did a intro video to the Soul Brand AI tools. And I said, take a moment to sit with divine intelligence before using artificial intelligence, as we we're just talking about. And I love Mel just dropped that in the comments here. And what you just said is so beautiful. And I think it's, anytime, whether you're using AI or not, it doesn't matter. But anytime you're going into a business or a brand or a marketing activity, I love what you just said. Like, I want to go back and rewind and rewatch that 30-second snippet, because if we can open all of our work with that, sometimes I'll light a candle when I'm sitting down to create, or I will take time with a pen and paper first. I think we're we're in this society where we just want to go and be productive and cross things off of our to-do list. And that's fantastic. But if we're rushing, then we're missing potentially what is present right there. So I love that.
I have a sticky note. I don't think you can read it.
No.
Maybe
yeah.
It's backwards, but it says tap into the feeling. This is mindset, like my marketing mindset.
Yeah.
Tap into the feeling of having the result I sell before, during, and after. Right? So
good.
What do I sell? I sell presence. I sell connection. I sell like finding the source, truth, purpose, power, prosperity. So I have to really be resonating that. And I want to. That's the thing. I want to, I don't want to just do it part-time or between 9 to 5. I want to do it 24/7, right? And so I always am, when I'm content creating, and this just sort of dawned on me recently, and probably because I made space for it, some kind of clutter or old pattern that was a lie got out of the way finally. It's like, I do know what I'm talking about. I do know I am the expert. I am the authority, and I'm going to step more into that power. And so now when I'm writing or I'm holding this event, I'm consciously tapping into having the result that I offer other people. The result of being in my presence comes through my writing.
Yeah.
comes through my content,
Yeah.
and being more, and even if I'm using AI, it's like, I'm training the AI to speak my voice, not someone
Yeah.
else's voice,
Well,
right?
and because you're connecting with the true thing first. But I think you just said something that's really important for those of us who are maybe more spiritual, or really, like, I know you lead with such integrity. That's such a value for me. Like, we want to really operate in service and help people. And like you just said, like, you're doing work, I'm doing work that really matters and really helps people. And yet oftentimes we do sit in the not enough, or we do sit in that seat of like, well, I don't want to bother people, or I don't want to shine too bright. I don't want to be too much. I don't want to talk about this. And then we just sit and we hold these gifts. And it's just this constant thing that I have to train myself with too, is, when it does come to selling and marketing, is like, that's an act of service as well. Because those who really need your work or my work, I trust that they will feel it and they will know it. I'm not in the business of convincing. You're not in the business of convincing, but I think it's such an important reframe when we do stand in authentic self-promotion, that it is from that space of power and truth and trust and integrity, rather than like, oh, please buy from me. I really need to pay my bills this month. Like, that it's so hard. It's so hard with people who are in kind of more spiritual world. So I love that you have that. And I think, yeah, for anyone listening who is selling themselves, selling their genius, their gifts, that the world needs it. And you have to always remind yourself of that. The world needs your gifts and your light.
And it takes some work. Like, I have done a lot of work on myself. Hello. Around, not attaching to outcomes when I'm talking about my business.
Yeah.
And it isn't easy, but there does come a time when you're like, you move past that. There is an edge that you cross over, and you never come back onto the backside. Like, you go and you never come back.
The point of no return.
You've crossed the final frontier, and now you're in the other zone. And if someone wants to work with you, they're going to find you.
Yeah.
And when you're present and open and receptive, you're more magnetic. And the thing is energy. Everything is energy. And for the spiritual people, and for the conscious entrepreneurs, and the people who know this, sometimes we can get in our own way worrying about it, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But then there's the mainstream world, the mainstream. Everything is energy there too. They just don't know it.
Yeah.
They just don't know it. And I saw it a lot in accounting. And when I was looking at books and stuff like that, I noticed it a lot. Robin, you are coming here just in the nick of time to help me take a little break. And you were going to help people do a heart open meditation while I left the screen for a minute before our next our next guests come in.
Of course. Give me a time check so I can keep
2 or 3 minutes. Does that work for you?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Sure.
we're running out of time.
Yeah. I know, this is you and I can talk all day.
Yes. So if you can help people drop in for 2 or 3 minutes, I'll only be on for 30 seconds, but I would really appreciate your help.
For sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Robin's going to take the lead here for a minute.
All right. Okay, I love seeing these comments coming through the chat here. Thank you for being here, for being present. And let's just take a moment to close our eyes, if you're able to, if you're comfortable. Closing your eyes and coming back into your body. I know we just talked a lot about different concepts, different topics, but let's let that all just fade out of our minds for a minute and come back into our body, into our breath, into our heart. Taking a nice deep breath. and feeling into your toes. Maybe giving them a little wiggle. Noticing the soles of your feet. And just envisioning roots growing out of the soles of your feet and down through the floors of your home, the foundation, and down into this beautiful earth that we're celebrating today. And feeling that love, that abundance, that energy flowing up those roots and into the soles of your feet. And from the soles of your feet, you feel that love, that energy, that abundance flowing up through your calves, your shins, your knees, your thighs, washing away any aches or pains, any stiffness, and letting that love and abundance flow through your pelvic bowl, your stomach, your solar plexus. Feeling that solar plexus area in the center of your torso really getting lit up. Really standing in the truth of who you're here to be, supported by Mother Earth, supported by all of the forces seen and unseen, holding you to live and express your purpose. And on your next big inhale, feeling that love and that abundance travel up into your heart, feeling it crack open, shine brighter, love bigger, sending little heart beams into the world, into everyone who needs some extra love right now.
Thank you so much, Robin.
I'm like, we're not even done. You're here.
I'm back.
You're back. You're back.
And we're going a few minutes over time.
Okay.
But thank you so much, Robin, for coming on. I know you've sent me a few emails. I am going to read them all tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And get back to you. And this AI thing sounds like a world revolutionary thing for
I mean, that's what we're here for. You and I both, changing the world in whatever way we can.
Yes. And who knows what's going to happen after today. I'm really excited and staying in the field of potential for everyone, who's watching, everyone who's coming on, and for the earth and for the world. I'm really staying in that. I don't know, but this seems really good. Anything's possible. So Valerie's going to put we do have your website in we'll put it in the comments and your Instagram and connect with Robin.
Thank you, Jennifer. I love you. You're brilliant. Thank you for putting this together.
Thank you so much for helping me. She did help me too. Okay.
Bye. Bye, everyone.
So that was Robin Janes, a creator of Soul Brand. She's a creator. She's so good at it. Who in this audience is a creator? Who considers yourself creator? My next guests are really special to me, and they're coming on. They're not Earth Day ambassadors. They're more like Earth Day angels. Valerie's one of them. So I'm just going to help her remember to put her camera on there. Yeah, Valerie's one of them. She's here live with me down in the dining room, doing all the back end work and helping me. And she has been working with me for at least 2 years. She helped me download and receive lots of the things that I teach And she continues to. She continues to as we keep creating and keep creating together. And she helps me with, running the back end of the company. I'm really supported by her. And then another guest of mine, Paige Brettel, is coming on as well. She is a new client who we started connecting with in January, and her transformation has been amazing, and so is Valerie's. And I just wanted to bring them both on because you know what I notice about these two? They are consistent. When I give them something to practice, they practice it. They come to Earth Force activation and Sun Force activation. They come religiously. This is not a religion either. So they are disciplined. They know how to self-discipline, and they know the value of being consistent because it shows in their transformation to me. And I think they feel it. And that's what I'd like to hear from you both is, what have you noticed about being consistent, about showing up for yourself, about putting yourself first in your personal development, and how it's helped your professional development? Paige, would you like to go first? I'm going to unmute you. There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, it's challenging really when you're an entrepreneur, becoming an entrepreneur and learning the ropes of being a business person when you're operating within an existing framework, which I'm doing in the private wealth planning firm that I'm part of, and not losing yourself in that transition or the transformation is really of paramount importance to me because I want to be able to serve my highest good, but also that of clients and my team. And I can't do that by myself. So, you kind of have to learn through doing. And part of that entails showing up and doing the work.
Yeah. Yeah. And does it take a lot of your time to show up? Does it take a lot of your time?
Waking up at 4:55 a.m. I mean, I have to say, it is getting easier, but
But you were
it
in the
doesn't take
5
a lot
a.m.
of
club
time.
already.
It's so worth it.
Yeah.
Hmm?
You were already in the 5 a.m. club, though.
Yeah, it wasn't 4:55 though, and we were amazed. Like now, I keep waking up at like 4:33 or like 4:38, and I'm like, I don't have to get up quite yet because I live downtown Vancouver, and I'm like, there's that kind of sweet spot where like you don't really want to be on the streets by yourself as a
Oh.
woman. And you have to think about what purse you carrying, like, oh, you have to transfer everything out of your purse to your yoga bag so you're not carrying like two bags to be a target. Anyway, long story short, I put a lot of thought and dedication into showing up for the meditations because they're worth it.
Yeah. And you're worth it.
And I'm
Like,
worth
they're
it.
for
Yes.
you. You're worth it. You're worth it. And I just want to say that, because you are getting up earlier because your body wants to do it too. Like
Mhm.
your body doesn't want to sleep more. It wants to start getting activated. It wants to start like tuning into yourself more and more. I've been getting up earlier and earlier too. And I think it's springtime. Like the sun is coming up at 4 o'clock in the morning now too. So our bodies just get used to getting up earlier. Val, how about you? Val has been doing Earth Force activation for over 2 years. Like she was there from the beginning with me. And so I've led over 250 Earth Force activations. And what I notice about what it does for me is like catapults my transformation forward. And Val has also done over 200. What have you noticed from the beginning to now? Val is also a private client, and so is Paige as well. So they work, in both programs with me.
I don't know, like when I first started the program with you, I was like, okay, we have to meditate at 6 a.m. And I'm like, I can't do this. Like, this is not me. I just like I like to sleep in the morning. And like, I remember you were like, okay, are you coming? And I'm like, no, like, I just did not want to do this. But the more we, did it now, it's like my body automatically wakes up early, and I just enjoy like just setting my day. And, like you said, we've done over 200 Earth Force. I think we started together in 2022.
3. Oh, May. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been, we've had a long time together, and, and I crave it now. Like, I feel that if I don't have my Earth Force fix, then I feel like I'm out of whack, and my body's just like, it feels like I'm not balanced and connected to the earth. And I feel that every time we connect, and I feel that my cords are in the center, and I feel like I'm graceful, and I feel like giving thanks in the beginning of the morning is always a good way to set up your life, your day. And I've seen huge improvement in my life because of Earth Force. So
Really,
I'm not going to stop.
Yeah. And I've seen the transformation as well. Like, I've seen you not wanting to come, and when you're there before I'm there, And I was going to say, Paige, what I'm noticing about time, like how time works, is Earth Force is kind of teaching this to me. I used to get up at 4 in order to be ready for 6. Now my alarm is set for 5 on Tuesdays and Fridays, but I actually don't get out of bed till 5:10. And I put the whole hair and makeup and everything on. And I'm noticing that I haven't even started doing my hair and makeup till 5:30. And then all of a sudden I'm ready, and I'm sitting here waiting. I'm 10 minutes early waiting to so it's like I have gotten faster at getting ready in the morning. And so I can sleep in a bit longer. I know you have to walk to the office, and you want to be at the office to do it. And so you have factoring that into your time frame as well. But Valerie said it, setting up your day, setting up your week, reconnecting with yourself. What have you noticed, Paige, about connecting with yourself since we've started working? You don't have to say anything personal. What have you noticed, like, from before and after with connecting?
Well, I mean, I've made some big changes from working with Jennifer that I would never have thought I would do, and including breaking up with somebody who's not good for me, and letting a few patterns and behaviors go.
Yeah.
And I just didn't even think that I would never. If you had said this is what you're going to do going into working with Jennifer, I might have been like, no, I'm good.
But I never told you to do any of that stuff.
No, it came
it all
through.
just sort of made space for it to happen.
It dropped in, and it really comes down to recognizing your values. And it depends, right? Like, if you're a person, probably like many people on the call, you have a word for the year. You might have a theme for the year. You might have like different words for different aspects of your life, like your money management or your health or whatnot. And you try to live into that, right? It gives you the why and the clarity of purpose.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So through working with Jennifer, I was able to crystallize exactly, even though like hindsight being 2020, it was coming.
Yeah.
I just didn't. I don't think I would have done it on my own.
Yeah.
So it's great to have the support of the universe being channeled through somebody like Jennifer that you trust, and that you're like, you know what? Even though I'm entering like the great unknown, and it's this cavernous like crevasse or chasm or black hole of just terror in a way, like the unknown, right? The uncertainty. And like you're leaving behind what you think is safety, even though that was just the story that you were telling yourself because it fit the person that you were when you picked it up in the first place.
Yeah. you're not the same person anymore. And the story doesn't fit anymore. I love how you said that, channeling the universe through. And I'm accessing the universe because I've trained myself to do that, but also you're learning to do it for yourself too. Like you're transmitting and channeling your intuition through you. You are the universe is what I say. And so then you're expanding into that. And that is, Paige is pretty, like, she is a super connector. She hosts this women and wellness, healthy women, healthy planet. Like, she's all about women and prosperity. And I'm lucky enough to live in the same city as her and get to actually network with her in person, go to events with her. That she's using her mainstream career to help evolve and support and empower women. Like, she has this amazing boardroom where we've had events, speaking events, and we don't have to pay for it, and we can host lots of people. Paige has been doing some amazing work out there even before I started working with her. Like, how Paige and I met was through another person's event. And I just want to bring that to highlight is like how you meet your clients or how you meet your friends. It's connection is by actually going out and being visible. And Paige makes spaces for people to be visible in. And I want to thank you for that. It's really been a big boost for me this year. I really stepped more into being visible. And that's one of the reasons of this event. Like, you helped me I told you about this event and you said, you got to do that. I remember it. Valerie, what can you say, like, about expansion, about your career? I know that you have multiple careers. Valerie's like she likes to do lots of things all at once. She's a mobile massage therapist here in the Vancouver area. And she's also an assistant for me. She's assisting somebody else I know. There's something else you do. Like, you have multiple careers.
I'm also a Reiki master. So I do mobile Reiki. So I go to people's homes and do Reiki to them too. So I'm very much into like personal and direct connection with people, and like working with you, like it was just like a natural development, for us. And I just, I got to learn more about, what you do by working with you. And it's just, and then, I traveled, I'm a gypsy, I guess, living in Scotland for a year and a half. And, I lived in many other countries for a few years here and there. And, I just feel that if somebody can do it, then I can do it too. So, I don't limit myself into thinking, and I've learned to think more open and see how, fear keeps us small and little, and, being in constant connection with something greater than us makes us realize that we can be great too. And we have that power that can come into us if we allow that power to come. So that's
awesome. And I've noticed in you so much transformation, like just being like so open to trying things new. To one thing I notice about you, Valerie, is that you have no problem making money. She has no problem making money. She can like generate prosperity out of thin air. And Paige is in the money world as well. And you want people to make money. Like, you want to help people to make money on a regular basis. Like, so, and I want everyone to do their purpose and make money. Like, that's what I want. Is I don't want us to have to work in jobs that cause us stress, cause us, cluttered minds and, unhealthy bodies. I want us to be able to do our purpose work because there's value in it. And we should be paid for it as well. Like, I feel like that's, if everyone was able to do that, and that's where I'm hoping we're all moving. I'm intending that we're all moving in that direction. The world will be a totally different place. The world will be a totally different place. I was wondering if both of you, I was thinking about sharing a blessing song while you're both are on, and to help, you know, call down the stars and the sun and the moon to help bless the earth today. And if you would both be open to receiving that here online with me, and helping the crowd to receive it as well, everyone who's watching. Would you be very good at? Yes. Anything else you want to say before we go into that?
Well, a couple of things about money, because I'm here and that's what I love to talk about.
Perfect.
It's great to be able to earn money, but we want to be able to look at what do we keep, right? Because it's not really about what you earn, it's about what you keep. So what do you have left over at the end of the month? And then work from there about looking at income, expenses, tracking, because are you where you want to be, right? Ultimately.
Yeah.
And when it comes to helping everyone feel more, you know, I guess like on equal footing when it comes to being paid what you're worth, like know what you're worth and add tax, right? Especially if you're women, think about that pink tax.
Yeah. Add tax. Yeah. I like that page. Yes. Know what you're worth and add to it as well. And have a way for your money to make money on money. Like, that is a powerful place to be, to have different streams of revenue sources. Like, many of you have memberships, just like I do, or private mentoring, or group work, or books, or investments, rental properties, you know, things to make passive income. Just generates more prosperity. And Glenn was alluding to it earlier. You know, the more money you make, the more prosperous you are. Yeah, you're going to pay more tax, but you still are making more money. So paying more tax is fine, in my opinion, because you're making more money. You just want to be
a champagne problem.
Yeah, a champagne problem. You just want to be tax planning. And so, like, that's the old accountant version of Jennifer coming through here. But find somebody who's really good at helping you with your money, like Paige, and a really good accountant, because everyone on this call is going to be making lots of money. So let's call in the stars to help us bless the earth today. I'm just going to do a few minute song to really show you what I do. Paige and Val are used to this, and help the earth connect with us, and us connect with the earth, and help the earth receive more light, because we're helping her to have it. Ayudando medicina poderoso, la lucita poderoso al sol. Venga, venga, medicina penetrando, conectivo Pachamama tuba bo. Ayudando la lucita medicina bo, conectivo corazón cada unito. Muchas gracias a las estrellas todo, ayudando al todo tuntita estamos. La lunita, la lunita, la lucita, penetrando todo cuerpo, todo cada uno. Bien naciones la lucita, Pachamamita, Muchas gracias a Mama Kia Cocha. Muchas gracias a Pachamami Mami Tai. Inti taita, bien de shojones. Soportea transformando cada unito. Resplendita, brilla, brilla la lucita. Penetrando Pachamama Gaia Sofia. Conectivo, conectivo, abra, bravo. Abra, bra, receptiva, medicina, bo. Muchas gracias a la lucita, tu babos. Radiante el camino, todo corazón. Bien de shones, la lucita. Soportea transformando cada unito. Blowing that song out to you. Thank you so much for listening and receiving it. That was a powerful song. I'm feeling kind of like I'm in a ceremony, that I'm holding space for something that is bigger than me, bigger than this event even. And it's really awesome. Awesome. Anything you would both like to say before we move on to the next segment? I'm just so impressed on how much this is flowing, how everyone who's come on has brought so much inspiration, intention, and space, brought in like really good space. Everyone's transmitting a really loving, unconditional loving frequency is what I feel through the cameras, through the numbers of viewers I can see, through the comments. So thank you so much. I really appreciate my clients and all of my friends coming on. Thank you so much. Valerie or Paige.
Yeah, thank you for hosting this amazing event. Like none of us would be here without planet Earth or Mother Gaia, or it's so important to take the time to give thanks, to be able to live the lives that we live and the places that we are, and to be able to pay that forward. So whatever we can do, reduce, reuse, recycle, smile at people, just like pay it forward.
Thank you for saying that. That's so important. Val, any 2 cents to add to that? Any to add to that?
I mean, Earth Day is amazing that we have one day, but we have to remember that, like Paige said, like we have to continue, not one day, but it's every day. It's, like we love, it's the same as Mother's Day or a birthday. Like we don't love that person or Earth that one day. We love it every day. And doing the Earth Force is kind of like saying the thanks and showing the respect and the love that we have. And it's not just on Earth Day. And, it's showing how much we're being given, like I'm looking out the window right now and it's like bright sun and there's flowers and it's bright and it's, like my eyes are burning because it's so bright. And it's just like, how amazing is this that, I can see sun shining right through my window and smell the flowers and, but it's an everyday thing. Like Earth gives us every day. So we should give back every day.
Yes. Thank you so much for that reminder. And it is important. And one little tip I would give to everyone, it's like when you wake up in the morning, just say hello to yourself and hello to the earth. Like just say hello. It's an easy practice.
And on an active and practical note, you could also unplug devices, because Canada is, I think we're the global leader in energy consumption because we have pretty cheap energy, but it's not good for the environment. Light pollution kills a lot of birds.
Yeah. Right? Paige and I went to this amazing event a couple of days ago about the Valhalla temperate rainforest in the interior of BC. And I am going to be sending an email out to my list about this, to write a letter to protect more parks, more places that are sacred and have been untouched. We need to protect those because they're really holding a lot of space for us to live. Like, they're carbon banks, apparently. Like, they process so much carbon and create so much oxygen for us, keep us breathing. That's another note. Another time I will address that issue. So thank you again, both of you. I'm so grateful. And if you want to connect with either Paige or Valerie in the Vancouver area, just mention something in the comments or connect with me and I will hook you up. Okay. Thank you both.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
So it's just me for a minute here now. I have my own little segment and I want to just talk about receptive radio. It's this place that I created because I did Earth Force activation on a regular basis, because I've been doing my daily practice for over 30 years. All my ideas come from my daily practice. Even when I've been really cluttered, like 30 years ago, I had a lot of anxiety and stress. And even 20 years ago, I had a lot of anxiety and stress. And maybe even 2 years ago. Yes, 2 years ago, I did have a lot of anxiety and stress. And what I learned is, even when I have a lot of anxiety and stress or worry or doubt or physical pain, when I did my daily practice, I found space. I found some answers and solutions within me that guided me towards letting it go. The solutions were always inside of me. I was always able to access them. I just didn't know, because if I didn't do it, I couldn't access them. So if one day I was, at my practice, and we just talked to Robin. She helped me to build my brand and my website and, my messaging, because I was an accountant, a CPA for 18 years. I did taxes. Like right now, if I was at work, I would be doing personal tax returns right now. Thank God I'm not. And it took a lot of space and energy. I was really good at what I do. And this is talking to you professionals out there that are really good at what you do, whether you are a personal brand or you're an employee or an entrepreneur. If you are really good at what you do, you can even be better. You can be even better at what you do when you open up to looking inside of yourself for the answers, instead of seeking outside, trying to figure it out with this mental figuring it out mind, the stress contracted mind. Because I've tried it and it doesn't work. And when I'm stressed out and in a contracted mind, the next thing that I do, if I can't figure it out quickly, is I would go to a coping strategy to maybe help me think about it, like smoking or something like that, or drinking or streaming to like get away from my problems. Instead of going towards myself to solve solutions, I've also done it the other way too, ran away from myself to thinking that I could solve the problems that way. And so this event has come through to my, awareness through my daily practice, through being present, being more and more receptive to receiving guidance instead of figuring it out. Of course, I want to have my message. I want to make the impact. Yeah, that now I'm so certain now of my purpose. I'm so aligned with it that's a given for me. But I have to be very conscious that I don't want anything to get in my way. And it's especially myself who would get in the way. And so I've really noticed over the years, the things that take me away from myself, that take me away from my purpose, and they did it repeatedly, like multiple times I was in a bad relationship, multiple times I would get myself further into taking on more responsibility in a job and put my purpose on the back burner, thinking the money was more important and stuff like that. And then realizing, why did I do that? And just getting in my way. I didn't trust myself enough. And so I had to unwind those things. I worked with shamans. I do work with shamans. Every one of us needs to keep working with new people to keep growing. And what I found with myself is that every time I came back to my daily practice, I got back on track. I realized that I was offside. And I was so grateful. And I am so grateful that like 30 years ago, I decided to start practicing to learn to go inside with myself, to learn how to like access my wisdom inside. And when I first started, my mind would race. I would fall asleep, but I did it anyway. And what I've found is it doesn't matter if your mind races or if you fall asleep. It's still working. It's still working. It's still supporting you. It's just that you're coming to yourself. You're putting yourself first. And that's so important because we can easily drop ourselves. We can easily drop ourselves and decide to put other things first in front of ourselves. And so one of the ways that I like to give back for free is every week I go live on Receptive Radio. I call it Receptive Radio, your tuning station, because during that 20 minutes where I'm going live between 12:30 Pacific time and 3:30 Eastern time for 20 minutes, I'm telling you something that we're all going through. I'm talking about something that is like relevant and in the moment. It's been happening to me that week. So it's been happening to lots of other people as well. A little story. And then I take us through a practice, a tip. I'll maybe do a song like I just did, or a tune in, or a guided practice to help us all like retune quickly. And even now, more recently, I'm doing interviews and more people want to be on Receptive Radio. And it's really grown. So if you're thinking about you want to do a podcast or you have an idea, let yourself do it. Let that doubt go to the side for a while or permanently and ignore it. And really step into doing it, even if you don't think you're ready, even if you don't know how to do it. Just say you're going to do it, and that'll start the next step. Like I said, I've been receiving this event. I have a plan, but that plan actually didn't drop in until yesterday, like the full written version of it. And I have notes, and really, I can hardly read them without my reading glasses on anyway. So they're just there to like, cradle me that they're there. And this has been awesome. This has been fun. And I'm so grateful for everyone watching. So Valerie's just dropped in the link to Receptive Radio if you want to get in on that conscious community. Watch the live streams, connect in the private Facebook group with other conscious entrepreneurs. Tell us about your events. It's got a way to help you expand in your business as well and get tuned up regularly. So my next guest, her motto is put yourself first. And she's also, I'm working with her. She's my nutritionist, and I'm so grateful to have her on, Connie Portilla. Here she is. Hi, Connie.
Hello, Jennifer.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you so much for coming on. The transformation I've been going through since I started working with you in January, it's really showing a lot this week, actually, the change that's happened in me. And it really supports the earth, the change that I have made as well. Because one of the things, I just want to say this before you take off on it, but Connie reminded me how important it is that we like actually cook our food, eat, grow our, buy food that is grown, butchered, or it doesn't matter if it's local or not. It's just like eating real food, not processed food. And I've been eating real food now for 3 months. No processed food, hardly, like pretty much zero. And I can tell that the earth is liking it and that my body is liking it. And it's really been amazing to me to see how powerful this shift has been for me. So Connie, take it away. Tell us why we want to put ourselves first in relationship to caring for our body.
So it's easiest for me, of course, to talk about the perspective from a woman's perspective because I'm a woman, right? But I think it's quite similar to men, but they look at life a little differently, right? So women, we look at life as we need to look after everybody, right? We need to, even if we don't have children, like biological children, sometimes it's caring for our parents or, caring for our partner. So women are, or even employees that we work with or friends, right? We're always looking to care for somebody. That's just sort of inherent in us because of being maternal. And it maybe doesn't happen for every woman, but most women are like that. So what do we do when we're caring for everybody else? I didn't sleep very well last night, but that's okay. I got to do this other stuff. Or, oh, I'm kind of feeling these aches and pains. Okay, well, I just got to work through it. Or how many of us have had like a cold or flu and it's like, well, everybody, my friend is sick. I'll make them some soup and I'll take it over to them. Meanwhile, we're the ones that should be in bed and looking after ourselves. So what we do is we stuff all these things down that we're feeling. And I mean, there were certain things that you were feeling, but it's like, well, I'll just, put this Band-Aid on it and, kind of ignore it. And, hopefully I can get through it. And that's what we do as women, right? We keep stuffing to a point where we become so disconnected. I always say that, women, our bodies pretty much don't exist from here down for whatever reason. Illness, pain, we don't like what we see in the mirror. And the moment that our body has had enough, after all of those years of being ignored, it becomes sort of that breaking point. Our body screams at us in some way. So it's either extreme pain or, reactions to food or, but our body gives us a very clear message. And the funny thing is because of a lot of social programming, we think, well, I'll do these few things or I'll do this little detox and this will get me back on track and I'll be feeling great and I can just go at everything all over again the same way I used to. Yeah. And that might work temporarily, but at some point your body is going to shut you down. And that's exactly what I went through.
And that's what I went through. Like when last November, I was moving to this new acreage and I was doing keto. And I did lose like 10 pounds, let's say. I was staying on my diet. Then came December and I was exhausted from moving. And then Christmas and all that. And I started eating carbs again and chocolate and all of that stuff. And then I packed on the weight even more than I've ever had on my body. And then I connected with you and we tracked what was going on. Like we tracked my food because there was more. I was having a reaction on my lip. I was having an allergic reaction that I didn't know what to. And we had to like figure it out.
Yeah.
And so I had to track in a journal everything I ate. So I didn't change how I was eating right away. But then Connie gave me an assessment, a protocol. We did my blood typing. We did, a deep dive into everything about me, about what we noticed over 1 month and my blood. And that gave us a plan for what I want, right? And what I want is to be in my strong, healthy body that will help me to do my purpose.
In your power.
Yeah, in my power, without feeling like I want to emotional eat or feeling like I need to emotional eat, And what I've noticed is in the last week, I haven't been weighing myself, but I've been working out, and it took my body a while to trust me.
Oh, didn't somebody happen to mention that to you?
Yeah. It took my body a while to trust me because many of you don't know this, but back when I was in high school, I had an eating disorder. And so already, I have some kind of a relationship with food from when I was a kid, a distorted relationship. And then the keto is kind of it's a fad. It's not whole eating, more, Connie. So tell us about what I did, why my body didn't trust me right away. Tell us a bit more about that.
So this is sort of the, our bodies have not evolved. Okay. So from the point of when we used to be, I guess you could say cavemen, whatever, when we really didn't know when we were going to have food. So what our body would do is if we weren't eating enough to sustain ourselves, our body would learn to hold on to fat, essentially, because it knew that it was potentially going to need those nutrients at some point. Of course, so when we would eat, our body would hold on to a lot of those nutrients. So fast forward all of these years, 10,000 years, whatever, our bodies have not evolved to understand that, the stress that we feel about paying our bills or our daily stress at our job or the stress in our relationship, whatever that stress may be, our body is going, okay, she's in panic mode. She's running here. She's running for her life. I need to hold on to everything because I don't know how long she's going to be running. She's just going to keep running. So I've got to hold on to everything to make sure she's got enough nutrients to save her life, to run from whatever she's running from. So that's part of the issue. The other part of the issue, again, is that societal programming of, women need to be a certain way and just do. This used to drive me crazy, especially when I was doing my bodybuilding competition. 6 weeks to show your abs. Well, I can tell you that's not true. So, and all of these things were around deprivation, around starvation, right? The only way you can lose weight is to cut those calories. And what a lot of people don't understand is our bodies at an absolute minimum every day to just do all the functions our body does, it needs 1,200 calories. And hey, I've done it in the past, gone on those 1,000-calorie diets. And of course, you're going to lose weight. But then you hit that goal, and then it's like, okay, well, now I've hit my goal, and you go back to normal. Well, your body's going, okay, let's fill up the reserves here because you've been cheating me on what I need to just basically operate. Nobody talks about those things. So your body, I kept saying this to you, Jennifer, trust me, it will start to happen. And you are one of those people because you're a high achiever. You want to get results, you put in the work, you want to see the results. And I kept saying, just wait. Your body has to trust you. So your body has to trust that it's going to receive the nutrients it needs every day based on the activities that you're doing. And that means eating especially when women start to hit that menopausal transition. So perimenopause, menopause, postmenopause, your body needs food. It needs nutrients for everything that it's going through.
Mm-hmm.
That takes time to reset, because how many years have you been doing these processes, right?
Right.
That's not going to turn around in weeks. That does take months in most cases.
And it has not, in the big scheme of things, like if I actually didn't, we just started tracking on January 1st.
Yeah.
We didn't start changing anything until like February 1st. And now it's only April 22nd. And it's not just this last week, but it's been, you know, as I eliminated certain things, because what dairy I had to eliminate, like, and gluten I had to eliminate, doesn't mean that it's going to be all the time for the rest of my life, but for now it is. But what it helped me to notice is that it was my body was holding on weight to try and tell me that I can't have that.
Yeah.
And it was giving me like eczema on my middle fingers, you know, and it was also retaining water on my body. And the more I like was paying attention to the journal, like tracking my food, and then seeing, you know, I'm working out, I'm bulking up in muscle, but I'm not letting go of any fat. So it's like interesting how, you know, there's this transition position, you know, like there's this transition point. My body still wasn't trusting me, but then my body started talking to me because I was listening. I was going inside to it and connecting with it. And I was asking, and it actually told me, like, you got to stop dairy and coffee. And then I gave myself like a week to do that, like to get off of it. And almost immediately within a week, the water retention on my hands dropped. Like I could see the retention of eating the dairy was bothering me. And for me, dairy is not good. I have asthma and all that kind of stuff. And it was causing eczema for me. And it's been causing problems for me since I was a little kid. I just didn't know it, right?
But that's part of the beauty of what we went through as well too. So and you know, when you're tracking, just to let everybody know, I'm seeing what you're tracking. Like there's a purpose of why you're doing it, because we sometimes don't know what we don't know, right? We're doing things every day and we think it's fine, but yet I'm seeing little things like comments, even in your sleep patterns. Like your sleep patterns have changed with the changes that you've made. And,
Yes.
you know, so for me to be able to see those things and say, you know, and I'd send you a little message like, you know, what do you think caused this? The other thing that this gives you now is this gives you the freedom to enjoy the food that you know your body loves, right? So even when you go out, it's easier to choose something knowing that you're not going to feel the effects of that for a couple of days afterwards, because there can be a whole lot of stress around trying to socialize when there's food issues, right? So now you're very cognizant of what you can have and how you can enjoy to go out with people at the same time.
And what I can have is quite a bit of meat, protein, steaks, chicken, you know, I can have potatoes and yams and rice and pasta, or gluten-free pasta. And I can have any vegetable pretty much I want, any vegetable, except tomatoes, I think, but we'll stay away from those ones. But, you know, and olive oil and butter, and I can have all of that. And it really is a big variety of healthy, nutritious food that is grown, you know, that is local, that is served everywhere. It's not like I can't go somewhere and have a steak or a chicken breast with broccoli or vegetables or potatoes, you know. I can have fries even. I can have fries.
You can have fish too.
Yes, I forget about fish.
Yeah. But
yeah,
but
so,
that's the amazing thing about going through this process of
Mhm.
realizing how many things we can eat. But a lot of us have forgotten how to eat, right?
Yes.
Again, the advertising, all that kind of stuff, social media. We see all these pictures, and we forget about the basics of food, which is, I always promote green vegetables, dark green vegetables, the cauliflowers, the kales, the broccoli, Brussels sprouts. That should be like a majority portion of our plate, because those things are so nourishing for our body. They cleanse our blood. They help move waste out of our body. And then the protein is really important. I mean, it's such a major component, especially for women. It's such a major component to our health. And then, add in the starchy carbs, as a small side.
Mhm.
And that's the basics of food. It doesn't need to be complicated.
And it's always been that way. And we've kind of like, just want to tie it into Earth Day here. We've kind of forgotten through manufacturing and processing and, packaging, that we don't have to do that. Like, whenever you go to the market, the produce is not packaged. Most of it. And even at the meat counter, that's not packaged already. Even at where else? Like the starches, like all the food groups that we really are supposed to eat every day, 3 times a day. And that's the other thing, eat all the time. I am eating probably 3,000 calories a day. I don't know. What do you think? Like maybe 2,000, maybe 2,000
I'd say
calories.
you're eating around 2,000 calories a day, which is a lot more than what you were eating.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm losing weight.
Losing weight.
And I'm gaining muscle.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
my skin is clearer. And my energy and life force is even higher. And then the other benefit I'm really noticing, like since I cut out the dairy and the gluten, I didn't realize how much space it was taking up in my field that was getting in the way of my receptivity.
Oh, wow.
Because like dairy, I was kind of having an allergic reaction to it because it was causing eczema. So like it was creating inflammation, right? So the inflammation was taking up space in my receptivity ability to receive, like, be sharp, be clear, and all that kind of stuff. And then, but I let go of the gluten before I let go of the dairy. So it's like I kind of made space and then more space. And now I'm really feeling the benefits of the clarity and the space that I have without, like, I'm not eating any chocolate or sugar.
I know, you're doing amazing.
And I don't want to. Like, I have no desire or craving to eat it because, one of these things that has happened through packaging and processing and all this stuff is I'm allergic to tree nuts, almonds, and now I can't even have a cracker because an almond's gone through that processing center and it's not been cleaned out properly. And I have like super sensitive lips now that can detect like a speck of an almond in something and then they blow up. And, that's from packaging and processing stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
On a mass scale.
The other thing that when you talk about, using real food, so it's not as prevalent now as what it used to be, but I'd say, 5-6 years ago, and even a little bit before that, we were constantly hearing about superfoods. So this superfood from this country, this superfood from this country, we all need to eat these things. Like, this is what's going to give us longevity and help us, be healthier and feel better. And that causes a real problem for the earth, because all of a sudden this superfood, I'm going to take quinoa, for example. Quinoa becomes this massive superfood and everybody should eat it. And it's so high in protein, which is actually lower in protein than oatmeal and higher in carbs than oatmeal. But anyway, But what it does is it causes an imbalance in the earth, right? Because of the demand, where, as I say, something as simple as oatmeal, which is grown in Canada, has just as much protein, lower in carbs. Well, it's actually higher in protein, but it's local. We can get, like, that's grown in Canada. So I actually wrote an article, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago, about our local superfoods that we have in Canada, so that we're not causing all of these issues with the earth. We need to be, and that's why I really preach about trying to get as much as possible local. Like, it's not all possible, but get as much as possible local, because we're being way kinder, one, to our bodies, because local foods are better for us, and two, we're being way kinder to the earth, and that's so important.
Yeah. And if you can, like, I have a plot now to grow a vegetable garden, and I've started doing that, and I have fruit trees, and I'm, I have a dream, I think of Martin Luther King. I have a dream that, my friends will be helping me can, I'm renovating my space to, like, have a greenhouse, to have a canning kitchen, to have, like, space to bring community. Like, so the earth wants this. And this is one of the main messages I received from her. She wants to, like, she has all the resources to give us. It's just, we have to, like, remember that she has the resources, and she wants to grow more of them, and she can.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
We just have to, like, start participating with her, and, like, digging in the dirt and planting the seeds and remembering. And then the next step is, like, creating canning parties, or, like, parties around gardening and community. And then you're even, like, blowing it up into something bigger that we don't even know. Like, and I know that there's so much of this already happening, but I'm just talking about, like, on the first or second connections, like my friends, my family. Start there. Like, that's the easiest place to start.
But we've lost a lot of that because of busyness. So convenience. I always say convenience has made us fat and sick. It really has, right? Like, when you look at a lot of the convenient foods, delivery service like DoorDash, all that kind of stuff, like, all that stuff has made us very unhealthy. And, when I think back about growing up, I was always around a farm, lived on the farm once I was a teenager, but always around a farm growing up, because that's where my parents came from. That's the life I knew. Like, you had a garden, you picked what you could eat, and beyond that, you canned it or preserved it in some way so that you could use it later on. That's the life I always knew growing up. And then when I left home, it's like, well, I've left the farm, I'm in the big city, I can go out to a restaurant and eat, I don't have to do all of this stuff. And it's interesting because my body's really wanting me to go back to that, go back to those old ways. I mean, I'm lucky I can go to the farmers markets and stuff like that and get a lot of fresh food, but I'm wanting to go back to the old ways of having stuff that I preserve to have over winter. So, it's part of who we are.
And I think it's part of the impact that women are meant to reclaim and remember and bring back is, the connection around food. It's interesting how women and food, the distortion, like, I'm just talking about myself. Okay. The distortion that I had with food. And I grew up with a grandma who cooked and, garden, had a huge garden. And I've grown up on farms and, with horses and all that kind of stuff. And we cooked and we ate around the table, but still that society distortion got implanted in me. And then I thought, as a teenager, I was building muscle and I thought I was gaining fat, like, because of whatever, you do know, because you probably experienced it before, is like, we think we're not good enough and that we have to, like, follow these trends or fads. Instead, the ancient ways are the way. And I think it's important, your work that you do, needs to get bigger and more visible, because you are helping me remember that I am the matriarch of my family now. I have the land. My mom is still alive, but this is now a place for her to come and to help me recreate that with our families and with new friends and connections. And I have to take the initiative to make that happen.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and so I empower all of you watching. If you have the space, if you have a backyard and a big kitchen, you can take the initiative to start making that happen. You know, you can start making that happen. And I know, Connie, like,
Go ahead.
I'm private mentoring with you. Like, you're my private nutrition coach, but you have a membership that I've joined as well to really help us remember all of these things about eating, our health, our food. And I'm just wondering if you'd like to talk about it at all.
Sure. Yeah. So the membership is focused on women. It's called Navigating Midlife and Beyond, because if you think about even in school, right? Our health class or whatever we learned in health, what do we learn about? We learn about the puberty and having how babies are made and all that kind of stuff, but then it kind of stops, and nobody ever talks about what it's going to be like, other than I remember my mom saying to me, wait till you turn 40, everything will change. Nobody ever mentioned menopause. It was just kind of wait till you turn 40, everything will change. So, so that's what my membership is about. It's about navigating that midlife point and beyond, because that's women need support, because they've spent up to age 40 doing all these things, ignoring their bodies, all that kind of stuff. I mean, women even ignore it beyond that. But that's my goal, is to change that process to help women when they hit that 40 age start to nurture themselves, so that when they start to transition through menopause and then post menopause, that they're actually, the way I look at it, I want women to be in their power. Just like I've helped you build that power inside of you by knowing the right things to eat and the things that were disempowering you. And that's what I want to do, is help women build that power so that they can go into the later years of their life feeling very powerful, not feeling weak and unimportant, and even no reason why we can't feel sexy as we get older, right? Yeah. So that's what my membership is about, is giving you good basic information. Okay, I call it basic, I guess, because for me, I've been involved in it for so long. To me, it's basic. But giving people the right tools, giving women the right tools, so that they can start to understand what's happening with their bodies, and knowing how to change it, and having a supportive community. And I'm building a community around, as I say, the power of aging. I don't deny that menopause can be, it was awful for me until I healed my body. So menopause can be a very challenging time, and it can be a very confusing time for women, that they just feel like their body's fighting against them. And I don't deny that, but there's also a huge power behind it. And once we start to figure out what's wrong and we start stepping into our power, just imagine, right? As women, like what we can bring to the world. And the only reason I say women is that's what I'm focusing on. I'm not dissing men or anything like that, but it's just, I understand women's health much better than I understand men's health. So that's why. Yeah, that's, well, I'm a woman.
And you're a woman. That's why you're an expert. That's why you're an expert.
I know what it was like to go through all of that.
Yes. And I know, like, I mean, I help you be in your spiritual power, your energetic power. But what I had noticed is, like, as I was building my brand and as I was, lining up with my true purpose, yes, spiritually, I'm powerful, but my body wasn't reflecting and lining up with what I was, how I actually envisioned myself, you know, like it was not totally the same. It wasn't the same. And now I feel like everything's coming online. It's body, mind, heart, energy, is total alignment. And how you feed your body and what you consume is so important to your presence, to your power, to your receptivity, to your purpose. And
Yeah.
women are a big part of the entrepreneurial space going forward into the future. And now, of course, and even bigger than what we are right now, like even bigger. We
Yeah.
are creating something, and we want to live longer and healthier and look good too, and sexy.
Well, and like one of my taglines is healthy woman, healthy planet. And I
Yeah.
do believe that if women are healthy, the planet is healthy. And as you say, women, there's always a matriarch in the family. And that's typically the person that people are going to for advice or wisdom. And what we learn, we pass down. So if I can help women learn how to be in their healthiest state, they're going to pass that down to their daughters, their sons, their grandchildren. Like it starts to feed down. And that's the legacy I want to leave in this world. That if I can help women be healthy, then I'm leaving my legacy of helping the planet.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Connie. Valerie's going to put in the comments links to you so you can get to know Connie or connect with her. I highly recommend joining her membership. I'm in it. And being in a community where I'm learning more about being healthy with my body, feeding myself properly, preparing for changes that I'm going to be going through, and being, I like preventative medicine. I'm like, I haven't always been like, that's not how I've learned, but I am now wanting to be more preventative and proactive and be on top of the game instead of behind the 8 ball. And I think other people want that too. Other people want that too.
Yeah. I want to mention one more thing. In the group, it's not about eating a certain way. So it's not about everybody's going to eat keto or everybody's going to eat paleo. In the group and with my guidance, I'm going to help you figure out what is the best way for you to eat that empowers your body.
Yeah. Yeah. Connie, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor so I could take a little break. You have this beautiful heart meditation that you do. I was wondering if you could do like maybe a 5-minute version of it and lead us in that.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. And it's a really wonderful way to bless the earth today and to bless the community and just the space, bring more blessings into this virtual space. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'd like to encourage everybody, just close your eyes and just settle into your body. Just take a few deep breaths to just kind of feel back into your body. Just let whatever thoughts come in, let them just come and go. And then start to notice the temperature of the air through your nostrils as you're breathing in. Feel the coolness of that air as you're breathing in. And then notice the change of the temperature of that air as you breathe out through your nostrils. And just as you're breathing, just connect deeper in, settle deeper into your body. And then I'd like you to think about something that brings you joy, or something or someone that you're grateful for, or something or someone who brings you joy. It's a beautiful sunny day here. The sunshine brings me joy. Just continue to breathe in and out of your nostrils, noticing the cool air coming in, the warm air going out. And then on your next exhale, I'd like you to actually breathe out through your heart center. And as you're focusing on your heart center and breathing out through your heart center, you might notice a change in your heart rate, or you might just feel it beating stronger, and you might not feel anything at all. Continue to breathe in that cool air and breathe out through your heart center. And then as you're noticing your heart, as you're exhaling through your heart center, allow that energy to surround you, that beautiful, loving heart energy. Just let it completely surround your body. Our heart has so much power. Continue to breathe in and breathe out. And then if you feel so inclined, allow yourself to share that heart energy. Even though we're online, we can share that heart energy with each other. Continue to breathe in, breathe out. And as you're breathing in, take that beautiful heart energy back into yourself. And then as you're breathing out, allow it to expand out further. And if you feel like you'd like to share that energy beyond yourself, share it out into your local community as you're breathing out. Our world needs so much love right now. We have so much power within us to share that love. And each time as you're breathing back in, take that beautiful, powerful energy back in, because we're receiving that energy from others as well. Continue to breathe it out. And since this is Earth Day, let's take that power and just encapsulate the world, the whole earth, in that beautiful, strong, heart-centered energy. Just imagine encapsulating the earth in a great big heart. And breathe that energy back in. And when we're doing this, our heart, there's a coherence that starts to happen. Our hearts start to connect. They can actually start to beat together. Just continue to breathe in that beautiful heart energy and exhale and spread that energy around the earth. You might even think of somebody who needs some extra heart energy right now. So I'm going to give you a moment to breathe in silence, and I'll let Jennifer bring us back in when she's ready. So from my heart to yours and your heart to mine, let us synchronize.
Now maybe just add maybe synchronizing with the heart of the earth as well.
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you so much, Connie. You really gave me a little bit of a break there to refresh my matcha tea and walk around a bit. And It is an amazing, beautiful day today. This is such a big day. I'm so in awe of all the people who have come on, all the Earth Day ambassadors. And thank you so much for being my friend and such a big support in my life, in my transformation, in my body transformation. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to be part of this and allowing me to share some of my knowledge, my message, and share about my membership. But as well, thank you for being a friend. We've only known each other for such a short period of time, but we know we've known each other for lifetimes.
Yes, yes. Have a wonderful day, Connie. Hope you keep tuning in. And thank you.
Thank you.
So that was my nutritionist, Connie. I'm so grateful to have met her. And that's the thing about meeting different people through going out and being visible. I met Connie in a doorway. I was doing a podcast on somebody I met at their place. It was an in-person podcast. And as I was leaving, Connie was coming out and we just said hi to each other. And then a month or so later, somebody told Connie that I need to be at her event and all that kind of stuff. And then I ended up there, and that's how I met Connie. And I learned about her work and what she does. And we just eventually, I'm like, I have to work with you. And that's kind of how magic starts. It's just like the universe puts you near people. You're going out places, you're being visible, you're here, you're seeing people come on, Earth Day ambassadors that might be somebody that you need to connect with, to work with, or somebody who should be working with them, or you want to get involved in something that they're doing, they inspire you somehow. Take advantage of every opportunity to be visible. And I just want to put this out there, this intention out there. If you're scared of being visible, take that as a message that you're supposed to do it. Take that as your body giving you a signal to go for it. Because that's what I've had to do. I've had to do that. I've had to go scared. And excuse me, something's coming up in my throat, because our next guest, he's a speaking coach, a world-class speaking coach. And now I'm something shifting because he's going to teach me something, I'm sure. We want to be going towards the tiger, the thing that scares us the most, because that's what we're supposed to do. And speaking in front of people, I was scared at first because I had some old trauma, somebody telling me that, be quiet is what they would say. Don't tell people that. They might get scared. That they would tell me that I might scare somebody about what I say. So Mike's on early, so let's bring him on early. And here comes Merlin to join us too. It's a whole affair. So without further ado, here's Mike, world-class speaking coach, somebody I've met through networking online, and he lives in one of my favorite cities, Lima, Peru.
Well,
Hi,
Jen, you and I both know you prefer the mountains. Lima is so coastal. It's not your thing. But thank you for that intro. And hi, Merlin. Good to see you again. Merlin always shows up when Jen and I are doing our thing.
Good, good, good. So, Mike, how can we relate speaking with Earth Day? Like, how can we relate speaking with Earth Day? I think it's through storytelling.
It's really through identifying, connecting with your audience. And my camera just got fuzzy. Maybe the camera didn't like that answer. But either way, I'm going to work on that while we talk. But let me just have a look-see here.
Okay, your camera's off now, Mike. Here, you're back. But now we can't hear you. You're muted here. You need to unmute yourself. There you go.
No matter how intuitive you are, you still have to master the technology. I'll have you. Last time I was on a StreamYard, it was somebody out of Winnipeg, and the whole time I was dealing with technical difficulties, and oh, how they mocked me.
Okay, well, correct, cancel, neutral. That's not going to happen here.
What happened exactly? I've moved on, gotten past. My image is a little bit cloudy, but okay. You're talking about how speaking connects with Earth Day, and really, speaking is a form of self-expression. So many. I don't draw, I don't paint, I don't sculpt. I'm a really good cook if it involves 2 ingredients or fewer. So my artistic endeavor is to put words together and present stories. And even that, there are building blocks to create. It's something to create and craft and not just tell from memory. When you talk about being nervous, one of the most nerve-wracking things about speaking is not facing people. We face people all day. It's remembering what you wanted to say. But if you craft a story in blocks rather than just memorize it, not only is it more natural, less nerve-wracking, but it has that connection, that connection to something greater.
Yeah. And you've been in a couple of my workshops, Unlock Your Soul Power and my Activate Your Purpose networking group. Yes. And I have talked about being, you know, we talked about it today too, about being up in your head and like worried and trying to remember whatever I want to say, and then dropping down into your power center to be more open and receptive to your story. Like, then you don't have to memorize it, right? Go ahead.
That was the difference maker as to why you and I started communicating a lot more. And I don't miss your events anymore, was that because due respect to everybody who does meditation and hypnosis and do these different things, it was that feeling where physically manifesting where your feelings are and where your ideas and how they physically manifest in the body. That was the difference maker. And when you're in your headspace first, that was the thing that said, okay, there's something here. Because in your headspace first, you're going to think about all the precautions first, all about the what ifs. What if my camera is fuzzy? What if StreamYard is just acting Canadian today? It doesn't want me. Whatever it is, all the worries, all the what ifs, all the precautions that you do need to take, they come first. Whereas if you do it right, if you're from your power center, then those precautions don't drive the bus. They're in the back seat somewhere, but they're not driving the bus. So feeling that intuitive center. And you said, okay, now move into your womb space. I'm like, see you later. But if you're a man, you can also, oh, okay, all right, I can play along. And that's what made a difference for me. So you started doing shamanic chants, and I said, okay, I'm on board with you because of that. In fact, one of my daily affirmations, as soon as I find the stack of flashcards, I have a stack of daily affirmation flashcards, and thanks to you, one of them is, I make decisions from my power center.
Awesome. That's amazing, Mike. And you have this really, you have this way of making your story easy to tell. Like you have a monthly group that I've been to twice now that is all about storytelling, and it kind of combines networking at the same time. And it makes it really easy for us to talk about what we do through a story. Tell us a bit more about that, because I know, we talked about, I'm a personal brand. I do my purpose. Help people do their purpose work. It's easy to talk about being an accountant because it's boring. It's harder. It's sometimes harder to talk about yourself when you have all these amazing, gifts and talents. How does somebody, talk about themselves through story?
That's the whole idea, is when you tell a story, you don't always, you're not just telling details about yourself. When you tell a story and you are a character in your story, you can put the emphasis on the people you meet. You can put the emphasis on where you were, the things that happened. Whereas if you're just talking about yourself, basically what I do is I use UX, UI interface to make your software optimized. Who will remember that? People, not only people remember a story, the real you, the form of self-expression, you go right past the icebreaker and you really get to know that person. And just to get an idea of how the breakout rooms work, you break out where everybody gets about 2 minutes to tell a story. And as long as the conflict is in that story and you resolve the conflict in that story, now they see themselves in your story. That's the whole point of telling a story. It's not in this one time in band camp. It's not that. The whole point of telling a story, you introduce the conflict, you resolve the conflict, and your audience sees themselves in your conflict. So I'm not telling my story, I'm telling your story in my context.
Yeah. And it's similar to like when you're reading a book and you're relating to the story in the book, or when you're watching the movie, you're relating to it, is we want people to relate. Like if you can relate to me, like cats love when Mike comes on. Like if there was I bet you other people, if you have a cat, your cat's now showing up at the screen.
Yes.
So it's being relatable. And I really think there's a lot of power in being relatable. It makes it easy to talk about what you do and to step over those hurdles around sales and marketing and speaking.
Yes. Well, if I can add something to that, the key is to build up in the workshop. So, okay, think about your story. Okay, go to the group, tell your story, come back, and because we have an hour and we have a lot to cover. But when you're presenting for your business, you want to build up. You want to keep giving value. Tap into the interest that you have in your audience. Tap into your understanding of your audience. And then you give them value. Whether you're talking about the shamanic work you do, or the just grounding and being connected to the earth, or if you're talking about accounting, or if you're talking about horse training, you give them value. So if they never see you again, so that Jen really knows her stuff. I'm going to try some of those. Then when you've earned it, you've built up a mystique of who is this person? Where did she come from? Where does this eclectic background come from? And you and I have talked about it, that the one universal truth, the one constant across all these things in your life is that your transactions define you. Mm-hmm. Whether it's your interaction with people like we're doing now, or whether it's on a balance sheet when you were doing the whole accounting thing, your transactions define you. If you've got a story to tell that, you build the conflict the right way, because people might not understand the stressors of working in an accounting firm, but they understand overload and lack of appreciation. They see themselves in that story. So the way you resolve that story, that conflict in your story, is the same way you resolve the conflict for your audience and for the people you serve in your business.
Yeah. How did you become so masterful at storytelling?
Making up stories of where I was all night. It comes from I never considered myself a master. Really, it was almost. I've always loved to speak and loved to talk. My thing was when I first started in Toastmasters, for example, 24 years ago now. Wow. I was in my mid-20s, and the whole world ran on my opinions. So I just shotgunned out whatever I believe. So my next step, that was the thing I was craving. I hit a plateau and stayed there for a long time. Once I understood the finer points of storytelling and I realized, okay, this is the missing piece, I started digging into the past. You don't want to relive the past, but if you can reframe it and redefine it, I say learn from the past, live in the present, look to the future. Once you can refine and redefine those, I'll say that slower later.
Yeah, let's get Valerie to make a note about that one. Say it again, Mike.
Learn from the past, live in the present, look to the future.
Yeah.
You got it. And that's storytelling. You tell things as they happened in the past, bring them into the present so they live, and they live the story with you. And there are ways of doing that. We didn't come here to talk speaking technique, but there are ways to bring the audience with you by checking in, asking them questions. What would you do? What do you think happened next? Okay, help me out. Give them something to repeat so they come. So if I say it enough time, I go like this, this, and this, people are going to say with me, learn from the past, live in the present, look to the future, bring them in to the story so that they see themselves going forward doing that. And that was the missing piece to get me past that plateau in speaking. And I don't do well sticking to formulas. So once I found these winning formulas, and I learned, thanks, I have to give credit to my speaking mentor, Craig Valentine, world champion of public speaking, who helped bring me along as far. There's no such thing as, someone about this yesterday, somebody said, Mike, you're a self-made man. There's no such thing as a self-made man. Everybody's got help. Everybody's got a community. Yes. So I learned a lot from Craig Valentine. I want to give him a shout there too.
Nice, nice. So with, this thing you just said, learn from the past, live in the present, look to the future, with relationship to Earth Day and ourselves, like empowering ourselves to be more present and connected to the earth. Okay, well, let's learn from the past. Let's, like Connie and I were talking about, this convenience and this processing and packaging and food, and like, this industrial revolution or whatever it is that's happened, in the speeding up of time. Well, let's learn from what worked. Let's learn from what didn't work. Let's live now. Yes. And then let's make it better. Let's make it better, right? We can change anything. And shamans from ancient times have been telling stories, and they have been telling stories, prophecies, and all kinds of stories about the time that we're living in now. I'm not going to share any of them, but because they were not my stories, I'm not telling those stories. Those were stories that I have heard, that I have read, that have inspired me. And I crave those types of stories. I crave those types of stories that inspire us into like being more purposeful, being more present, being more prosperous. I think it expands our consciousness instead of contracting it. Like, stories lift us up, even when there's a conflict.
Well, the conflict is what makes a story. Without a conflict, just as a circumstance. I can say a few things about that. As far as shamanic healing goes, once upon a time, that's all there was. It's a funny thing how the cycles go. The reason why we got beyond, I don't say, but we moved beyond the shamanic, is really Socrates saying the patient should have some say-so in their own health care. And so it became more of an interactive rather than the shaman saying, I will tell you what's happening. And there's a give and take, because you kind of lose some of that, but the patient has a certain amount of agency. Now it's come full circle, because it's ironic, it's flipped, because now we've got this medical apparatus where they are the shaman, they are the authority. You no longer have agency over your own body anymore. You're going to take this medication, you're going to follow this protocol, you're going to do this procedure, you're going to stay in the hospital till we let you leave. Meanwhile, people with more agency over their own bodies and mindset, they're going to shamanic healers so they can play a role in their own healing, where in the past it was the opposite. Doctors and patients collaborated, and shaman were the authority. Now the doctor's the authority, the shaman, I don't know if the patient is the right term, but the shaman and the shamanee, the client, okay, they collaborate. It's ironic how it's come full circle.
Yeah. And I think it's come full circle because it's time, it's time. And there just needs, this event is all about bringing more awareness to ancient ways, and storytelling is one of those ancient ways, because there was a time when we didn't have the written word. We didn't have, the way to transmit teachings except through story. And like, we used to sit around the campfire. Even in, Mike, I think we're both the same age or whatever, is like, I remember craving to hear my grandma's stories over and over and over.
Yeah. There's nothing like it. And it hasn't changed. That's one thing that has not changed much. The way that you and I would get on stage, as long as you promote the concept ahead of the business. And that's really where speaking and Earth Day, a lot of people ask, how do you promote the business? How do you get them to sign up? I love the fact that we can be more holistic about this. Promoting the concept, that hasn't changed since Alexander the Great was rallying people after the Opus Mutiny, or any speech that was given thousands of years ago in form of communication, but that hasn't changed much. for all the things that change, I've got a tablet here. It's already obsolete. You know, everything and just about everything we own is going to be obsolete. But storytelling is one thing that has not changed. So that the craft of storytelling and something you talk about, these stories are not mine, perfect. That's how you make your story. It's one thing to say, I figured it out. That doesn't tell your audience anything, unless it's like a faster way to get to work. You figured it out. That's not a life lesson. That's a traffic lesson. But your life lessons, they can't just come from you meditating and say, hey, I figured it out. Well, good for you. But if you're able to tie it back to all the centuries of learning that went into where you are now, that makes it more relevant if it's not just your story. There should be another story to tie it to. Or they say you can be the hero, you cannot be the guru. Or in this case, you cannot be the shaman. Somebody has to teach you that lesson. It doesn't come, again, I'm still taking this from Valentine now. It doesn't come from you, it comes through you.
Yeah. Yeah. And I like that. It comes through you. It comes through you. So like through your heart, even.
Of course, not through up here.
Yes.
By the time it gets past here, we're going to think about how many minutes is this going to take, and am I going to have enough oxygen in my brain to get through this podcast? No, it comes through the heart space. It comes through every part of your body, even from your fingertips.
Yeah.
It's absolutely.
And that's like magnetism. That's magnetism. So when you're speaking, Mike, because you've been speaking way longer than I have, and have you noticed over time how your magnetism has changed? Like as you've grown as a speaker, did you notice anything about being like magnetic, being in your power center, being more effortless, and because you do it often, right?
It's it all depends on who's in that audience, because I'll tell you, my favorite audience is still my wise ass teenage Peruvian students. And you grown-ups listening, you can't hold a candle to them. So you get to you talk to people who are just, it just doesn't live up. So it has a lot to do with how well you're received by the audience as well, and how they are receptive. And the first time I taught a class, and I don't think I was even 30 years old yet, or maybe I just turned 30. And I've got people who are older and put food on the table and lived life, and now there is a careers. And the fact that they were responding to me was so, whoa, I couldn't believe it. I almost found myself giving speeches at the end of every class. I couldn't believe it. I've got an audience. But that's always been a thing. Even in the beginning in Toastmasters, when I first started, I mean, life was pretty frustrating and disappointing at that time. And joining Toastmasters gave me that platform. I was in my mid-20s. I've got people double, even triple my age listening. Wow, he's got something here. It is almost like I have to make sure I don't take it for granted, and I don't say, oh, I got them. You still have to win that audience and win that connection. And I think the biggest difference between now and then is the silence and not waiting for that instant gratification, to let the ideas swirl. To not wait for that, very good, Mike. Wow, you're so smart. Wow, you're so entertaining. To just talk to an audience that might be actually withdrawn and pondering what you're talking about. You don't get it that instant feedback, but you know you'll hear it at the end. You'll come full circle, and you will get that response from the audience.
Like the pregnant pauses. Taking those pregnant pauses. And I have to clear my throat here, Mike. But
hang in there, Jen. Good. You talk while I fix my camera. I'm looking really fuzzy. I'm not happy about it.
You're not happy about it.
It's okay. So, you do your thing. I'm here. I'm listening.
Good. No problem. So what Mike was just saying is just being authentic in yourself, authentic while you're talking. And authentically right now, I'm feeling like a little, like I need to clear my throat. I need to cough. And I'm feeling like, oh, I already took my break. I didn't clear my throat. I'm just going to reach over here for a fresh glass of water.
It worked. I can't believe it. I can't believe the only problem.
It's perfect, Mike, now. Don't touch anything.
Yeah, you know what it was? It was my, I tell you, we did.
It doesn't
Just bought
matter.
this new
It's all
webcam.
perfect.
Okay, we're here. Okay, we're
It's
good.
all
I just bought
perfect.
this new webcam. Look how clear I am now.
It's
Just
all
bought this new
perfect.
webcam, and it was like unplugged, and there's the settings. Okay,
Good.
all right, Jen, let's do this thing. Come on.
That's good. So when you're on stage, Mike, and since I taught you that power center thing, and now you have a flashcard for it, let's just really like guide ourselves. I would like to guide the audience out from, the difference between being in your headspace and the difference between being in your body. Like there is a big difference.
Yes.
And, I've been on here all day long. And so I think I might be getting, might be easy for me to fall out of my body. Maybe I'm getting tired. I don't know. My throat's kind of like choking up. So I feel like I'm actually coming up out of my power center and I'm getting stuck in my throat. And let's say I was in front of a new audience and I started getting nervous about my throat choking up. It's going to throw me right up into my head. I'm going to start worrying about screwing it up, my one shot.
Yeah, of course. Take those precautions long before. Once you're on the stage, nothing you can do. Just take it from the inside out, and it's reach and push the energy to the audience. You want almost like your fingertips to touch each other from a distance.
Yeah. And so there is, that just awareness when you know that you're going to be on the spotlight to just actually mentally close your eyes, take a deep breath, come down into your power center. For women, it's your womb space. For men, it's your lower dantian or hara or your power center, we call it. It's power center for women too. It's just in your pelvic bowl, like under your belly button a bit. And just bringing your attention and your awareness enough there so that you speak from there, because that place automatically will open your heart, open up your throat, and come out your mouth. And then your head actually becomes clear and you start just receiving the words to your story, because I know my story. I know all of my stories. Do I need to, have I written out my stories before? Yes, I have. Do I need to read them to you? Like I have all this paper in front of me, Mike. I haven't looked at it once.
Good.
Because I've written it out already once.
Yes.
I'm just now receiving it. And I'm sure Mike has some speaking tips for me that will help me to become a way better speaker, way better host than I already am. And I'm totally open to them. Shoot, Mike, give me a tip.
Okay. You, because you're so eclectic in what you do professionally, that you in your life have managed to handle these very sharp transitions from one thing to the next in your life, where when you're speaking, you've got to soft land into the more spiritual matters. Because if you're like, okay, this is what we're going to do, this and that, and this and that, and follow the systems and pay attention, now reach into your womb space, like, whoa, dude. Your audience needs that soft landing to be fully present, because you don't always have the luxury of leading them through a meditation. Yeah. I've learned this very recently in a speaking contest. I was number 1 out of 7 people. It was 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning. It took them a while to get into the mood of the room. And if I were to do it again, I wouldn't have changed anything about the speech except to bring them into the space. I would say, okay, close your eyes and meditate. It's a 7-minute speech, but pace to reach them. You always say, reach them where they are. Meet them where they are. You ever see a speaker and says, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Oh, no, I said, good morning, everybody. Oh, while they're drinking orange juice concentrate out of a styrofoam cup, saying, when is lunch, right? Meeting them where they are. And in your case, because you're so eclectic in what you do and how you communicate in different things, it's taken a lot of precision for you to run this. And I've had this playing while I'm getting work done. Every 30 minutes, I find myself in a meditative state because you're leading us through all these meditations. I'm like, okay, I finally have this bad boy done, and all of a sudden out come the feathers. Like, oh no. I keep powering down every 30 minutes. What are you doing to me?
But then you're tuned back up and ready to roll.
Ready to rock. My wife's going to come home and say, what happened to you?
So that's great feedback that you gave me and gave everyone, was like, read the room. Yeah. Read the room. Feel the room. Connect with the room. And relate with the room. It's just so much more fun. And it actually, for me, and maybe this is something that has developed over time, and maybe it's because of the space that I've created here. It's a little bit protected, you know. I can't see 100 people or the 4 people, but I know you're there. I don't have like a lot of nervousness going on or anything, but I really think that is because of the work I've done on myself and the practice speaking on a live stream every week, and just the mindset of being open to receiving this event. I have a plan, I've got a structure, but being open to connecting with the guests, reading the room, going with the flow. You know, you came on early, you started early, I skipped over something I was going to do, you know, like you just
didn't know that. Sorry.
Well, no, you didn't come on early. I brought you on early.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the extra couple of minutes.
I skipped over. It was just a few minutes, you know, and it just like go with the flow of the room. I love how you say that. And what about life, like, and with the earth? How can we connect this to the earth, Mike? More time.
Another one of my affirmations is this one semi rhymes. I'm at peace when I practice my speech. I tap into, this is my creation. I said it at the top. I don't draw very well. I don't paint. I don't sculpt. This is not self-defeating, limiting behavior. I just know where I go, and that is my artistic expression. That's where the pain goes away. That's where the frustration. There's always something. There's always a memory. There's always something to remember. This I could pick up. I don't know. I could pick up this nail clipper right here and have a bad memory about it if I want to. Everything around me I can associate a bad memory with if I want. And sometimes telling stories brings up the pain and brings out the pain. If I can give you a quick example, I mean, I'd love to give you the whole story. My first job after college was working in a bank. And you, having worked as an accountant, you can probably figure out I'm not much of a banker. I love money, but I'm not really much of a banker. And I didn't last too long at the job. And when I decided to write a story about it and do a speech about it, the original title was called I Laughed All the Way from the Bank, meaning I was so happy when they let me go, and I couldn't wait to get the hell out of there. And that was going to be the story, and everything was fine. Everything was great. But then I learned about the importance of conflict and the 3 levels of conflict, which come to my workshop on Thursday. You'll know more about it. It says conflict, more conflict, your conflict. The initial conflict of the story, I just lost my job. Oh, damn. But then you elevate that conflict, create a certain sense of urgency. And again, the way I tell this story, you find out I'm driving home from work. And then as I'm driving home, I'm flashing back, thinking about the manager saying, Mike, the company has decided to terminate your employment. Whoa, okay. So there's the initial conflict. Now, as I'm driving home, these are a lot of questions on my mind as I drove home in my brand new Ford Fusion that I had just bought to celebrate getting my first job after graduating from college. Now we just elevated that conflict. My first shot. This was me about to live happily ever after, and I screwed it up. And not only did I screw it up, the questions in my mind, what did I do wrong? Who's going to hire me now? What's the blue book value on this car I just bought? Now we have an elevated conflict as not only I blew my one shot right out of college, I'm no longer marketable as a college graduate. And I got a car, I got 58 payments left on this car. I don't know how I'm going to do it. Right?
Yeah.
And then I follow up, but that's just the elevated conflict. There's conflict, more conflict, your conflict. To follow that up with, now that was the real defeat. Not only losing my job, but taking the job to begin with. Caring so much about a car payment that I was willing to give up so many passions in my life.
Mhm.
Take the abuse of an overbearing, ungrateful branch manager just for the sake of a steady paycheck. Now the paycheck is gone.
Yeah.
Now here's the real conflict of the story. You ever feel like you sold your soul and got nothing for it? Now there's the real conflict. I'm going to take you, I'd love to give you the whole thing, but the story ends, I got another job. I got a job working in a gym making about the same money. Not the same number of guaranteed hours, but about the same money. And it was fun. I actually paid my car off a year in advance. So there's the resolution to that conflict. But you know what? That internal conflict, I gave up. When I made that last car payment, I'm looking at the check. When I think of a bank, I think of a check, I think of a money, I think of a bank, I still think about being a loser and getting booted and just taking that. So the final resolution to that conflict is at crossing the finish line 5 years later, crossing the finish line at the Baltimore Marathon in a pro football stadium named after the same bank that had fired me 5 years earlier. Now there's the full circle of the story. There's the conflict. And when I tell the whole story, is that the branch manager sounded very dignified when she said, the company's decided to terminate your employment. But the look on her face said, I finally got you, you bum. So the resolution, when I run that marathon, I finish. And right up until that moment, I was like, yeah, this is great. I'll talk about I lost my job, but then I ran the marathon. It was fun. The first time I told that story in my own living room, I took that medal. I looked at the medal. I looked up at that corporate logo and I said, I got you back. And I'm nobody's bum. And I tell you, stuff got broken after that. And there was something in there. I didn't realize just how much it was boiling in there, how much of a victory it was, how much of a moral victory, and how important it is to redeem yourself from within. And that's the real thing of the story. So the title of the speech is I Got You Back. So I finish up by saying the real victory in this story is not my performance in a road race. The real victory is in winning the race that doesn't have a finish line. And making the most of everything that matters most. And at the end, be able to look into the mirror, or in this case, the brand new high definition webcam, and say, hey, I got you back.
Yeah.
And I'm nobody's bum.
And you make it, the comedic parts of the conflict are like drawing me even in. And I'm just like, oh, if I can laugh and cry at the same time, I feel like, I feel good when I'm laughing and crying at the same time. Whenever I see somebody kind of like trip and fall, I kind of laugh. I don't know why. I'm sorry.
No, listen, you want people to laugh at your expense and celebrate your victory at the same time.
Yeah.
So everything that goes wrong, no matter how bad it is, unless it's like a real bad tragedy with death or something, but in just generally speaking, you want people to know it's okay to laugh at your misfortune as long as they celebrate your victory.
Awesome. Awesome. Mike, you know your storytelling. You are a world-class speaking coach. And Valerie's going to put in the comments right now how people can connect with you. I know I put your website in there. And on Mike's website, there's a link to book a 30-minute call with you to connect. And Mike's your storytelling group is on Thursday. So, I think LinkedIn is there. If you follow Mike on LinkedIn, you can get to that event. And I highly recommend
registration link. Can I put the registration link?
Sure. Drop it in the comments in the chat.
Okay.
And Valerie will put what we have, and you can drop that registration link. And I really like how, talking about shamans and storytelling and talking about all these, you know, you and me, we're doing our purpose work, and other people in the audience doing their purpose work, and just talking more about what we do, sharing the struggle, because there is this struggle that we, you know, conforming with society and, you know, staying with what we think is safe and comfortable. But, and there's that internal conflict of, I will really want to do my purpose work. I really want to be more in my power. And then those internal messages that are not the truth telling you, oh, you can't because you're not supposed to, or like people want you to stay being an accountant because it's safe, it's secure, it's recession proof, but it's super boring for me, for a highly creative person like me, who, you know, if I was doing accounting right now, I wouldn't be able to be here live. I'd have to work overtime to file tax returns by the deadline or whatever this month.
How about that? Yeah, you'd
Yeah.
be fried by now. The Earth Day will be a week after tax day. I don't know how it is in Canada.
Forget
Well,
it.
you know, my other thing is I have a degree in guidance counseling. I was always worried that I would just chase people, and part of the journey in that story was, you know, discovering how much I love teaching, because it went from going to work at the gym to teaching, and so I want to help people with their education. The degree in guidance, I was afraid I'd always talk people out of their career and talk people out of going to college and just go hitchhike across the country and figure out life and then come back in a year and I'll give you some more advice. I was always afraid I would do that. But you're so right. You're probably going to change careers in your life. That's another conversation. To live authentically, and live authentically means reinvention. And
even if you're not changing careers, being a speaker, and like, I think what's missing in most corporations, and especially in the field that I have expertise in, is training and being able to communicate to your staff how to do the work in a higher octave than they currently are, and inspiring the internal organizations with your speaking, with your presence, is required. Like, I think more organizations need to be teaching their internal executive board how to communicate through storytelling, because it will inspire the staff to like be more connected inside of their role that they're there for. That's one way the Earth, I can weave in like.
No, I'll tell you, I can answer that for sure, and it's about being genuine. I mean, my mission is to shatter that fake hierarchy. I have no problem working with C-suite if they want to pay me, but I am shattering that fake hierarchy. It says that corporate leaders are the best speakers. Most of the time, their audience is contractually obligated to applaud every word they say, and that's what it is. Getting the right people is finding the people who communicate the right way. If I were in the corporate world and I controlled how people speak to each other, there would be a dismissive language policy, because to me, passive aggressive, dismissive, condescending language is every bit as harmful as racial discrimination or sexual harassment. And there would be a policy. Anybody content using phrases like, I'm sorry you feel that way, or that's just your opinion. People content to use that kind of language, I would never train them. I would never coach them. I only coach people who are genuine and authentic, and who are feet are grounded, who understand we all come from the same place. You just happen to have a bigger office. And anybody who's using that kind of language would have no place in my circle, in my sphere, in my coaching world. And then it's very easy to coach people on their speaking, because so many people in the corporate world want to learn how to pontificate, want to learn how to present themselves as superior. And there are plenty of coaches who will accommodate. And that's the coaching they're getting in the corporate world, is how to stand up higher, how to put more baritone in your voice, and how to be authoritative. And that's what's happening in the corporate world.
Right. But I have faith that our message will shift that. I have faith that it can all change. And
depends on the company, but absolutely.
Yes, I have faith that it all can change. Thank you so much, Mike, for coming on. Thank you for, you know, the thing with Mike and other people that have come on, the Earth Day ambassadors, is that, and I want to just tie this to the Earth one more time, is that you consistently developing your relationship with another person. So Mike and I are consistently connecting and developing this relationship, growing it. Connie, the next guest coming on, everyone on this Earth Day ambassador list is somebody I've been consistently developing a relationship, and I've been consistently developing a relationship with the earth. I think that is part of the medicine that we are all transmitting today, is connection, and consistently staying with that connection. You know, like, don't give up. Don't stop. And sometimes, you know, we get pissed off when we're getting coached or trained or feedback. I know I didn't want to give up milk, and I was a little mad at Connie sometimes. but I just, you know, it was just resistance. It's just resistance to the change that is the healthiest for you. And so that's what we'll face out in the world when we are doing our purpose, our work. And so thank you, Mike. And I hope you stay watching for the rest of the day. Your link.
Yeah, you're going to keep hypnotizing me every 30 minutes, but I can stick with you. You're doing great. I know you, despite the little feedback about this or that, you're doing a great job. I want to say in the chat, not in the main chat, but in the private room chat, I put the link to my registration for my workshop. If you want to tell stories like this, to sequence that conflict, to draw people into your world, enter the Fit Presenter. We'll be there Thursday.
Yeah, I'll be there too.
Awesome.
So see you later. Thanks for coming, Mike.
My great pleasure.
Thank you again to everyone who's keeps tuning in. And I just want to invite maybe new people coming in. Let's see if YouTube can expand me into some new spaces. Maybe YouTube will you know, get some other people noticing us on this great day, this great event that we've created together. Like, this is a co-creation. I had the idea, but it got pulled, you know, it came from somewhere, and every person that's on this event today and all the people who have been watching, you have been co-creating it with me. So I'm really grateful for that. And that's how it works. That's how things work. And I want to talk a little bit about connection. Shamans are experts at connection, because we will do the work. We will keep connecting with something even if we don't see the results right away. There has to be a little bit of faith and trust when you're learning something new, when there is like big change on the precipice. Like Robin talked about AI and ChatGPT. You know, I didn't really want to do it. I didn't want to learn a new thing. I had to learn a new thing. And back in 1998, when I started all of this daily practice work, the internet just came out, and I didn't really want anything to do with it either. But eventually I learned it, and it was easy. And that's the thing about connecting with yourself, going inside, connecting with yourself, doing it more and more often. And the more I talk about it, the more that I remind people to tune in, look inside, reconnect with your heart, your body, your mind, your energy, the more it will happen. So whatever your purpose is, and whatever you want to do, that dream that you have always had, and you probably have had it for a very long time, even if you're not doing it right now, it is not too late. It is not too late. And I want to remind you that you can reconnect with your life purpose at any time. And start. And I just want to lead us through a little Sun Force activation here to charge us up, to tune us back up as we get closer to the next few guests coming on and the end of the day. So I just want you to come down into that womb space, that lower dantian in your body. I'm going to do a mini earth force here. Let's reconnect with the earth. Just taking a deep breath. Closing your eyes. And imagining that there is a beautiful golden light inside your lower belly, burning with your desire, burning with your life purpose, ignited with aligned action. And imagine that aligned action is starting to grow a root structure from your power center down through your legs, carrying with it your life purpose, your mission. That inspired action is filling into your roots as it grows down your legs, through your knees, into your feet, through the soles of your feet and into the earth. Your root structure starts to connect with the next few layers of the earth and branches out and gets even bigger and wider right below you. Just remember you're breathing and you're using your imagination. You're deciding, you're intending, you're dreaming it, you're imagining it. Your root is starting to grow lush, full, big, wide, in every direction below you, down and horizontally, right to the center of the earth. And as it goes all the way down to the center of the earth, your root structure extends your life purpose, your mission, your big dream, and carries it with it all the way down into the earth, planting it, anchoring it into the earth. And as you become close to the center of the earth, you might notice that there's a bright core filled with the spirit of the earth, Pachamama, Sophia Gaia, Mother Nature. Just notice your root automatically magnetizing to the core of the earth and the earth center, inviting it in to connect. And even if you can't visualize it, just decide that that is happening right now. You're connected with your root all the way in the core of the earth, with the spirit of the earth, extending your life purpose, your mission, your desire, that thing you want most for your life, that big dream that you want to actualize. Just noticing that the earth is connecting with you and receiving that information. She is receiving your dream, your life purpose. And on your next breath, allow her to fill you up with all the life force, all the energy, all the resources and support. Imagine that a current of life force energy is now entering into your root. You're staying connected to the core of the earth. And you're being filled up with support, guidance, direction, resources, energy, health, and vitality. opportunities, possibilities, and the life force keeps flowing up and it's filling into every space inside of your root structure, bringing in energy, raising your frequency, resetting you, refreshing you, recharging you, raising and reacclimating you, and aligning you with your life's mission, filling it up with energy, great support, everything you need to make it happen. Everything is coming up from the center of the earth, rising up your root, all the way up, right to your feet that are connected to the ground, and the life force starts flowing into your feet, going into you. Just notice it move into your blood and your bones and into your cells. Life force coming in. Everything you need, all the energy, health, vitality, wealth, resources, power, aligning, energy, ideas, inspirations, connections, opportunities. Everything is filling you up to support your dream, your desire, your life mission, your purpose. It's coming up into your heart. It's filling up your spine. It's rising up into your upper chest and down your arms, right up into your voice and your throat, up into your head. It's aligning you, this beautiful life force energy, with what you want, your desires. Just noticing this life force filling you up, continuing to rise from the center of the earth, connecting you to yourself, reminding you about how powerful you are, how powerful your dreams are, how big of an impact they can make. And you can start anytime. You can keep going. You can go bigger. I just wanted to guide you through a mini part of the Earth Force activation that I lead others in weekly on Tuesday and Friday mornings. I'm going to drop a link so that you can join Earth Force activation. I have a $1 2-week trial. And I would invite you to come check it out. Oh, Valerie's back. She had a shutdown. She can start helping again. And we have our next guest on deck. I'm so excited to connect with her. And back to connections. I'm going to just keep harping on this one. Connecting. When you meet somebody who resonates with you, it means something. And you might pass each other in a doorway and nothing happens for a while, but then you might run into them again and you might notice them on Facebook even. And you might just connect with them through commenting on their posts. This is what has recently happened with Michelle Combs and I. We have met in big rooms, big event spaces before. We've worked with similar teachers. We know the same people, but we never really got to talk before. And it was through Messenger and through commenting on each other's posts and just really cheering for each other that we've developed this connection. And she wanted to be an Earth Day ambassador today, and I jumped at the opportunity to have her on. And I've worked with her as well. She's a human design expert, and anything to know more about myself, I'm into. That helps me to do my life purpose better. I want to know about it. So if you can welcome Michelle, here she is. Bring her on. Hi.
Hello, hello.
Thank you so much for coming on. You look beautiful. and bright
Well,
and
thank you.
spring.
I noticed your green totally matches my dress, which as a branding strategist makes me really happy.
I'm still, wearing, I have some green leaves on this is some flowers on my shirt, and it's linen, and it's kind of shamanic.
Looks
I thought about,
it matches your background tapestry though.
yes,
Like, really
yes.
well.
I'm staying on brand, staying with the dark.
Love it.
But I didn't want to wear a tank top all day long in my office, but
fair enough.
So,
awesome. Well, how's your day
Michelle,
been going so far?
it has been really high vibe. I can't believe every time I go to lead something, or I close my eyes and I go inside, I see so much brightness. I'm actually seeing like an elevated frequency. I'm feeling an elevated frequency. I'm feeling elevated. And Cindy, who you know as well, Cindy Thompson, was my first Earth Day ambassador. And she even said that. She said, Jennifer, you're going to just be more expanded and more expanded and more expanded as this day goes on. And she professed it. She was right. And I just feel more and more expanded. And I like that. I'm looking at a tagline that I wrote down for you. Magnetic brilliance is inside of you. That's kind of what I feel like right now.
Really good. That's really good.
I kind of took it out of something you wrote. You told me about you, and magnetic brilliance is inside of you. And that's kind of what I feel like right now. I feel like the brilliance is inside of me, and it's on the outside of me as well. Because you're here now, and everyone just keeps showing up with their brilliance.
I love it.
Merlin's here too.
I saw Merlin. I'm always happy when Merlin's around.
Yeah,
I have to live vicariously through Zoom and other people's cats.
Yes. And so, Michelle, tell us about like human design and the desire to know yourself better, and how that can really help us make an impact in the world with our purpose work.
Yes. So one of the first things I love about human design is, we tend to run in circles of people who want to know about themselves. So they've studied different systems, sometimes dozens of different systems. And then if you come from any kind of an organizational corporate background, then you've done Myers-Briggs and you've done DISC, and there's so many different methodologies out there for getting to know yourself. And most of them are very, very good. They really are. There's a lot of science behind the organizational work. There's thousands of years of practice and tradition behind the esoteric work. And what I love about human design is it overlays with any other system really, really well. What I think it does better than pretty much any other system is it tells us about ourselves to a high degree of detail.
Okay.
There is, so if you have, the way I describe it is it's like Myers-Briggs and astrology had a baby. So you've got the technical specificity, but then you've also got the energy, the woo. You're talking about planets. You're talking about auras. I love to talk about auras and energy fields. So in traditional astrology, or at least Western astrology, they divide the year into 12 sections, 12 signs.
Mm-hmm.
And in human design, we divide it into 64 sections. Okay. So it breaks down each of the themes of each of the signs to just finer points of energy structure. And I enjoy having that kind of specificity. And then when you take the 26 activations and you start putting together, you always, always, always see themes. And once you start digging into the details and you see someone's theme, then you know that has to do with their communications. It has to do with their business model. It has to do, in my world, it has to do with their marketing and their branding and their communications and their sales, and what are they offering and how are they offering it. But in general, it points to the energy that you're here to bring.
Yeah.
Like what did you choose to do as a human in this lifetime? And you really can see that in a human design chart.
And feel free to share information about my human design chart and how, if you want to use me as an example in something that you're describing, because
okay.
I mean, I've done lots of other systems, but I also know me. Like, I know me. And so like I have this inner knowing that I've known for a long time, but I've been keeping it, I kept a secret because I was afraid, because it's not small.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
I think I spent the first 30 minutes looking at your chart being like, Jennifer, big power, big mind, big personality, big ability. Just, you were like, all the big.
Yeah. And just, in relation to knowing that about myself, and then knowing how I closed myself down because I knew that I had all that big power, and I didn't know how to manage it too. Sometimes during my life, I didn't know how to manage it, and it was confusing. And human design wasn't around when I was a little kid either, right? Like maybe it was, but I didn't know about it, right?
It's definitely having a heyday right now. Like it's having I can't even say a resurgence because it's never really had a surge. This is kind of the first surge that it's had. So it was downloaded by the founder Ra Uru Hu in 1984. And he thought that maybe he was losing his mind. So he didn't even really start sharing it until 1989. And then he passed away in 2011. So it's grown. It's grown little bits here and there, but this is, I think, probably the first time ever that it's had a reputation this big, which is fantastic. And
I think that totally relates to lots of people like you and me who know that we have this purpose, and we've, we thought we were going crazy, like, really, because it's so different from mainstream. It's so different from mainstream. Not the part about like, sitting at a desk and using a computer or whatever. It's just, you just have, when your mind is more open, you're different. You're just different.
You're just different. Yep. And it's painful when you're young to be different. Like we learn on the playground, the metaphorical playground, very, very quickly to shut down what is the biggest about us.
Yeah.
And then that usually becomes the thing that when we come back around to a human design reading, that's what the theme is usually the thing that we get shut down for, because it's our biggest energy. And big energy always gets shut down in the conditioning field. It always gets shut down, in the mainstream, in schools, especially. And then when I get to tell people the good news that no, that thing is their superpower, and you just see them go, really? Like, yes. Go do the thing. And then you have to do the personal work to get over the fear and to calm your nervous system down so you can actually express that part of yourself. So the knowledge is awesome. And then digging into, well, how do I actually bring this out? There's usually some healing around that. There's usually a bit of work around that as well. But it can definitely begin once you know that, yeah, that's how you're wired, and you should just own that.
Yeah. I heard you say with yourself, like, because you understand your human design probably better than everybody else would understand, because you've studied this field, what works for you in marketing and sales. So you just stick with a plan that totally aligns with how you operate, because human design is kind of like an operating system. Is it?
Yeah, I think. Well, it's the hardware and the software. Yeah. When you get into businesses and marketing, we're really talking about the software. How do we use it? How does it show up? How do we manipulate it? If it needs to be, all that kind of stuff.
Great. So, like, can you give yourself as an example, or use me, like a plan? Like, what is a good plan? Because I'm a projector. I'll just throw that out there.
You're a guide of energy.
Yeah, I'm a guide of energy, but there's also this little piece of the projector that pissed me off.
I hear that a lot.
Okay.
From projectors.
and it's something about invitation, right? Like something about I have to wait to be invited.
Yes, I am so glad you brought this up. So I have coached many projectors, and I read a lot from projectors because I don't have that experience. I'm a manifesting generator. I have tons of definition. So I read a lot about the projector experience so I can try and impart that knowledge correctly. So the technical language is that the projector must wait for an invitation. And I think that, first of all, the term wait is not highly prized in our society. And it has this connotation that you should do nothing until some outside force enters your life. And it can be very disempowering. Like, what do you mean I can't run my own life? That's crazy. That sounds so stupid. So what I think, and this would be my personal opinion, but I've been at this a little while. Most projectors, when you look at the individual channels and the gates and the activations, do have an ability to, you can be running your own life in the meantime. I believe that, because I have seen projectors who initiate stuff all the time. Usually what they're initiating is an outgrowth of, or a continuation of, or an evolution of something they're already doing. So it would be, in business terms, it would be the iteration. You do not have to be invited into an iteration. Now, if you decided that you wanted to become an attorney, then you would probably not want to jump into that. You would want to start researching becoming an attorney, talking to your friends who are attorneys, researching what it takes to become an attorney in your state, getting involved in those kinds of organizations. And then if that is correct for you, then eventually, I would say most likely, someone would say, you know what, Jennifer, you should really think about being an attorney. My alma mater is so-and-so, I can set you up with blah, blah. So I think it really refers to big changes, big departures from what you're currently doing. Because I'm seeing projectors grow businesses all the time. And it seems to, it just grows and it I think iterates is the word that really applies. So you're not doing nothing. That would be silly. No. And you can't. You run a business. You can't do nothing. So what you need to do to keep up with your life and be happy and produce beautiful work, yes, all the time, just go ahead and do it. I think it's the big changes that you want. You want it's the sign from the universe that this is a good direction for you to go in. It's so projector energy. So I can usually tell if I'm in the physical presence of a projector. The terminology around the projector aura is that it's penetrating. And what happens is that the projector aura kind of reaches out, and you're not doing this on purpose. You're not trying to invade people's space, but your aura is like, I wonder what that person is feeling today. And it will reach out and it will penetrate the aura of the other person. And it will bring back information about what's going on for that person. And that person may or may not be welcome to you knowing that. So where projectors can get into trouble in their personal lives is you now have just inherent intuitive information about what's going on with that person. And you could say, I see that you're dealing with blah, blah, or you give them advice. Don't give them advice.
I don't.
Do not give
unless
them
they want it.
Most projectors learn this by the time they find me. They're like, oh, no. I learned a long time ago not to do that. But the idea is that the projector energy goes out into another space and then it comes back with information. So you now know things. You just know things.
And I think that's really related. Sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
About, being in the shamanic world is like shamans do that. They go out, they travel, they journey to bring back information. And what I've really learned since I was 20 is protection, because my energy was so, I was so empathic. Like I was feeling everything that was going on.
Yes.
And I knew it wasn't mine. I knew, but I wanted to help.
Yes. Well, if they feel better, then you can feel better.
Yeah. And so I learned how, and I am a master at this, and you've kind of hinted that I should run a workshop on this.
Please do. So I can
am a master at protection, which is like protecting my field so I don't pick up on your stuff and I don't want to go into other people's fields unless they're my clients, unless they've given me permission. And, I can read the room, I can read, but I don't want to pick up anyone's stuff.
Right. Well, you're probably going to sense it.
I'm going to sense it, but I'm not going to.
But you don't have to bring any of it. It doesn't have to stick to you.
No. And so I've learned a lot about how to manage my energy that way. And, we've learned about spilling and non-containment and stuff. And that's where I think that a little bit of confusion around my energy is that I'm spilling, but really I'm a projector.
But really you're a projector. Yep. Those are two very different things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I want to hone it back in here, it back in away from me and back to you and the earth and human design, and why, how is this evolving the earth? How is this helping us all on earth? How is human design really going to support us with change, positive?
Oh, so many ways, but I'll talk about my favorite way first. So I want to just give a little bit of context here. One of my favorite things about human design is all the ways that it outlines different types of intuition, different types of instinct, different types of knowing. Because there are so many different ways that we can pick up information. You've been talking about your aura, but there are dozens of other ways. And there's something called authority. There are 8 types of authority. And the way I think of it and the way I describe it, and again, this is just me, this is not the official language, but this is what I believe, is that we have 9 energy centers in the human design system, and several of them are designed to be little antennas. They are picking up information. So we have our beautiful mind, which is just up here doing its mindy things, not paying any attention to the universe, only to our little stuff. And then there's in our body, we have these little antennae. So we have our personal energy field, our aura, and then we have the field, the big field, the capital F field, and however you refer to that, universe, source, God, divine, the ether. It's this vast field of information that covers all of space and time and all of human history. So we have this little antenna, one of 8 antennas, and it's the translator. So our aura is constantly in contact with the big field. That's how we know things that we don't know, is that information comes in from the information field. And then our authority, that particular center, is the one that turns that information into something that we can perceive as humans. And it's generally not a thought. It's actually never a thought. Even though your mind can pick up, that's not information necessarily from the field. So when we are, to come back to your question, when we are aligned, when we are doing our damnedest to live in the way that our human design tells us we are designed to live, then that signal between us and the universal field becomes much clearer. It becomes easier to hear. Your authority becomes easier to access. Your mind stops hijacking your decision-making process. So once it's not just alignment in the human field, in the human sense, this job, that house, this, this food, it aligns us with the larger field itself. So you start to move in sync with the larger energies. So with the energy of the earth, because she's there, she's part of the larger field. So she's part of the communication that we can have once we're listening to that little antenna. And it helps us to move in a rhythm. It helps us to move in sync with seasons, with the background frequency, with the energy of the place that we are, whether we live or work or visit or vacation or whatever. It gives us a way to discern what's going on around us and how we fit into that space. What is our purpose in that space? What can we serve in that space? So it's the alignment that brings us into really alignment with the energy field itself. And hence we can do the best we can for the earth because we're listening.
It's like a co-resonance,
Sorry, that was me. Let me turn off my phone here really quick. It's buzzing on my desk. You're probably hearing it through the computer. Okay, there we go. It's
fine. That's fine. So when you are resonating and you know you're like, it's a human design and what you do for brand and strategy and personal brands and people who are doing your purpose work like me and you is you really help us access this clarity that we already know we have. Like we know that it's there, but then there's these detriments. You talked about these detriments too. These that we think are in the way. Like I said, this invitation thing, I thought it was a big detriment, but really it's actually a positive. And, but this human design helps us to know ourselves better so we can be more effective of being and making an impact. And since I talked to you, like you told me things that I knew, but I wasn't maybe paying attention to enough with my marketing, with my brand strategy, and with even this event, you know, really, okay, yeah, I do have big power and I can facilitate big power through me. Like that's one of my gifts because I have these open antennas. I can facilitate the power of the earth, the sun through me. And you helped me to just trust even more that that's part of my mission. That's part of my authority. That's part of my gift. And transform. I'm fairly certain like some doubts disappeared because of that too.
That makes me so happy.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to hear that. I love what you said about I love what you said about trust first, like to trust that this is the truth, that this is what you know, and it's the truth. And also the focus. I think it's easy to, so we're unique people. We've already talked about, like, we're just a little bit different than the average bird. Thank goodness. And we can try, especially in marketing, to fit in with all the people. So it's easy to blandify what makes us different. That is a new word, trademark.
That's a good one. Just made it up.
I think I'm going to make a Facebook post about blandification. Definitely.
Yeah, Valerie, let's put no blandifying in this.
No blandifying.
Yeah.
No blandifying. It helps, like I was saying in the beginning, it helps to put a very fine point. So for instance, if you are a massage therapist and you can talk about massage therapy in dozens of ways. You can talk about spa days and luxury. You can talk about the relief of pain. You can talk about recovery from extreme sports. You can talk about, self-care and, all of these different ways you can talk about being a massage therapist. Well, when we look at human design, we're going to see exactly who you're going to help. The people that are going to be, so your niche is in your human design. It is very straightforward. So you learn very quickly, first of all, your brand theme. So we talked about the theme. What is that brand vibe? What is that core message? And this is really your first impression, because we've all got our energy. We've got even through Zoom, even through a camera, I believe that we are in a field together.
Yes.
So you figure out what that field is saying to people before you've even opened your mouth. Because if people see your branding, they see your ads, they see your posts, and those are very you, and they're very clear and they're very true, then as soon as someone interacts with you, there's no friction. There's no static. They're like, oh, even this could even be subconscious. You are exactly who I thought you were. Fantastic. So you get to trust very quickly. So you got your brand, you got your ideal client, exactly who you are here to help. What skill set have you developed over the course of your life that is most valuable and moves the needle the furthest for people? And then we go into your core messaging strategy. And that tells us how to wrap all this up. So you've got your brand identity, your ideal client, and what they're suffering with or what they want. And then that core message tells us do we wrap it up in the language of luxury? Do we wrap it up in the language of pain relief? Do we wrap it up in the language of healing or energetic, whatever? And
purpose, power, prosperity, whatever
purpose,
it is.
Power, prosperity.
Yeah.
That's right there. It's right there. So it gives, so I love working with people in our community because I want to see beautiful, gorgeous, brilliant healers out in the world. I don't want to see them hiding behind a keyboard. That makes me sad. And then some days that makes me angry. I'm like, stop stressing about social media and have a workshop, will you? You know, like just get out there. Stop worrying about all this stuff and just get out there and heal people.
Aren't you having a workshop soon? Like you're creating something, the name alignment or something?
Yes.
Tell me the name.
Align and amplify. So the frustration that this is perfect timing. The frustration that I just expressed about beautiful people not in the world making their best effort because they're stressed out about tech and the complication of it all. I have been in that world for 3 years. Well, more than that, but just at this business, 3 years. And I have figured out how to, through so much trial and error, how to strip down and streamline a lead generation strategy so that it is very little tech. It's very not intimidating, so that people can spend more time doing the work that they love and that they're good at and less time marketing, but with big results. And it's called Align and Amplify. It's a 3-month curriculum. We're just about to enter month 3, and then we'll start a fresh round in June. So it's social media, events, and networking. The easiest, fastest ways to meet new people.
I totally agree with you. And that's what I've been doing. Social media.
Yeah, you've been doing awesome. I've been following all your stuff. You're doing great.
Yeah. And I've only just really stepped into it even in a bigger way, but events and speaking gigs and networking have been my other wheelhouse that I've been, really expanding, because it's all about connection. And even if you're connecting online, like we are today, like this is a online Earth Day Stream-A-thon. Like who else is doing a Stream-A-thon? I hope I'm the first one. Maybe Netflix does them, but is somebody doing them on YouTube? I don't know. Maybe this will be new. Maybe Melody, our next ambassador will be doing one. Maybe there'll be more and more of these things because I did it. I know I'll be doing this again next year, by the way. I already know this. This is happening again. And I liked what you say about align and amplify and your plan. Like if you focus on these 3 things, events, networking, and social media, and then you learn how to, with your human design, like I learned how I do it.
Yes.
There's multiple human designs and then multiple, like everyone's a unique human design. So if I'm a projector, another projector is not even going to be remotely close to the same as me.
Exactly.
Because there's these 64 different details.
They're called gates.
Yeah, gates.
Yeah.
Details that make me who I am. And that's what Michelle is really brilliant about, because she's done the legwork. I do not want to learn human design, I'll tell you that. But I want
it's a lot
to send people to Michelle to go to her and then like, okay, let's now go with what she said. It's way easier for me to do that.
I do study. I earn my keep. I tell you, I study and I read so much, because the reason I made it my business is because I literally have been nerding out on this for 5 years and I am not even remotely bored yet, which with my ADHD is pretty amazing.
And I've been nerding out on shamanism and spirituality for 30 years. I'm just going to stay in that lane. I don't need to be the human design expert too. So Michelle is the human design expert, and Valerie's going to drop some links in the comments to connect with Michelle, and she's having an event coming up soon too, right? Like we're putting a discovery call event
for today. Yes, it's called Your Lead Gen Genius. So it's all about your human design and what is the easiest, fastest way to talk to strangers. Because at some point in every business, you outgrow your network, you outgrow referrals. It just happens, and you have to bump up to that next level to fund that next level of growth. And talking to strangers is hard and it's intimidating. So I'm here to facilitate that transition for people so they can make more money and help more people.
It's helping me. And, Michelle's part of helping me do this event today, that those human design readings that I got for her for my brand and just understanding myself better. And when you understand yourself better, and you're connected with yourself more often, like I'm going to repeat this more and more and more. When you connect with yourself, when you go inside, you can find the solution. So like I can find the solution, like, all right, there's something in the way here of my power still, like of me really amplifying and aligning with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll ask for some solution. And then, you know, out of the blue, Michelle connects with me, sends me a message, you know, mentions something about how she really noticed something different about me that she hadn't seen before. And she kind of like pulled it out, you know, like helped me to pull that power out of the bag and to keep putting the gas pedal on that one, the amplify on that one.
Yes. Yes.
And that's what she really helped me with. And it was quick. It was quick. And
this is one of my favorite things about it.
You know, so I like fast fixes. But I went inside, I connected, I asked for a solution. The solution gets presented to you on the outside. Usually you just have to be watching for it. You got to be watching for it. So thank you so much for coming. I hope you stay on YouTube because we have some musical guests coming up for the next two guests are really going to blow this thing out with a bang and or a gong. There's some gongs coming on. And we're going to tune into Blessing the Earth, and Melody is coming up next. And thank you so much, Michelle. I will connect with you.
Thank you for having me. Yeah. And anybody who wants to chat more, just click on that link. It'll take you straight to my calendar. I'd love to meet you.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes. Understanding yourself more, getting more connected with yourself is the wave of the future. I'm just going to keep talking about that and keep telling people purpose, power, prosperity. Align with your purpose, embody your power, create prosperity doing what you love. Want the earth and the people living on earth be happier and more fulfilled and joyful if we were all doing what we're meant to do. And you might even already be in a career that you're meant to do. And maybe it's just you're experiencing more stress than you need to. Like, you don't have to stay stuck in how you're experiencing what you already do. If like you already know your purpose, but maybe it's not, you know, maybe you're not aligned with something. Maybe there's something in the way. Your relationship is interfering with it. Maybe there's some kind of a family problem that's interfering with it. We want to be happy and connected. That's how we're going to change the earth. And I think it takes everyone being responsible enough to take responsibility for increasing your happiness and joy. And every time I connect with this woman, Melody Jane, who I met, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, we met at a ceremony, a shamanic ceremony. And we have gone many years without connecting, and now we're reconnecting. So, I mean, it's just an amazing beauty about the people you know in your life and how they flow in and out of your life and support your life and your growth. And this woman is really a big influence on me right now for standing in your power and stepping into your power. So here's Melody Jane. Hi. Oh, we got a little bit of feedback for some reason. Do you have headphones in? I'm just muting you. What kind of mic do you have? Okay. If you go into the settings in the audio, maybe turn off echo cancellation if it's on.
Is that better?
Yes. Good job.
We'll just do
Don't
that.
touch anything. It's perfect.
This is just
I just was praying.
I wanted to use the Yeti for the gongs and stuff, but we'll just, you know, it's going to be what it's going to be.
I noticed the Yeti is such a beautiful mic, but it doesn't really help me with my sound. Sometimes it cuts out. But But
Hi.
Hi. Thank you. This is Melody Jane. She is going to bring us some gong blessings. She is a shamanic sound healer, a ceremonialist. Actually, she is a multi-talented, multi-dimensional, multifaceted shamanic priestess who can like rock your world. And she's so fun and energetic. And you are bringing joy to the earth every day. Every day.
That's my mission. Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Wonderful to be here. I'm so thrilled.
That's amazing. And let's talk about frequencies and song and music and how it helps us to connect with ourselves, how it helps this connection with each other and the earth. Tell us a bit more. Like, I don't really know anything about how you got connected to music. Like, I don't know your music story in this.
Yeah, so many stories. Well, I was actually singing before I could even talk, and just always very musical. And I started working with mantras in maybe 2011-ish, 2012, and I did my Kundalini training alongside the shamanic training that I was doing, and started working with mantras and working with the mala, and intentionally doing 40-day practices with mantras to break habits. Every 40-day practice, when you do a repetitive mantra means mind projection of the mind. And when you're chanting these mantras, they're very sacred, ancient text, so they have a frequency embedded in them and a vibration for whatever the mantra is specific for. So my first mantra was like Ganesh mantra, he clears all obstacles out of your way. And
he's my favorite.
Right?
Yeah.
So that was really powerful, like noticing like, wow, I think, this is doing something. Intentionally working with the mantras and doing a 40-day practice and like having that time spent every day in this 11-minute meditation or 31 minutes or whatever you're doing. You're in the knot, you're in the frequency of the sound vibration, and also meditating is just imperative for these times, and clearing the subscars, clearing the subconscious. So we're living a more conscious life. So, and then of course, the Icaros are so powerful, the medicine songs, the plant.
And I haven't really, let's talk Icaros. So Icaros means sacred healing song, and it's a Shipibo word, isn't it? Maybe it's from Peru.
Quechua? Yeah, Quechua.
It might be Quechua.
Yeah.
It's a different language. It's Icaros. It's from South America, from Peru.
Yep.
And we have learned, Melody and I have worked with the same teachers, the Stevens, and we have learned how to catch songs. We have learned how to create. This is what I do. You might, I'm fairly certain. We make up our own songs. I catch songs out of thin air, and I did one earlier for us today. But we learn how to like call a song in to support and heal and to guide and bless, and through music, there's this elevated frequency. And Melody, carry on with that talk. Tell us more about how that works.
Yeah, well, sound in general is clearing out the cellular membrane, like the frequencies of the crystal bowls or gongs are like washing and penetrating every cell and every atom and every space in between of your being, and like flushing out the shadow, and like it's bringing in light. Like the sound current is carried on the breath. Of course, the breath is the most important thing. What's the most important breath? The one you're having right now. So all information, all light, all sound travels on the breath. So when you're, in a yogic setting or when you're doing a sound therapy, you're always activating that parasympathetic nerve, breathing down into your belly, getting into your body. That is activating the feminine parasympathetic nerve, which is the state of being. And that's the only time the body can heal. So once you get down into that state, of course, it's the sound is training the brain waves and such. But, the medicine songs, I think it's just the power and the wisdom of the earth, and with your intention, like the person who's delivering the song, usually, obviously the Shipibo and the shamans have had a lifetime of training and healing therapy, or healing modality, like training to be able to deliver this song. And it's about, you know, your own energy and your own work that you've done on yourself. And I heard you talking earlier about this, like, that's what makes it powerful, is like the work we've done, and like having the clear channel, being that hollow bone and the conduit for this light and this energy to come through us. And with our intention, having that intention of knowing that this is healing and doing this work, you know, the work is done, really. We're just providing the conduit for that energy.
Yeah.
Really amazing.
And you're really good at music. Like, you're really, like, that is your genius too, is you've been singing before you could talk. You're really good at, I've seen you in ceremonies where you just can start using an instrument, like you have many instruments, and transmit a frequency that elevates the room. And so just over time, like, that's what Melody and I have trained for a long time, is over time, we have cleared out the cellular membranes, the cellular things, the old addictions, the traumas, the obstacles, the challenges. Doesn't mean that there isn't any left. Like, we're still human, but we have done lots of it already. And that's helped us to be more open and receptive and present. And then we practice, like, meditation is part of, you know, there's all kinds of different meditations. Earth Force activation is one. Melody does, you know, sound meditations. There are so many ways for you to start accessing your presence and start healing from inside out in different ways than are not mainstream, and they actually work better and faster.
Yeah, it is quite simple. I mean, just activating the earth alone, like using it consciously, knowing the earth helps us. Like, she has a consciousness. She is aware. She is a living, you know, she's part of our consciousness. So I didn't finish my sound music story, but I was classically trained pianist. So I played piano my whole life growing up, and classical music, you know, and such. And then I was like, wanted to be a rock star. I got into heavy metal and stuff in my teens. And, you know, just, I've been through so many genres of music, but now I'm like definitely all into the sacred music and the sacred sound currents of the mantras. And they're so powerful. Like, they can help us so much. All the songs, but music itself brings joy, right? I mean, it helps you to lift out of your whatever you're experiencing, right? Especially if you're dancing around in the kitchen, which is like absolutely part of my daily routine. So like, shake the body, right? Get that stuff moving out of the body, the stagnation that builds. So I work with a lot of planetary hand chimes. So like, I was on the astrology path for a while before the healing modalities kind of took over, and before I learned my purpose was to heal through song specifically. I was studying astrology, and now I'm working with like the acutonic system, which is accessing using these planetary frequencies and different hand chimes. And of course, the gongs I have are planetary gongs, and they all have a certain frequency as well. And then the acutonic system is specifically using the acupoints in the Oriental Chinese medicine system. It's really
like acupressure.
Using the acupoints. Acutonics, putting the frequency of the tuning forks. They're just behind me. I don't have one to show you, but you know the tuning forks with the weighted. Yes. They look like little forks. Yeah. Very profound and like mind blowing when I took that first introduction to that program. How, you know, it is the moment you take your first breath, which is the divine blueprint of your soul's intention here. And how you can access, like, there's different modalities, different ways you can layer the chakras over the chart, or putting, you know, three different methods or several different methods. And you can use the frequencies of the planets into these areas of the body and accessing these vessels and meridians. I mean, we have like 72,000 pathways of energies. Like, we're incredible, right? But the frequencies is really powerful if you know how to like hone in on that stuff. And I love human design as well, by the way. I just want to put that out there. I'm a generator. Sacral. I need to chat with her actually, because I'm like, my niche. Who's my niche? So this is where I'm at. Yeah. So, but
Michelle, can you hear that? Melody's already booking a call with you.
So I've been into it, but
and that's the thing is like, I know you're going into the details about the sound and the music, but what I really want to impress here is that Melody is an expert. Like Melody has a lifetime of training in music, and she is manifesting her potential, her purpose as a sound healer. And she still works full time, you know, like she's still working full time in a mainstream career, but you're doing it. You're doing it.
Yeah.
And you're part of this multi-author book with me as well.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you know, like what you're here to do, and this is what I really love about you, Melody, is you're going for it. You're going for it, and nothing is getting in your way. Nothing is getting in the way. And, you know, I liked what Mike said earlier is like, learn from the past. Well, yeah, like we all have put stuff in our way that has slowed down our purpose. And they, you know, that is in the past. That is in the past. And if you've already cleaned it up, it's in the past. And now you're in the present, and you can move forward, and you can decide to choose to go forward from today. And all the people, all the Earth Day ambassadors, including myself, and even the guests, you know, my clients who have come on, we are all people who help each other. Like we are all like helping each other to really do this work. And it's a co-collaboration, it's a co-creation, it's a co-elevation. And I really want to impress with people to reach out and start asking for help more. Like if you know, you see someone on this show today, on this stream-a-thon that is, like keep, you know, that tweaked some of your interests that you resonated with, connect with them. Melody is masterful at sound. And I was wondering if we could do like a blessing to the earth with all of the sound. And I was thinking, you know, that practice that we've learned, the all is divine practice. And maybe I can say those words, or we can both say them. I'm not sure how we want to do this. Like if you want to say it and I receive, how do you want to do this, Melody? Because I know that what you have going on with the music and the instruments right now, we could give a really powerful blessing to the earth, to everyone who's watching live and the replay, and anybody who is not even watching.
Yes. I don't know if I know that the all is divine. Is it like all life is sacred? And you say it.
I'll say it if you want to play or whatever.
Yeah. I love that you're doing this for Earth Day, because like Pachamama, I mean, everything we have here is from her. Like everything, you know.
Show us some more instruments. Show us some more.
She is my mother. Oh, okay. Yeah. She is my mother. Like, honestly.
Shake that. Yeah, show us.
So this is the Sun and Earth Day. How is the sound coming across there?
It's coming good. Coming good.
And this is like mother and father love. This is giving vitality and energy. This is a harmonic of a fifth, which opens us up to take the next step, opens us up to spirit. And it's very generative, gives an energy boost and immune boosting as well. So this is just an example of like the harmonics and what you can do with like just using different little tones. But Sun and Earth Day. Yeah.
Wow. So that's one instrument. I saw, you know, I like the, what are they called again?
The shakapa.
Yeah.
Shakapa? Yeah.
I really love these ones, and I love it when they're slapping on me and stuff too.
Do they do that? Yeah. People love it in my sound bath. It's a crowd pleaser for sure. And it's very just like, it's like stirs, it's the soul, you know, it's like, it calls the spirit or something, you know, I mean, rattles break up energy and do different clear stagnation of the body. But this is more like, and it's accessing the wind as well, like air, which is our consciousness, you know, and it's calling us back to this divine remembering. I don't really have a lot of tools. I have some bells, these little bells.
Those sound really nice.
Yeah,
Must
and
be
bells
like
clear
really
energy.
joyful.
Yeah, they absolutely, definitely instantly lift the vibes and clear any stagnant negative energy out of the room. I love the little bells. My mom had them on her shelf, and I was like 6 of them from overseas, and we lived in like, why do you have these? Like, I will use these. And then obviously we got the Koshi chimes. This is the
Yes.
spirit of the East, new beginnings. We are in the springtime. This is the spring chime. Yeah.
Oh, I love that one.
Yes. So, and today I have Pluto and Zodiac gongs here. And Zodiac is actually connects us to the heart chakra and it tunes us to Gaia. And she's an F note. And Pluto represents the soul, and he's all about transformation, surrendering control. Very powerful, clearing out the shadows and the samskaras. But we could absolutely, I would love to do a blessing for the earth. Maybe am I gonna get to sing?
So how it goes is you can I can keep saying it and then you can add in the music, but how it goes, and everybody who's watching, and even if you're watching the replay, do this as well. You can just put your hands together like this. And even if Melody's going to be using instruments, so she's she doesn't have to. She's playing. And so I'm just going to repeat, and you can say this to yourself. All is divine, as am I. All is holy, as am I. All is blessed, as am I. All is sacred, as am I. And just imagine that as Melody's playing all the different sounds, and that you're surrounded by all of your allies and ancestors, and blessings just start pouring out your heart, coming down your arms and through your hands to the earth and to every human being on the earth, all animals, all plants. And it just starts to wave out in ripples. All is divine.
All is divine.
As am I.
As am I.
All is holy.
All is holy.
As am I.
As am I.
All is blessed.
All is blessed.
As am I. All is sacred.
All is sacred.
As am I.
As am I.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you feel that? I feel it. All is divine. As am I. Melody, please add in your harmonies of your voice. It sounds so good.
All is divine, as am I.
All is sacred.
All is sacred.
As am I.
As am I. Oh, there's Merlin.
All is holy.
All is holy.
Am I.
As am I.
All is blessed.
All is blessed.
As am I.
As am I.
Tail wag. Merlin.
I was wondering if you'd show up. Hey, buddy. Love it.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. And that's something everybody can do. It can just really activate blessings to move through you, to your family, to all your relations, to the earth. And you can just feel and notice it coming through you. And if you can't notice, just trust that it is anyway. It's happening, whether you can feel it or not. Your words are powerful. Thoughts are powerful. Your energy is powerful. Because all is divine. So are you. All is holy, as are you. All is sacred, as are you. All is blessed, as are you.
Beautiful.
I could just say, sit in this. It's such a refreshing, like, calm.
This is Sedna in Earth Day. She is the Om of the new Earth. She's a very powerful asteroid, a shamanic goddess, in fact.
So what do you think about the gongs?
They're powerful. I had one gong, Saturn, and I know a lot of people that everyone's a sound healer where I live. It's like, it's hard to like make a living. This is like, thank you for saying all that stuff about like, I do have a job, but I am like, this is my purpose, and I'm grateful and in acceptance of like, hey, if even if one person gets the healing, or I do a weekly class, and I still have the job to buy. They're very expensive and they keep going up. The gongs. Speaking of Sedna, she's one I want. She's like one of the biggest gongs, but very powerful. They are, the planets have their own consciousness, and each one is very powerful. The gongs carry within it every sound within creation. So every gong has every sound, and the brain is not able to hold on to any sound. So it's just, the brain it bypasses the mental body, which, people get caught up in. That's where we need to get out of here and into the body, into our hearts. And it washes and penetrates your bones and cleans out just everything and anything. It's just, they're very powerful. And some people, it can be very intense when you crescendo a gong, because it's so loud, and like, and if you're trying to like, this is why you need to be in that deep theta brain state and just like almost sleeping. I love it when people fall asleep and start snoring in class, because that means they're out of the way, and the sounds can do the work, and their body can heal.
Mm-hmm.
So each one is, and I had Saturn, and I was like, this is all I need. Like, I'm Saturn, I'm ruled by Saturn, I'm a Capricorn, that's my planet. He rules the bones and the 3D reality. And, and I was just like, no, I don't need more than one, because like Saturn, one gong is great. And I'm just so fortunate to be in abundance that I could buy more gongs. So, that's
good.
So
I know I'm echoing here, but would you be kind enough to bless us with a gentle gong?
I would love to. I'll probably take my earbuds out.
Okay.
And I'll play both of them for like, how long do you want me to go?
You can go for a few minutes. Okay. I'll tell you if we're having trouble hearing it.
I was hoping to sing maybe as well, since
sing.
That is my gift.
Do it. Who wants? I want to receive. I need some tuning myself.
I'm actually saying ayahuasca song. So speaking of Mother Earth, one of the oldest, most powerful healing plants, ayahuasca mama. Ayahuasca kumanta, taiki taki muiki. Ayahuasca kumanta, taiki taki muiki. Kuya kuya happy kuni, miskinu parko chaita. Chuya chuya happy kuni, miskinu parko chaita. Ayahuasca lo cierto manta, taiki taki muiki. Ayahuasca lo cierto manta, taiki taki muiki. Chuya chuya happy koi, miskinu parpo chaita.
Chuya chuya happy koini, new purple chaita. Ayahuasca curandera, taiki taki muigi. Ayahuasca curandera, taiki taki muigi. Chuya chuya happy koini, new purple chaita. Chuya chuya happy koini, new purple chaita.
Thank you.
Okay. Now the heavy hitters.
Yep.
Maybe take a deep
We're
breath.
hearing it. We're hearing it.
Intention for this little sesh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Yeah, set an intention. This is where I do this little.
Okay, so let's set an intention so that the gongs are supporting the earth, supporting you in your highest purpose and loving energy. Allowing yourself to receive the energy, the frequency of the gongs, of melody songs. blessing. Summer, yes, you're right. Wow, that is magnificent. And I have got to connect you with Summer because she knows people who need you. She is a super connector and get you more visible. Even in a crowded space of, if you know, we think that there's so many of us. No, there's only melody with this medicine. There's only melody with this medicine.
The medicine is in the melody. That's
yes. Yes.
But no, there's
yes.
a lot of amazing sound healers out there. There is truly, but we're all unique. You know, we all have our own specific medicine for sure. And that's like my Medicine Cave whole brand is all about the medicine that's in your heart. You don't really find until you get out of the ego and spend some time getting into here and unlocking that little shaman's door in there and getting in there.
Yeah.
Finding out what your medicine is. And it was a life-changing moment. I know Jose used to talk about it all the time, like, what's your medicine? And I always known it was singing, and I was always wanted to sing, but I was painfully shy growing up. And then I would just I even took voice training in my 30s, and I would just be with Asian kids and their parents, and I would my throat would dry up and I would just get so nervous. And then everything happens for a reason, and everything, all these little pieces that come together, and sound therapy, people are lying down with their eyes closed and not staring at me. And yeah, and I wasn't ready then. And now it's everything's just come together, and it's okay, well, this is exactly what I meant to do for sure.
Yeah.
So,
and people like you and I, we help people who, to reawaken, to remember, to, get rid of those few little fears and things that get in the way and stop you from carrying on with your medicine, giving your purpose to the world. And Valerie is going to drop in the comments how to connect with Melody. And she's in Calgary, Alberta, my hometown, one of my hometowns. And she's coming out to Vancouver May 24th, I think. And I'm definitely registering. Just haven't done it yet. So save me a spot. Make sure I have a spot.
Yeah.
For an all night. Tell us about this event that you're doing, because I'm sure you will be traveling around the world doing these if you want to.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Tell
us
part of the event. Mission. Yeah. So it's an all-night sound journey with the gongs. And so you're sleeping, we'll be playing gongs the whole night. So there's two of us taking turns, and we might even run it you can come up and get a healing with one of the gongs at a certain time in the beginning, just a specific healing intentions. But you're going to be sleeping, and we're going to be playing the gongs all night. So they're going to, it's going to be deep cellular regeneration, deep soul level healing, clearing, rejuvenating. And the gongs are very rejuvenating, and definitely clear out the lower density vibrations. So we're raising those vibes, as we like to say.
Yeah. While you're sleeping, it makes it really easy too. And that's what I'm excited about coming. And I'm excited about when I have my event space here ready, because you're going to be coming to support me and help me.
Love it.
Group work. I know it. I know it. So Melody, thank you so much for coming. Valerie's dropping in the comments how to connect with Melody. If you are in Alberta, you can get her in person, but she's online as well. And we have a hip hop artist coming on next, Melody. So I really encourage you to get back on YouTube and stay watching, because we are going to be rocking us out. You were the opening act to the end of this day. So thank you so much for coming and sharing that music with me. I feel rejuvenated. I feel alive. And thank you for being my friend.
It was my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. And you're such an inspiration to me. So yeah, I'm blessed to know you and to be on this path with you.
Good. Me too.
We'll see you.
Yes.
See you.
Yes. See you soon.
Get back on. Okay. Take care.
Wow. That was so cool to have the gongs blessing the earth, blessing you, blessing me, blessing Merlin. Like Merlin really, he was totally just receiving it. He was sitting beside me on the ground, letting it come in. And that's what music is so powerful at. It's so good at transmitting messages and frequencies that are for your highest good, help you elevate yourself, help you rise up and start, dancing and rocking. And this next person, Cosmic T, high vibe hip hop artist, I met doing my Pachacuta Mesa training in Nelson, BC, the interior of BC, Canada, where it's like a sacred spot. I'll let him tell you all about it. And I'm so excited to have Cosmic T close out Earth Day, Earth Force Activation Stream-a-thon. Here he is. Hi, Cosmic T.
Hi, Jennifer. Hey, everybody.
Thank you so much for coming on. Share your high vibe, your medicine with us. I got cat hair all over me. Merlin's been sharing all of his medicine with me.
Merlin's been blessing you up good.
Yes.
Yeah, no, It's a real honor. It's a real honor to be here, and special day with Earth Day, obviously. And I'm actually just coming from a full day with a bunch of kids doing an outdoor nature program. And we did this beautiful Earth Mandala offering. So that's very present with me right now, the children and kind of the despacho vibes of that giving back, that sacred gift for the earth. So I'm stoked to be here. Thanks for having me here.
Awesome. Thank you for saying yes. I'm always trying to think of ways to get you into my life somehow to do an event, or where can you come out to the West Coast and perform. I gave my niece and nephew your CDs. I'm just like, your music is ageless. It doesn't matter what age you are. The music is uplifting, and it blesses. It has a blessing in it. It has like a groove. You want to dance to lots of it. I've driven 13-hour drives listening to your CDs play in my truck, in my CD player, because the radio doesn't work, and happy about that, because Cosmic T was keeping me inspired. Like, his music helps you to receive downloads, helps you to connect yourself and the earth. Talk about this planetary frequency. Maybe tell us a little bit about your inspiration for like Cosmic T. Like, how did Cosmic T get created and everything?
Well, yeah, it's definitely a journey back in time. I first started out rapping with a dear friend of mine when I was like 13. And we were just doing it with this like $20 USB Walmart mic, and he was pretty good, and I'd never done it before. And one day invited me over, and somehow he looped me into it. And there's Merlin. Hey, Merlin.
Yeah, I'm looking for your link. Yeah.
And so one thing led to another, and we started a hip hop group together, and we did that through high school and into college. But then our paths started to go in different directions, and I had a very deep spiritual awakening. And Cosmic T was kind of the result of a rebirth, discovering more deeply who I am and what kind of messages I really wanted to be putting out there. And I kind of just got switched on and haven't looked back ever since. So that was probably about 7 or 8 years ago. I put out my first album, Seeds of Light, as Cosmic T. And and then I put out Rise of the New Earth probably 4 or 5 years ago, Freedom Fire a couple of years ago. And I've been blessed to do a lot of amazing collaborations with brothers and sisters from all walks of life over the last few years here as well. So it's been a constant evolution and unfolding, just kind of like my own, and really mirrors my own inner process of growth and evolution. So it's kind of fun to go back and listen to my old tracks sometimes and kind of see where I was at then and where I'm at now, and kind of chart that growth in that way. So yeah.
So it's like your personal journal almost. Like
a little bit, like what was
But
like what was alive for me then? Yeah, what was really in my heart at that time? And one thing that has remained consistent throughout my whole Cosmic Tea journey is, like you said, my prayers. I really see my songs as prayers, right? They're really prayers for everyone who listens to them, to help us connect more deeply to our own soul, our own hearts, to Pachamama, to spirit, and to help us feel empowered to really step into our most beautiful, authentic, creative life. So that's kind of where these songs flow from in me. And hopefully that's from the feedback I've received, a lot of people feel that way when they hear my music. So
like right now I can feel in my heart, like I can feel your heart when you're talking about that. And I can feel like when I think about your music and how I have been healed, like when I'm driving on those long trips and I've listened to your music for long enough, maybe the same song brings something up in me that needs to be cleared, that needs to be healed. Like they're like healing songs. They really do heal. And I feel like I have this big dream and big idea, like more musicians need to be aligned like Cosmic Tea is with their sound, like with planetary healing. And Cosmic Tea needs like actual radio play in Canada. Like, are you getting that? Are you getting that?
I mean, I'm not really looking for that, to be honest.
No?
It's funny because like my dad, he's been a huge supporter of my stuff, and he's always like, "Hey, here's CBC Searchlight or Spotlight, or you should put it in there." But it's very niche. Like I'm like, I actually don't feel like my music is. It's a paradox. It's for everybody, and it's also not for everybody, right? You have to have a certain awareness or consciousness to really, I think, appreciate what I'm bringing through. Otherwise it just doesn't stick. It's like it's just not in the same, I don't know, there's no resonance.
I hear you. I get you.
Yeah, but it's for everybody. It comes from my heart, and we all have hearts, and we're all connected through the heart, so it really speaks to the heart. But there's a lot of music that, you know, people might be more interested in listening to Backstreet Boys, and nothing wrong with Backstreet Boys. I'm using an old school reference here. I'm probably dating myself. Or maybe, I don't know, Justin Bieber, he's a little more current, but like, you know, different vibes for different times and different people, right? And so when my music tends to find people. It kind of pops up, and I get messages from people on Instagram. They're like, "Hey, like this Rainbow Warrior song came up, and I've been listening to it for like 3 days straight." And I'm so touched by that. Every single time, it never fails to light up my heart and like bring this delight. When I'm like, wow, it's like, yay, like people are really, they're really receiving from this, and they're being nourished by it, and it's switching something on in them. And there's like, as an artist, I don't think there's anything more fulfilling than getting that feedback. Yeah, for me.
And I think there's like, I noticed this myself. There's more people watching than you actually know. Like there's so many people not commenting and not saying, giving you feedback, and that you still have to keep going and doing it. And maybe, coming on live to these type of events, being more going into where your ideal people are, like my people, my audience is your audience, and being more in person or, you know, live online to bring awareness to this consciousness expanding music. Because I do resonate with what you say is like, I'm not for everybody either. And I have been in lots of networking breakout rooms or in person, and I'm being as clear as I think I can. Like, I help you change your problems, transform your problems so you can be happy. And it still doesn't land on the person. Like they still don't get it, you know? And I'm like, I don't know how else to dumb this down for you. Like,
maybe it's just the resonance isn't there, you know, it's not the right thing at the right time.
Their ears aren't open, right? And or they're not ready, and I'm not their person. So it's all perfect. It's all perfect.
Totally.
And so another thing it tweaks my interest about what you do, and I've seen you post about it on Facebook, is that you have written hip hop songs with little kids. Like you go into school and you write songs with kids.
Totally. Yeah. So that's been a more recent development. That's probably been over the last, probably 4 years or so, 3 or 4 years, maybe 3 years, actually 3 years. it started as an invitation for this program I'm supporting right now, Earth Connections, to come out there and work with a group of kids to create this hip hop song. And we created this 4 elements song, which is so beautiful and sweet. And then they ended up doing this whole dance they got a dance choreographer to come out and do a whole dance to the song, and they presented it to their parents at the end of the year, and it was just magical. And that kind of opened up this whole possibility for me. I was like, wow, I love hip hop. I love music. I love working with kids. Let's bring this together. And I created this workshop, and I've been doing this now for the last 3 years pretty consistently throughout the year. Last year was the first year I've done more kids music than cosmic tea music. So that was an interesting milestone. I was like, wow, I've put up more kids songs this year than cosmic tea songs. I was like, wow, and I was actually quite delighted by that. So yeah, I actually have a vision. I've been doing this, and I do this in my boys' summer camp programs. We do hip hop songs. I do this with nature programs. I go into schools and do it. I got a grant through Columbia Basin Trust last year to bring it to 4 different communities around the Kootenays. So I went out to Castlegar, Cranbrook, Trail, and Salmo, and we did 4 songs there. And I have a vision of like a Kootenay kids heart hip hop album, because I think I'm up to like 10 songs now. And I've been telling the kids about this, and they're stoked to have this like digital album and maybe even a hard copy component, and like have songs from all over the Kootenays with all these different groups and schools and kids, and they're all so beautiful and unique and creative in their own right. So yeah, maybe keep your eyes and ears open for that in the near future, because I think by the end of this summer, I'll have what I need to put that together and share that. So
that's
yeah.
amazing. And that just elevates, like, the joy is uncontainable, like that kind of experience. Like, childlike energy is so creative, expressive, imaginative, and like expansive. There's all possibilities in that energy.
Mm-hmm.
And they have that. So it's for them to like have an experience of an album release, a launch, and everything. Like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And for a lot of them, like it's new for them to use their voice in that way, and to be encouraged to be like, you know, your voice, you have power in your voice, and like it's a responsibility to make a song. It's like there's a whole bunch of songs out there that aren't coming from the heart, that are something else, that aren't rooted in love. And like, let's create something that's beautiful, that when people hear it, they feel good, they feel happy, they feel lifted up. And so I really bring that home too for the kids I work with. Like, hey, like your voice matters, and it also matters how you use your voice and what kind of messages you want to put out there and what you want to stand for with your voice, even lending your voice to creatures or beings that don't have the opportunity to share their voice in that way, like the trees. We've done a whole song on the trees with one school, or the animals and these other kinds of things. So I'm very passionate about it, and I learned so much from working with the kids. Honestly, they're some of my greatest teachers as well. So it's very reciprocal, and yeah, I love it. So
yeah. And I like what you just said about taking responsibility and the power of our voice. And I think that's really important. And it's something that I have really known about myself, that I have a powerful voice, and that I need to be very conscious about my words, my thoughts, my actions, because I do hold power. I am an authority, just like you are. You are recording your music, and it's recorded for all time, really. And we don't know who's going to be listening to us later, but we want to be uplifting people. And I do. And I want to be helping people. And even, you know, in my everyday life, like this is kind of everyday too, but everyday life, how I talk to myself and how I talk to, you know, my immediate family, and using, you know, the words that I use there is so important as well. You know,
absolutely. Yeah.
How to carry across everywhere.
Totally.
You have a really amazing song called Pachamama. I'm just grabbing the link right now. Can you tell us about this song that we're going to play for everybody, and give us some background while I get it ready?
Yeah, I'd love to. So this is a song in honor of Pachamama, so Mother Earth. Pachamama is the Quechua word for Mother Earth. And you mentioned the Pachacuti Mesa tradition at the beginning of this call, Jennifer. And so I've been apprenticing to this cultural shamanic beauty way from the heartlands of Peru for the last 9 years. And I've been empowered by my elders and my teachers to share some of the teachings that I've been gifted through this tradition. And so a lot of my music actually is greatly influenced by this lineage, by the Pachacuti Mesa tradition. And Pachamama came through in that same stream of really feeling this deep desire to, sing out my praises and rap out my praises for Mother Earth, who gives so much. And to, of course, invite in the kids as well. There might be a sweet surprise at the very end of the song. That's all I'll say about that. But this is really in love and honor and devotion for Mother Earth and a celebration of all the life here. And it's also a bit of a story. It kind of starts off with us forgetting the beauty way and that separation that has come from that, the destruction that has come from that, and the journey home, right, back to our hearts, back to our connection to spirit and the earth. So I actually see it as a form of storytelling too, which is the case for most of my music, if not all my music. It's always kind of telling a story. So there's a story being told here, and hopefully it's a beautiful one, and I hope everyone enjoys it.
Okay, I've got it ready here. I'm just going to hit the share screen. Hopefully I get it all right.
All right.
You can keep talking while I'm figuring this out.
Okay. What else would I want to say about
Follow
that?
these steps to share a video with Otto. I'm just
So
reading.
The producer for this song is DJ Taz Rashid. Some people might have heard of him. He's pretty big in like the yoga movement, like yoga movement space. And I ended up connecting with him, and this is how the song came together with some beautiful instrumentals that he laid down. So I don't know. And the visuals are also, for the music video, are something that I put together myself with the help of another guy to kind of put them all together. But the images, I almost handpicked each one of them from stock video. So it was quite a lengthy process. It was my first time making a music video and took many, many hours. So hope you guys enjoy the fruits of my labor here.
Okay, I'm hoping the sound's going to share. We might have to figure it out, but let's try it.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Is it working?
Not hearing any sound.
Okay. I'm hearing it. Okay.
Seeing the images though.
We're seeing the images. I just, I'm going to stop sharing for a minute. I'm going to connect it on Chrome maybe and see if that works better for me. So Cosmic Tea, I also have done the Pachacuti Mesa apprenticeship as well, not as in depth as Cosmic Tea, and because I've been working another lineage. And that's the thing with people who, like us, we like stick with something and we go deeper into it. And working with the Mesa is a powerful tool. It's a powerful tool. It's not something that we can explain easily all the time to other people, but
I can hear it now. Sorry to cut you off there.
It's okay. So I'm going to pause it and then I'm going to go back here.
I might have just heard it. Playing from your speakers there, actually, Jennifer.
Possibly, right.
Yeah. Which, that could potentially work.
That could work too.
It's not the best, but
Merlin's helping me a lot here too.
Yeah.
So it's just showing me choose what to share with StreamYard.com. Share screen. Share a tab or stream share. I'm going to make it bigger.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to the beginning.
Uh-huh. And then maybe it might be best
I'm going to press unmute. Can you hear it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's muted again now, but there we go. It's not the best quality, but people get that. They'll get the general idea.
Beautiful world. Pachamama, we can't. And we're coming home.
Hands of the last people. Yeah, story of a return to homeless. Found in the forest. Which is open, singing for the day. We remember our purpose. We remember our purpose. Stewards of the land and keepers of the earth. Yes.
I like it.
I hear your call. Oh, Pachamama, great mother of all. Your children awake. We remember our place. The time returns out once again, yeah, once again. World once whole, with a whole, God and the earth are wholeness. Wandering the lands, feeling lost and homeless. To the sacred way, forgot how to give, yeah, before we take out of balance, out of rhythm, we forgot our place as stewards of the lands and keepers of the way. Joining the sacred flow, the love we share, it circles, so we're doing it consciously. Yeah, yeah. Give, receive, one with the whole. Breathing in, breathing out, the blessings flow. Living reciprocity. Yeah, yeah. Pachamama, yes, I hear your call. Oh, Pachamama, great mother of all. Your children awake. We remember our place. The time returns out once again, yeah, once again. Hear the birds are singing now.
Yahoo!
There we go. Hear the waters flowing free.
Yahoo!
Hear the tree, their wisdom speaks.
Yahoo!
Hear the mountain calling out.
Hey, yahoo! And
We're
singing.
singing, rise, yanininde. Rise, yanininde. Rise, yanininde. Wahe, waho, the singing, rise, yanininde. Rise, yanininde. Rise, yanininde. Wahe, waho. Oh, Pachamama, yes, I hear your call. Oh, Pachamama, great mother of all. Your children awake, we remember our place. The time returns out once again, yeah, once again. Oh, Pachamama, yes, we hear your call. Oh, Pachamama, great mother of all. Your children awake, we remember our place. The time returns out once again, yeah, once again. These are the kids.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. This is a powerful song, and I encourage you to, where do people find you, Cosmic Tea? Like, what platform is best for them to go connect with you?
Yeah, so people could literally just Google Cosmic Tea with a K, Cosmic with a K, and then just the letter T. And I'm on Spotify, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Bandcamp, I'm on all the places. I've got my own website as well, cosmictea.com.
Valerie's going to drop it all in the comments too.
Perfect. Yeah. And yeah, I encourage you to go check it out, listen, groove out, see how it inspires you, how it moves you, how it what it awakens within you. Because I really see my music in service to the awakening of humanity and the bringing back creator's love into the hearts of all, really. So I hope people enjoy it. It's my joy, it's my delight to share this with people. So.
And yeah. It's my delight and joy. And thank you so much for coming on to share you with my community, and whatever I can do to help you to, help us connect with our joy and our happiness with music. Like the shamans, when you go to a shaman in the old days, they would ask you, when was the last time you danced or you sang?
That's right.
And that would help them to diagnose, where your joy went. And I'm asking you, the audience, the watchers, when's the last time you sang or you danced or you listened to music? And if it's been too long, play Pachamama. Play Pachamama by Cosmic Tea.
Yeah, it'll get you grooving.
It will get you grooving.
It really will.
It will. It will. So thank you so much for
Awesome.
closing out Earth Day Stream-a-thon, Earth Force activation. It's been awesome. It's been an awesome day. I feel so elevated, just like Cindy Thompson told me this morning, my first Earth Day ambassador. She said, by the end of the day, Jennifer, you're going to be really expanded. And I have noticed that throughout the day, that every time I close my eyes to lead a guided meditation or a process, I just felt more and more expanded. I could see more and more radiance within me beaming out. And I hope it beamed out to all of you and to the earth. And whatever we're doing here today goes beyond what I can imagine in positive benefits.
Beautiful. Well, thanks so much for having me have that honored spot to close it all out, Jennifer. It's been a joy to connect with you and share a little bit about what I'm creating. And yeah, thanks for putting on this beautiful live stream, the Earth Activation live stream. Super cool. Very inspiring stuff. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful day.
Yay, you too.
Goodbye. And I just want to say thank you one more last time to everybody who has come in and out throughout the day, who has supported me, who has been an Earth Day ambassador or a special guest. I'm so grateful for all your support, helping me to bring this event together. This is an amazing thing that I've done, that you have done, that you have helped me with. And we need a bit more of this, I think. I think we need a bit more inspired action. And every one of us has a purpose out there to make an impact. And it's important that we take those ideas that drop in and do something with them. Let them happen. And take everything out of the way that's stopping us. Do that collectively. So have a great day. Come back and watch the replay anytime, to anybody you wanted to connect with. Aho, I'll see you again soon.